Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei couldn't believe what he saw. Is this the legendary Heavenly Palace? After seeing the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Han Fei felt that no one had entered his Yinyang Heavenly Palace for such a long time. Perhaps it had been brimmed with spiritual energy, and the spiritual fruits here had grown for tens of thousands of years and might have turned into fruit demons. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. In Han Fei's eyes, it was brimmed with flames here. As far as he could see, it was like hell, full of magma and earth fire. Although it was brimmed with spiritual energy indeed, the spiritual energy here was extremely violent, as if spiritual energy was bursting out all the time. In the sky, there was a huge eye, in which a waterfall of magma was flowing down. It looked like it was shedding tears of blood. In an instant, Han Fei's clothes were burned up. The temperature was even hotter than the magma layer that Han Fei drilled through in the Waterwood world. Of course, at this moment, he had already reached the half-venerable realm and completely polished the indestructible golden body. Although the temperature was scorching, it couldn't hurt him at all. In these flames, Han Fei saw some figures. These figures were sitting, or lying on their stomachs on the ground. Han Fei could feel a powerful force from them. Puppets? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, Han Fei, this place doesn't look good. Han Fei rolled his eyes. This wasn't just not good. It had broken all the beautiful expectations in his heart. This place was simply a mess. The Heavenly Palace was even more dangerous than hell. Han Fei came happily, hoping to make a fortune here. Now it seemed that not only could he not get anything back, but he also had to pay a lot of resources. Huff. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared beside him. The two little guys seemed to be taken aback, too. However, seeing that their master was here, they were immediately relieved. For the two of them, the terrifying flame temperature couldn't do anything to them. However, Little White was a little upset. However, this time, Han Fei didn't put Little White in to forge the universe. Instead, he said, Daughter, absorb the violent spiritual energy here and eat as much as you can. Son, these terrifying flames are yours. Don't you complain that you still lack some fire energy? This time, eat as much as you can. Buzz. Little Black and Little White's bodies expanded. Then, they both opened their mouths and began to suck crazily. At this moment, Han Fei saw that in the sky, the eyes of the heavenly Tao Dharma I seemed to move and glance in his direction. Han Fei took a deep breath. Ren Tianfei once said that the price others had to pay to become a king was much greater than his. He must be referring to fighting against the heavenly Tao Dharma I. His realm was weak, so the power exerted on him by the heavenly Tao Dharma I wouldn't be great. Now, it was a mess. The entire palace was filled with the overbearing essence of fire, burning Han Fei up. This meant that the challenge had come. As he expected, Han Fei sensed more and more puppets appearing in the flames. Although Little Black and Little White were trying very hard to absorb the spiritual energy, they were not strong enough after all. Even if they tried their best, they could only form a vortex. And the rampaging energy, spiritual energy, and fire origin in the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace were too much. Swish. A puppet stepped out and slashed at Han Fei with a rusty long knife. The power of this slash was filled with a special power. It didn't seem like the destructive power that an explorer could exert casually. Phew. Han Fei swallowed a mouthful of energy and punched, planning to crush the figure and the long knife. Han Fei didn't use the power of his great Tao, because the heavenly Tao Dharma. I was watching him. If he used a stronger power, would the heavenly Tao Dharma I increase the difficulty? However, although it wasn't the sacrificing punch, Han Fei's punch was still powerful. Although Han Fei crushed the long knife in the puppet's hand, this punch seemed to hit an iron mountain. Although the puppet's body was twisted by the punch, it failed to crush it. Hiss! What a strong physique. The old turtle couldn't help but say, these puppets have been tempered by this intense fire essence all day long and have been refined for tens of thousands of years. They might not be strong, but their physical strength is definitely not weak. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. I forgot to ask, how many puppets does the Heavenly Palace have? After seeing the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, Han Fei felt that the Heavenly Palace wasn't big. It stretched out for dozens of kilometers or so. At this moment, Han Fei scanned with his perception, but he could only scan a kilometer away. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, how big is this heavenly palace? How many puppets are there? As soon as Han Fei asked that, he saw a red laser flash shoot out from the heavenly Tao Dharma eye. Han Fei didn't even have the time to react. Who knew that the heavenly Tao Dharma eye would suddenly attack him like this? Han Fei didn't even have the time to set up an array when he was hit hard by the blow. Han Fei rolled several kilometers on the ground. His flesh and blood were blurred, his internal organs were tumbling, and all his hair was burnt. Even his bones were aching. The old turtle said in horror, No, it can sense my power. My soul energy was completely obliterated by it. It even tried to destroy me. Han Fei was shocked. This was too much. Did it mean that the old turtle couldn't do anything? Swish. With a thought, Han Fei withdrew Little Black and Little White into Forge the universe at the same time, because the puppets began to move. If these puppets were easy to deal with, he could let Little Black and Little White stay outside. But now it seemed that none of the puppets here were easy to deal with. With such terrifying combat power, who can resist them on the sea demon battlefield? Han Fei was speechless. These puppets began to attack crazily. For a moment, the spears were like dragons, the knives glowed, and the swords cut the void, all darting at Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. After setting up a defensive array, Han Fei tried to control these puppets with the void lines. However, when the void lines caught these puppets, Han Fei suddenly saw a big bleeding eye, and his head was full of heavenly Tao Dharma eyes. Pfft. At that moment, blood oozed out of Han Fei's eyes, nose, and mouth. The blood instantly evaporated in the flames, and then was sucked back by Han Fei along with energy. Han Fei was horrified. It's over. All the puppets here are finished. They either don't have souls or are ownerless souls, only preserving some instinctive consciousness. But now it seemed that these souls had all been corrupted by the heavenly Tao Dharma eye. None of them could be saved. Roar. As the 100-beast soul subduing roar sounded, the three puppets around Han Fei seemed to have their souls shattered and fell limp. Han Fei was overjoyed to see that. Yes, soul attacks. Even if he could crush these puppets, it wouldn't do him any good. But once their souls were destroyed, their puppet bodies could still be used. For example, the soul-splitting technique was the most basic method of control. By splitting the wisp of soul, he could use these puppets. Of course, the only bad thing about this method was that he had to separate a lot of his soul power out. Heavenly God stab. Bang. Fortunately, he had already completed the cultivation of the God-scaring painting, and the God-scaring stab had been completely transformed into the Heavenly God stab. However, he wasn't proficient in it yet. After all, Han Fei had no place to use it recently. Now was the perfect time to use it to deal with these guys. A puppet without a soul was just a puppet. Therefore, Han Fei took the 3 puppets in to forge the universe as if he were collecting an item. However, Han Fei wasn't happy for long. Although he had enough strength to kill the corroded souls of these puppets, there were too many of them. No matter how strong Han Fei was, if he didn't use the power of the great Tao, only his physique was strong. And these puppets in front of him, in terms of physique alone, almost all exceeded half-venerables, with thousands of them attacking at the same time. No matter how strong Han Fei was, he could only circle around the heavenly palace, fly in the sky, and burrow into the ground, fighting as he ran. If he had to resist it head-on, he would be knocked out by the countless puppets in 10 seconds. Roar. Han Fei's soul attack methods were limited. Apart from the 100-beast soul subduing roar, there was only the heavenly God stab. The void lines were not bad at fighting enemies, but he would be injured by the heavenly Tao Dharma I the moment he confronted it, so he couldn't use them at this moment. The old turtle was in Han Fei's body, because he didn't need to do anything. He said leisurely, "Perhaps your strength is too low. This must be the heavenly Tao Dharma I's instinctive mechanism to defend against enemies. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult for you to subdue these puppets." Han Fei said, "I'm just afraid that some of these puppets will produce their own consciousness over the tens of thousands of years." Han Fei remembered what happened to the water immortal. If a puppet at the venerable realm appeared, it would be difficult to fight. The old turtle said, "I don't think so. The heavenly Tao Dharma I is here. Do you think it can accommodate the birth of a new consciousness? Even if it's born, it'll probably be immediately obliterated. That's why I said that. Subduing these puppets isn't difficult. It will just take a little more time. A few days will be enough." Han Fei sneered. A few days? Now, the number of puppets he perceived had exceeded 1,000. This power, even in the waterwood world, was extremely powerful. The fierce battle continued, and the inside of the yin-yang heavenly palace was riddled with holes. However, as Han Fei ran, he discovered that something was wrong. He seemed to have run to the center of the heavenly palace. He saw that in the middle of the intense fire origin, there was a large palace towering quietly. Oh? Is this palace sealed? Even the heavenly Tao Dharma I can't break the seal? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had thought that there was a palace in this place that wasn't contaminated by the heavenly Tao Dharma I. This palace was probably left to him by his mother. Therefore, without hesitation, Han Fei rammed at the seal of the palace. Generally speaking, such a seal should be able to distinguish the visitor's aura. In fact, Han Fei couldn't be sure. However, a seal wasn't enough to eat him. Therefore, without any hesitation, Han Fei crashed into it. Bang! Han Fei felt that he had hit an iron mountain. He was almost knocked out, but the seal did not weaken at all, nor could he get in easily. Bang! 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 A lot of attacks followed. Han Fei flashed and appeared 1,000 meters away, surrounding the palace. However, to Han Fei's disappointment, there was no exit on this seal. He had tried 5 or 8 times, but failed to enter it even once. Han Fei even flew to the top to take a look, but he still didn't find any entrance. The old turtle said, "Perhaps you tried the wrong way. This used to be the residence of a king, after all. You are still far away from becoming a king. Even if many people think you can become a king, you are not now. It's normal that the seal doesn't recognize you. If you have the strength, you might as well kill those puppets first. It seems that this is not something ordinary people can do. Fortunately, I didn't come until now. If I had come earlier, I would have been beaten to death by these puppets. Oh no, even if a junior venerable comes, I'm afraid he will die. Their physique is not as strong as these puppets." Bang! 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 Boom boom boom. 3 days later, Han Fei activated the war body and the swallowing technique and shattered the souls of more than 1,300 puppets in the past 3 days. Han Fei was helpless. In the past 3 days, he was simply a fighting machine, and his mental state was extremely exhausted. The spiritual fruits in Forge the Universe had been all consumed by him. If these puppets were just ordinary half-venerables, it would be fine. However, what were these things? These were all thoughtless robots that couldn't be killed. Apart from using mental attacks to solve them one by one. If he used absolute strength to fight them, he would probably be crippled long ago. However, fortunately, these were puppets. If they weren't puppets, but conscious people, he would have been killed. Swish. The area occupied by the Heavenly Palace wasn't large, probably only comparable to the Waterwood Heavenly Palace. A total of 1,302 puppets were all swept away by Han Fei. Bam! Han Fei lay on the ground, panting. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei said, "Son, daughter, swallow slowly and carefully. Swallow the spiritual energy and energy in this damn place first." Han Fei cleared the puppets. The heavenly Tao Dharma didn't do anything special either. Perhaps in the opinion of the heavenly Tao Dharma these puppets were just lackeys. Perhaps they were like ants on the ground. It didn't matter if they were gone. And the power that Han Fei showed was only that of a half-venerable, which had nothing to do with a king. Therefore, the big eye did nothing except look at Han Fei occasionally. After the battle, the endless and violent spiritual energy began to pour into Han Fei's body spontaneously. After all, Han Fei had already transcended the mortal realm, so spiritual energy and energy would automatically drill into his body. Even if Han Fei just lay there, his body would be filled with spiritual energy in half an hour. Fortunately, Little Black and Little White were standing on either side of him, sucking crazily. Swish. Han Fei had just been lying down for less than half an hour when Little Black and Little White's bodies began to tremble slightly. Han Fei was stunned. Little Black and Little White had already reached their limit. If they went any further, they would have to transcend the tribulation. Han Fei didn't know how these two little guys were going to transcend the tribulation. All this time, Han Fei had forgotten to ask this question: does the spiritual beast's tribulation have anything to do with its master? At this moment, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Evolving. Introduction: This is the descendant of the mysterious ancient Yin-Yang Sky Swallowing Fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other lives. Level, greater than 69. Quality, mysterious. Spiritual energy, evolving. Food, omnivorous. It can swallow anything. Battle technique, supreme yin-yang wheel, spirit swallowing body. Combination, twin divine technique. Remarks, the black fish is invisible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. After the two fish fuse, its combat power will increase greatly, comparable to a divine weapon. Soul power, evolving. Han Fei's heart trembled. Could it be that little black and little white were going to transcend the tribulation? No, was it really fine to transcend the tribulation in this damn place? Han Fei hurriedly said, Old Yuan, under the watch of the heavenly Tao Dharma. Will there be an accident when my spiritual beast transcends the tribulation? Han Fei had no experience in this at all. He didn't know what the heavenly Tao Dharma was or what it was meant to monitor. It was rather creepy being stared at by it. The old turtle said leisurely, how does innate Tao body transcend the tribulation? I don't know. By logic, they are innate Tao body themselves, so it's the same even if they don't transcend the tribulation. This is because they are a part of the heavenly Tao. If they transcend the tribulation, it's like the heavenly Tao is transcending itself. Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned. So? The old turtle said impatiently, I'm not omnipotent. I'm a turtle. Most of the time, turtles sleep. Besides, the world is so big, so there are limits to what I know. If a human spiritual beast needs to transcend the tribulation, its master should be able to do it in its place. This is because you are symbiotic. If your spiritual beast dies, your foundation will be greatly damaged. If the master dies, the spiritual beast will die too. Therefore, in my experience, you should be able to do it in their place. Hearing this, Han Fei was relieved. That's good. Little Black and Little White's real strength hadn't reached the level of explorers yet. If a heavenly tribulation that they couldn't defend against came, he would have to help them. Seeing that the heavenly Tao Dharma eyes had no reaction to him, Han Fei continued to lie down for a while. 2 hours passed. At this moment, Little Black and Little White had completely stopped swallowing spiritual energy and the power of fire origin. In terms of the amount they had swallowed, it might not even be 1% of the energy escaping from the entire yin-yang immortal palace. But Han Fei didn't panic at all. He let Little Black, Little White, and the others absorb it just to provide them with enough energy. More importantly, he needed to rest. After 3 days of crazy battles, his body had been hammered 1,000,000 times, and his bones were almost broken. It was almost insane for him to defeat 1,302 puppets alone. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he hadn't fully recovered yet, and he wanted to lie down for a while longer. However, Little Black and Little White's bodies suddenly began to flash. Were they really going to upgrade? Han Fei was a little stunned. Was what the old turtle said true? The innate Tao body didn't need to transcend the tribulation? Bada. All of a sudden, Han Fei raised his head, only to see the heavenly Tao Dharma blinking in the distant sky. There were flames swirling in the heavenly which seemed to have been triggered by Little Black and Little White's breakthrough. Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. He wondered if he should put away little black and little white. They could make a breakthrough at any time. They should be able to make a breakthrough in the Soul Sea. However, it felt really strange being watched by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. The old turtle said, "Don't panic. There must be a condition for this big eyeball to be triggered. You defeated so many puppets, but he didn't flare up. It's very likely that he won't attack anyone below the venerable level." Han Fei remembered that the old B***starred Ren Tianfei also said that the less power he used, the less the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye would notice him. However, Han Fei had already stood up. Once the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye detected anything, he would immediately withdraw little black and little white. At most, he would temporarily enter forge the universe. However, after several minutes, there was no response from the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. Han Fei was slightly relieved. It seemed that this thing wouldn't attack anyone below the venerable level. 1 hour, 2 hours. After another 3 hours, Han Fei saw a brilliant light twist on little black and little white, and information appeared in his eyes again. Name: Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. Introduction: This is the descendant of the mysterious ancient Yin-Yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other lives. Level greater than 70. Quality: mysterious. Chaos Chi stored 1 wisp. Food: all things can be swallowed. Battle technique: Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel, Spirit Swallowing Body. Combination: Twin Divine Technique. Soul Power Fusion, 2 hours. Remarks: the black fish is invisible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born Yin-Yang divine eyes can see it. After the 2 fish fuse, its combat power will increase greatly, comparable to a divine weapon. Huh? Just now, Han Fei had already guessed that little black and little white were making a breakthrough. Although Han Fei found it amazing that they didn't need to transcend the tribulations, little black and little white were mysterious creatures in the first place, and they were also innate Tao body. So what happened to them made sense. However, when Han Fei saw that the spiritual energy they stored turned into chaotic chi, he was immediately refreshed. All this time, Han Fei hadn't been able to obtain the chaos chi. He didn't even know what chaos chi was. However, little black and little white were 1 step ahead of him and produced the chaotic chi. Except that the stored spiritual energy became chaotic chi. After this breakthrough, the soul power numbers of little black and little white also disappeared, replaced by the precise fusion time. Soul power represented the length of time when the owner fused with his spiritual beast. In the past, when Han Fei fused with little black and little white, it would only last about less than an hour. Once he exceeded this threshold, Han Fei would feel that his mind became weak. The Twin Divine Technique was a magical technique that could even make his own body temporarily disappear. But if it was just fusion, it would last at most an hour before, but now, it doubled. This excited Han Fei. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The level up of little black and little white was completely beyond Han Fei's expectations. On this trip to the 1,000-star city, Han Fei never thought that he would have this additional gain. Back when he was deducing the soul-searching technique, the need for further deduction had turned into chaotic chi. However, he didn't know what chaotic chi was back then. However, there was no need to ask in advance. It was just like one's realm. When one reached it, he would naturally be able to understand it. It was a matter of course. If he hadn't reached his realm, forcibly reaching it would be harmful. This time, although the information of Little Black and Little White had changed after the breakthrough, no new abilities appeared, which made Han Fei rather regretful. However, Han Fei could understand it. If they could give birth to a new ability every time they upgraded, wouldn't it be unbelievable? The ability to give birth to Chaos Chi this time had far exceeded his expectations. At least, if he needed it in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about it. However, Han Fei had no time to study chaotic Chi at this moment. While Little Black and Little White were upgrading, the surrounding spiritual energy still spontaneously surged into Han Fei's body. Han Fei had thought that his body would stop absorbing it after it was full. However, in the Heavenly Palace, there was an inexplicable energy besides spiritual energy. This power was slightly spreading to his body. Besides, Han Fei felt that this power seemed to be making him manic. Heaven Enlightenment. Bang! Activating the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, Han Fei sensed the explosive power all over his body and hurriedly said, "Old Yuan, did I accidentally swallow the Chaos Chi?" In Han Fei's opinion, ordinary spiritual energy and energy wouldn't make his body swell. Or, there could only be another unknown energy here. He had been fighting for 3 days and hadn't noticed the crazy outburst of spiritual energy and energy. Now that the battle was over, the problem appeared. When he was in the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, he had never encountered such a situation. It might be because that he had only been in the Waterwood Heavenly Palace for a short period of time. After all, that wasn't his territory. The old turtle said, "No, the chaotic Chi can't be absorbed easily. What you absorbed was probably the corrosive power of the Big Eye. Those mutated puppets might have been corroded by this power." Hiss. F***ck, why didn't you tell me earlier? The old turtle said leisurely, "There's no rush. This kind of power takes a long time to corrupt your body. It won't work if it's too short." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He didn't want to absorb this power at all. However, even if he didn't, they were still drilling into his body. Fortunately, he had dispersed this power with the help of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Otherwise, his body would have exploded. The heavenly Tao Dharma didn't seem to be anything good. Although it hadn't attacked him yet, Han Fei didn't want to be exposed to it forever. When all the puppets were killed and thrown into Forge the Universe, except for the heavenly Tao Dharma the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace was still enveloped in violent spiritual energy and chaotic fire origin energy. However, they were not a threat. Han Fei had plenty of time to find the entrance to the palace. Han Fei felt that the entrance should be covered by an array. Therefore, he could try every area of the palace. Of course, this stupid method was only Han Fei's guess. What if the location of the entrance is changeable? Then it would be useless even if he tried every area of it. Indeed, Han Fei was helpless too. After all, after searching for so long, he didn't find any clue. After trying for a few more hours, Han Fei still couldn't find the entrance to the palace. This seal wasn't open to him. Therefore, Han Fei had to look at other places in the heavenly palace. Because his perception was ineffective, Han Fei could only search slowly. Perhaps the previous battle was too violent, or the previous battle here was very crazy, causing the surface of this floating island to be in a mess. Han Fei estimated that if this floating island hadn't been nurtured by the essence of the world and was extremely hard, it would have been shattered by that ancient battle. As far as he could see, everything seemed to have been gnawed by a dog. Han Fei cleared them one place after another and piled up the gravel and mud. Again. Even these seemingly worthless things couldn't be stored and forge the universe. Han Fei grabbed a handful of mud and felt it, only to find that the mud also contained a lot of spiritual energy. Hiss! Han Fei exclaimed, "Is this mud? It's more like medicine." Eating a mouthful of this kind of mud is probably comparable to eating an ordinary spiritual fruit. It took Han Fei 2 days to clean up about 1/3 of the surface of the floating island like a sweeping robot. At this moment, Han Fei was standing before a weird cave. It was more like a huge square than a hole. After all, this hole was too big. Han Fei circled many times before he realized that this extremely huge hole seemed to have been smashed open by something. This big hole had existed for a long time, and it seemed to be a different world inside. Now, it blocked Han Fei's vision, or Han Fei felt that what he saw was just an illusion. "It seems that I have to go in and take a look." Han Fei felt that he would probably find something after entering the cave. As for what was inside? Where could the big hole lead to? Han Fei didn't know. Perhaps this was his destination. After all, he had been searching for so many days without finding anything. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers, having a bad feeling. The old turtle said, "Since you're already here, you'll have to go down." Han Fei said casually, "I'm considering a question." The old turtle, "What?" Han Fei looked up at the heavenly Tao Dharma eye. "Do you think it's transformed from the heavenly Tao, or is it controlled by someone behind the scenes?" The old turtle froze for a moment and chuckled. "Of course it's transformed from the heavenly Tao. This yin-yang immortal palace violates the rules of the heavenly Tao and creates a big problem for the world. So the rules of the heavenly Tao should pay some attention to it, right? If it's man-made, what's the purpose of the strong master staying here? After all, the strong's time is limited. If it's a strong master, why would they have the time to keep staring here?" Han Fei said, "If it's transformed from the heavenly Tao, what exactly is the heavenly Tao? Is it a person?" The old turtle said, "Are you out of your mind? You have to go down anyway. Why don't you kill this big eyeball? If you do, no one will look at you." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. However, he could do nothing right now. When Han Fei stepped into the seal, he felt as if he had entered the 8 diagrams alchemy furnace of Elder Grand Supreme again. The surrounding temperature was too high. This damn temperature was more than twice as high as the outside. He felt that his skin was unable to withstand the heat. However, this was not all. Han Fei looked around and felt he seemed to be in a barrier, which was made of gray matter and couldn't be seen from the outside. Han Fei casually punched out and imprinted the invincible fist on the barrier. However, the power of the fist mark was directly absorbed by the gray seal. After all, this was the territory of a king. Although it was his mother's territory, the danger was not low at all. Han Fei didn't intend to let Little Black absorb the flames. This space seemed too big and the power of fire was too powerful. Even if Little Black kept absorbing the flames, it couldn't be absorbed up in 1 or 2 days. It was not that Han Fei felt it was a waste of time, but that he should strike while the iron was hot. The remaining half-drop of origin water might be below if it wasn't in the palace. he couldn't enter the palace at all. If the half-drop of origin water was left here, why not swallow it first? After he became a venerable, his strength would increase greatly, and even if he encountered trouble, it would be a great help to him, right? Hanfei quickly dove more than 50 kilometers, and when there was only fire origin left, he said, sure enough, this is a secret realm space, an independent small world. If it's still on the floating island, I'm afraid the floating island will be penetrated. The old turtle said, the heavenly secrets are in chaos here. The heavenly Tao. Dharma eyes outside probably can't see in. Hanfei asked in surprise, really? It can see the entire Inyang world but can't see anything here? The old turtle said, the heavenly secrets are in chaos here, which means that this space is a land of chaos. That thing just looks like an eye, not a real eye. It didn't even care when you fought right in front of it. It's a kind of supervision of the heavenly Tao. How can it observe the land of chaos? Shoot. Hanfei was chatting with the old turtle when a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in his eyes. More importantly, the dragon head was still staring at him, which startled Hanfei. Hanfei punched out, and at least a third of the energy in his body was concentrated in this punch. Apart from being taken aback by the dragon's sudden appearance, Hanfei immediately recognized that this was the corpse the Azure Dragon Phantom in the ideal palace was looking for. Hanfei was not surprised to see this corpse. It wasn't without reason that the soul of the Azure Dragon appeared in the ideal palace. Although he couldn't distinguish whether it was his friend or enemy, at least on the island in the Waterwood world, humans and dragons seemed to be on opposite sides. Therefore, the appearance of the Azure Dragon's soul in the ideal palace could only mean that he had been imprisoned by his mother. Then, they reached a certain agreement. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Azure Dragon's soul to have a golden page. From the looks of it, the golden page was a test for him. Wasn't the secret realm the same? Since the soul of the Azure Dragon was imprisoned, what about this corpse? Without the support of the soul, what was the use of this corpse? Although they hadn't entered a real battle yet, Hanfei's guess was correct. It was indeed the corpse of that dragon. The head of the dragon was not aimed at him, but drooped to the side. Huff. Hanfei patted his chest. Humph, no soul. It's just a corpse. The old turtle asked, are you going to return it to the dragon? Hanfei immediately sneered. Return? Why should I return the dragon corpse? I've already got? Anyway, I've got the golden page. The old turtle seemed to have foreseen it and knew that it was impossible for Hanfei to return it. Now, he was probably thinking about how to make use of this dragon corpse. Hanfei quickly dashed over. The dragon corpse curled up in a circle, with its head and tail connected. In the center of this circle, a small glass bottle floated, and Hanfei could even see liquid in the bottle. Origin water. Hanfei's eyes glittered, and his hand reached for the bottle. However, the dragon corpse suddenly trembled. The moment Hanfei grabbed the origin water, the dragon corpse suddenly came back to life and whipped its tail at Hanfei. Hanfei's expression changed drastically. He was about to twist the void, only to find that the space he was in had been confined. Sacrificing punch. Rumble. Hanfei was whipped thousands of meters away. At this moment, Hanfei moved his arms and made clicking sounds. Hanfei gritted his teeth. Even the corpse is so strong? Mother, you really overestimated me. Get a dragon corpse to protect the origin water? Damn it. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. At the moment when the ancient dragon corpse woke up, Han Fei felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. This big head couldn't be easy to deal with. Han Fei didn't know what his mother was thinking. She had never thought of lowering the difficulty for him. After all, it was already extremely difficult for him to reach the heavenly palace. At this time, the old turtle said, "This dragon corpse has been refined for tens of thousands of years. Its physical strength might not be weaker than yours." Han Fei's heart sank. From the power of the blow just now, he had already felt that the azure dragon was very powerful. Its body was so big that a casual shake of its tail was not something ordinary people could withstand. Besides, this ancient azure dragon corpse was clearly used as a guardian in order to prevent anyone from stealing the Origin's water. But since the azure dragon ancient corpse was acting as a guard, its strength obviously couldn't exceed the king realm. Besides, his mother must have considered his combat power before she left this dragon corpse here. If she left a half-king behind, he wouldn't be able to beat it. Han Fei thought that it was possible. If he defeated a half-king, wouldn't it prove that he had the potential to become a king? However, if it was so difficult to take the half-drop of Origin water, then his mother should have told him when he took the half-drop in the sea quelling painting. Even if she didn't say it back then, she could have told him back in the sky meditation garden. Han Fei took a deep breath and thought to himself, perhaps this ancient dragon corpse is not as powerful as I thought. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water turned into 10,000 knife lights and swept out. Clang, clang, clang. After only a few experiments, Han Fei discovered that the infinity water was ineffective against this ancient azure dragon corpse. It could be seen that its physique had reached an unimaginable level. Roar. A dragon roar erupted, the void trembled, and the sound waves, like soul injections, rushed straight into Han Fei's mind. Heavenly God stab. Han Fei waved his hand and held the embroidery needle in his hand. He gathered his spiritual power on it and launched the heavenly God stab. Bang! The dragon's tail swayed, the void exploded, and billowing ripples rushed in all directions. In an instant, his soul attack disappeared without a trace, as if a stone had fallen into the sea. The power he used was clearly weaker than this ancient blue dragon corpse. It was quite difficult to fight a creature of the dragon race who had the same physique as him. And this was only the corpse of the azure dragon. If it had a soul, who knew how powerful it would be? In just a few seconds, through 2 tests, Han Fei confirmed some information. Its physique is not stronger than mine, but its strength is definitely greater than mine. Its strength is about that of an advanced venerable to a peak level venerable. Its fighting purely based on its body's instinctive will. The only belief of this ancient azure dragon corpse is probably to guard this half-drop of Origin water. So, Han Fei put on a smile. If that's the case, it's just a bluff. Sure enough, if he guessed right, the ancient azure dragon corpse was either threatened by his mother or had reached an agreement with her. According to Han Fei's current estimation, even if this azure dragon was alive, it was at most a half-king. It might be relatively strong among the half-kings, but it should still be one step away from sea establishment. Buzz. Han Fei twisted the space and tried to appear next to the Origin water with the star teleportation technique. However, when he was less than 100 meters away from the Origin water, with a bang, Han Fei was bounced away, and a golden spherical seal blocked Han Fei's way. Even the star teleportation technique was sealed in that range. Roar. The dragon roared, and Han Fei's head hurt. He could only resist it with the soul-controlling array and dodge it again. As if angered by Han Fei's sudden crossing, the dragon corpse took the initiative to attack. Its huge body began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. Caw caw caw. When the azure dragon corpse shrank, thousands of dragon scales fell off from its body. Swish. 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 The scales danced and weaved into a net. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. After all, this power was at most in the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei's body dodged like a phantom. Even if the dragon scales fell on him, they only made clanking sounds. This was the same reason that Han Fei used the infinity water to sweep the ancient azure dragon corpse. Neither of them could beat the other. Swish. Han Fei's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on the back of the ancient azure dragon corpse. Because he didn't feel any soul power surging from the dragon corpse, Han Fei was certain that the only power this thing could use to attack the soul was the dragon roar. His soul power wasn't weak. Therefore, although the dragon roar posed some threat to him, it wasn't high. Although Ren Tianfei said that his soul power wasn't very high and there was still a lot of room for growth, that was only relative to the old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. If the real body of the azure dragon was here, Han Fei wouldn't have stood on it so casually. However, it was just a corpse after all. Han Fei looked around and said to the old turtle, "Old Yuan, help me see whether there is anything wrong about this dragon corpse. There must be something that can break the seal." The old turtle said, "Are you so sure that the way to remove the seal lies with this dragon corpse?" Han Fei smiled and said, "It can only be on it. If the guardian doesn't hold the key, what's the significance of the guardian's existence? The key will be to be given to someone in the end. The guardian can't just hunt every person who comes." The old turtle pondered for a moment. "Have you forgotten that dragons have dragon balls?" With a thought, Han Fei let the infinity water and the dragon scales collide. Space distorted, and he appeared in front of the dragon's mouth. Roar. The stinky dragon roar instantly sprayed on Han Fei's face. However, layers of soul-guarding arrays appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body one after another. Taking advantage of the dragon roar, Han Fei drilled directly into the dragon's mouth. At that moment, the void lines turned into more than 300 and surged out, drilling into the corpse of the azure dragon. Han Fei raised his hands and opened the dragon mouth that was about to close. Roar. The sharp teeth were tougher and sharper than dragon scales. Han Fei held the two dragon teeth with both hands, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, this dragon turned into a small dragon. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hold a single tooth." Even so, Han Fei's hands were dripping with blood. Out of instinct, the dragon opened and closed its mouth. Han Fei's fist marks bombarded the dragon's mouth. The void lines had drilled into the dragon's body, and Han Fei was slightly relieved when he found a pearl shining with red light. For a moment, all the void lines were attached. The void lines could not only control the soul, but also fish. After all, they were also a kind of fishing line. When Han Fei grabbed the dragon ball, the dragon seemed to be enraged, and its body immediately enlarged. But Han Fei sneered and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. Grow larger. An azure dragon without a soul was just a big sea snake. Except for the fact That its physique might have reached the level of a half-king, it couldn't do anything. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for such an ancient dragon corpse to guard a treasure. At the very least, if there was really a junior or intermediate venerable, he would probably be ruthlessly crushed. There was no need to reason with him. Puff. Han Fei reached out, grabbed the dragon ball brought by the void lines, and grabbed the embroidery needle. Activating the star teleportation, he appeared outside the seal. When the seal lit up, Han Fei pushed the dragon pearl forward and slipped into the seal. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Old Yuan, how did you know that the key was the dragon ball?" The old turtle said disdainfully, "Isn't it obvious? The only thing in this whole dragon that can be immortal is the dragon ball. It's easy to guess." Han Fei smiled. "However, this dragon pearl is smooth and dim. It seems to be covered in dust. I'm afraid it won't be easy to repair." As he spoke, Han Fei had already walked to the half-drop of origin water. The azure dragon ancient corpse stopped moving at this moment. There was no telling whether it was stunned or killed after the dragon ball was taken off. At this moment, the ancient corpse of the azure dragon was lying on the ground like a salted fish and didn't look alive at all. After looking around and making sure that his mother's soul mark wasn't around, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the small bottle. This process went surprisingly smoothly. The bottle was still slightly cold, which didn't match the environment here. Huff. Han Fei grinned. Last time, half a drop of Origin's water sent him to the peak of a hidden fissure, and the power of his soul was sent to the law enforcer realm. That was the stage where he grew the fastest. However, at that time, he was still very weak. It was only natural that the Origin's water had such a great effect. He wondered what the effects of the remaining half-drop of Origin's water would be. Gulp. With the previous experience, Han Fei directly swallowed the Origin water. Previously, Han Fei had clearly known that he should have reached the limit of the explorer realm. He had even cultivated the indestructible golden body. If he wanted to become stronger, he could only continue to fuse his soul into the golden body, cast the immortal soul, and continue to cultivate the indestructible overlord body. Han Fei had never dared to practice this technique because the war on the Scattered Stars Island was imminent, and he couldn't waste the power of his soul. Once his soul fused with his golden body, he didn't have enough ownerless souls to replenish it. Even if he did, it was impossible for the ownerless souls to be completely absorbed by him at once. If he cultivated it, it would inevitably cause his soul power to be greatly reduced. When he split half of his soul to his avatar, Han Fei had already experienced the drawback of the big drop in soul power. His overall strength was reduced by more than 30%, and his soul power was much weaker. If he encountered ordinary opponents, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if he encountered strong opponents, it would be extremely dangerous. If his strength weakened a bit. At this moment, while swallowing the Origin water, Han Fei initiated the cultivation of the indestructible overlord body. What Han Fei wanted to cultivate was the immortal soul. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Different from last time, this time, after taking the Origin water, Han Fei's soul power had a huge improvement. However, Han Fei didn't know how much this improvement was for the time being. Now, Han Fei was going to practice the immortal soul, which was a very important moment. Han Fei knew very well that this was the only way for him to continue to improve himself as an explorer. Roar. As soon as this technique was used, Han Fei felt a splitting headache. Different from the pain of tempering the body in the past, the cultivation method of the immortal soul was to crush and penetrate a large amount of soul power into the golden body, nourishing and entangling with the power of the golden body. To put it more simply, Han Fei had attached a layer of soul power to every corner of his golden body with the power of his soul. This part of the power would gradually fuse with the golden body, and then it would never be taken back. And this was just the beginning. After that, the power of the soul would fuse into the flesh and the skin. Of course, this was all in the future. This kind of consumption of soul wasn't at all easier than splitting half of his soul to his avatar. Han Fei even felt that the final outcome might be a little more serious. It could be foreseen that if Han Fei chose to enter the venerable realm now, with the help of the origin water, his strength would only become extremely strong after entering the venerable realm. However, if he used the power of the origin's water on the explorer realm, then, after entering the venerable realm, he might not be able to quickly improve his realm. In terms of strength, he might be relatively weak. Of course, this was all Han Fei's own guess. He didn't know the specific improvement until he cultivated it. Buzz. Han Fei felt that his soul was quickly being extracted, and the part of the power that was extracted seemed to be sealed in his golden body. When his soul was attached to his golden body, Han Fei felt that his control over his body seemed to be changing. His soul was constantly being consumed. In the origin water, there was also a large amount of soul power filling Han Fei's soul sea. Han Fei was greatly relieved. As he expected, the soul power contained in this half drop of origin water was surprisingly high. After all, the effect of obtaining the origin's water would be different at different stages. Now, soul power was no longer a problem. However, another problem came. Han Fei felt that his body began to swell. Han Fei cultivated the immortal soul, but it had nothing to do with the body. Originally, the origin's water not only increased the power of the soul, but also had a great effect on the body. Han Fei's indestructible golden body was already very strong. In fact, Han Fei's golden blood and skin had surpassed the category of ordinary humans. Every drop of Han Fei's blood and every cell could absorb power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But now, with the infusion of the origin water, the energy in Han Fei's body was almost full. Even though he had the indestructible golden body, he still couldn't withstand such a huge energy shock. The old turtle said in surprise, "This drop of water contains so much energy? It's even richer than the blood of a king. It's comparable to the blood of an emperor, isn't it?" Han Fei had no time to talk to the old turtle at this moment. He had just begun to cultivate the indestructible overlord body. If he couldn't release the energy, he could only choose to break through and become a venerable after his body expanded to a certain stage. 100 seconds passed. Han Fei's body doubled in size. After that, it still kept expanding at this speed. Finally, Han Fei couldn't hold it anymore after his body expanded to 6 times its normal size. He gradually fell into a daze. And the bottleneck of entering the venerable realm had already begun to loosen, as if reminding Han Fei to break through. Because he had started to cultivate the indestructible overlord body, Han Fei didn't feel that his soul power had been strengthened at all. This was easy to understand. After all, these souls had all gone to nourish the body. This was the first time Han Fei cultivated the immortal soul. If he didn't have the Origin water, his soul would probably be sucked up. If there was consumption, there must be a return. Otherwise, with Han Fei's personality, he wouldn't waste the power of his soul so much. After another 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that his body was about to explode. Like a balloon. The old turtle hadn't been worried at first. However, when he saw the expansion of Han Fei's body, he realized that Han Fei had been trying his best to hold himself back from making a breakthrough. Why was he still holding himself back at this last moment? The old turtle roared in panic, "Hey, hey! Han Fei, are you crazy? You'll blow yourself up if you keep doing this. Do you really think you're invincible? Stop. Stop." However, Han Fei didn't listen to him at all. Han Fei heard what the old turtle said, but he really wanted to say to the old turtle, "You haven't walked the path of invincibility at all, nor have the indestructible golden body at this time. Therefore, you can't understand my feelings at all. Although I look like I'm going to explode, I can still hold on. At least, there's still some space for me." Han Fei knew it very well. A moment later. Sizzle. All of a sudden, Han Fei discovered that his golden bones seemed to be smoking. The brilliant golden color was fading slightly, and it seemed to be wrapped in a faint blue color. Buzz. At the moment this faint blue color appeared, the terrifying energy in Han Fei's body seemed to find a vent as it frantically surged towards Han Fei's golden skeleton. As if the dry land needed rain, Han Fei's body began to shrink. 6 times. 5 times. 4 times. When Han Fei's body shrank to twice its normal size, a cracking sound suddenly appeared in Han Fei's mind. At that moment, Han Fei was shocked. Han Fei sensed that his barrier was showing signs of cracking. The old turtle was dumbfounded. The half-venerable realm is already unable to accommodate your body and soul, so it actually took the initiative to open the barrier for you? At this moment, Han Fei felt that most of the power of the Origin's water had been consumed, and he had reached the end of the Explorer realm. At the last moment of the half-venerable realm, Han Fei glanced at the data, and information appeared in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 79, half-venerable. Spiritual energy, 420,000/420,000. Chaos energy, untransformed. Spiritual power, 49,098/79,999, damaged. Perception range, 10,000 kilometers. Strength, 2,498 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 70. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. At that moment, Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, there was no such thing as the limit. As long as he could continue to walk on, there was a way. However, at this moment, Han Fei's body, from spiritual heritages to his body and soul, could only accommodate him to this level in the realm of a half. Venerable. Any more and he might explode. Han Fei understood that there was no room for him to go further now. Han Fei no longer cared about the improvement of spiritual energy. His spiritual power was reduced instead of increased. Even with the Origin's water, he couldn't replenish it. However, although there was a gap, it wasn't much. His perception hadn't changed at all. In terms of strength, it had increased by nearly 600 waves. Seeing this number, Han Fei was surprised at first, but then he grinned. In the past, the power of one wave made him envious. But now, his strength had increased by 600 waves. What did this mean? Now he could easily kill a few explorers with a wave of his hand. At this moment, there was no time for Han Fei to cultivate the God-scaring painting. Otherwise, if he visualized this painting, he might be able to replenish his soul power. The next step was even more important, becoming a venerable. The moment the bottleneck was broken, the energy in Han Fei's body was already being consumed frantically. Originally, the power provided by the origin water exceeded his limits. Now, the power provided by the origin water suddenly began to be insufficient. Han Fei's double body size shrank at a visible speed like a deflated ball. In less than 100 seconds, Han Fei had returned to his normal size. His body shrank, and the remaining energy supply of the origin water, although powerful, was still not enough to support Han Fei's rapid breakthrough. Even Han Fei was a little surprised. It seemed that after he advanced to the next level, his energy consumption was greater. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, with a thought from Han Fei, more than 500 energy fruits flew out of Forge the Universe. Bang! 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 The energy fruits exploded one after another. Pure power crazily poured into his body under Han Fei's swallowing technique. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the world seemed to be different. His eyes seemed to be plated with a mysterious power. With a casual glance, he could penetrate thousands of miles of the void. The space around him was no longer as mysterious as before. Han Fei suddenly felt that the invisible dust seemed to contain a whole universe inside. Han Fei saw a speck of mist magnifying infinitely in front of his eyes. He could feel every drop of blood and every wisp of soul in his body. This was a mysterious feeling. When he was still an explorer, Han Fei had already felt the power of blood rebirth, but it wasn't very clear at that time. But now, Han Fei seemed to understand it all at once. It seemed that his vitality was everywhere. Broken limb regeneration? Blood rebirth? That was simply his body's instinct. In addition to this, Han Fei could even see that there was an inexplicable particle floating between the heavens and earth, which was countless times smaller than spiritual energy particles. It seemed to be a kind of energy. They were shuttling around wantonly. Although there weren't many of them. Unlike spiritual energy that filled the entire world, they still existed. It's smaller and more flexible than spiritual energy particles? Suddenly, Han Fei realized something. Chaos energy? All of this happened at the moment he became a venerable. But what happened next made Han Fei lose again. In Han Fei's body, a black line appeared out of nowhere, which appeared directly in Han Fei's heart. Blackness was spreading, quickly filling Han Fei's soul and sea of consciousness. The moment they appeared, the old turtle was completely blocked. The deepest secrets of his body completely blocked the old turtle's perception in the darkness. Plop, plop. With every beat of Han Fei's heart, a black thread began to entangle in Han Fei's body. Gradually, all kinds of black threads covered Han Fei's body, from his mind to his flesh and blood, and even in some places, completely overlapping with his spiritual heritage. At this moment, even Han Fei didn't know that he was undergoing an extremely weird mutation. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. After a long time, Han Fei was still caught in an extremely weird change. A spiritual heritage that was completely different appeared in his body. What Han Fei didn't know was that the power in the half-drop of origin water might have other purposes. However, he had used this power to explore the explorer's limit. Therefore, when the complete black spiritual heritage appeared, the tens of thousands of spiritual fruits in Han Fei's body, including those ultra-quality ones, were all shattered. They all turned into terrifying energy, boosting the appearance of the black spiritual heritage. This energy formed layers of thick calluses inside and outside Han Fei's body. It seemed that the energy had reached the point of overflowing and solidifying. However, the old turtle, who was blocked, couldn't perceive anything, but he was horrified to feel that Han Fei's body seemed to have undergone some extremely weird changes. There seemed to be waves surging in the outside world, and he, like a young turtle, couldn't control his own body. The surging energy outside, like a river tide, was shaking, although this turbulence was slowly decreasing at an invisible speed. And then it seemed to have been swallowed by Han Fei. It might have been hours or a day. In short, it shouldn't be more than a day. In Han Fei's Forge the Universe, this pure energy was exhausted. However, the black spiritual heritage was still growing, still devouring energy. Crack! Almost subconsciously, the seal that enveloped Han Fei suddenly shattered. The fire origin power that filled this secret realm instantly enveloped Han Fei. And Han Fei's body was like a desert, in desperate need of energy spring water. Han Fei subconsciously activated the absorption technique, and infinite energy continued to surge at him. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days passed. Han Fei seemed to have a long dream. In the dream, his thoughts were taken into another mysterious world. This reminded him of the scene when he first awakened his talent. He seemed to be sitting in the spirit awakening fluid again, and a film appeared in front of him again. The demon purification pot slowly revolved in his sea of consciousness. However, there were already 3 vines on it. However, Han Fei didn't notice the change of the demon purification pot. As if in a dream, Han Fei's consciousness was placed in the film. On the other side of the thin film, there seemed to be many creatures. However, he was on the other side of the mist and couldn't see clearly what was on the other side of the film. Han Fei was still wondering if he should have another spiritual beast. There was no telling if he was thinking too slowly or what. Han Fei was quite confused. Now he only had one belief: the creatures on the opposite side, come here. Han Fei could see many shadows in the film. These shadows seemed to all try to pass through the film and reach his side. But suddenly, a weird shadow appeared. The shadow seemed to have claws or something. Suddenly, it appeared in front of the film. Chi La. Han Fei could also feel that the claws suddenly tore other creatures into pieces. At first, only one creature was torn apart, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have become a slaughter, and many creatures were torn apart. Watching from the side, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. He only felt that the spiritual beast opposite him was really cruel. After only a moment, there was nothing on the opposite side except the spiritual beast. It seemed that no other spiritual beast dared to approach it. Pfft! All of a sudden, Han Fei saw that the film was stabbed into a cone by a sharp spike as if it would be broken at any time. The creature on the opposite side seemed to be trying very hard to pierce this thin film. Seeing this, out of curiosity, Han Fei slowly extended his finger, wondering if he could touch the creature on the opposite side or something. Bow. When Han Fei's finger touched the sharp object, the film suddenly broke. A black claw extended over There were 3 claws in the front and 1 in the back. Each of the claws was as sharp as a steel knife. The claws and legs were black all over, but they looked extremely powerful and fatal. Han Fei was stunned. The claws grabbed up, down, left, and right. After a few slashes, a hole was torn open with difficulty. When the creature came over, Han Fei was even more dumbfounded. "Is this a raven?" Hearing Han Fei call him a raven, the black bird pounced on him and poked him with its beak. However, after passing through this film, it was no longer the original it. Therefore, at this moment, the strength of this little raven was almost negligible. As it poked Han Fei's body, the fire flashed and clinked. Seeing that it couldn't injure Han Fei, the bird stopped. It flapped its wings and screamed. At this moment, Han Fei's consciousness was slowly retreating from this space. However, in his dizziness, he seemed to hear a bird screaming as if it was stabbed. However, Han Fei, whose mind was in a mess, couldn't care less why there was a bird screaming. Different from Han Fei, when this bird cry sounded, the sky above the entire thousand-star city, or to be exact, the entire Inyang world, was covered with black clouds. At the same time, this scream resounded throughout the world. All the venerables and explorers in the thousand-star city raised their heads and looked at the sky. Black clouds enveloped the sky, and an ear-piercing bird cry shook the world. This wasn't a good sign. Someone murmured, 10 years ago, there was a weird scream that rang 3 times. Is it coming again? Someone was surprised. What is it this time? Someone pinched his fingers and calculated, but even though his face was bleeding, he couldn't figure out anything. It seemed that everything about this cry had the ability to throw the world into chaos. Shueishenqi and the others on the Scattered Stars Island frowned. In the boundless sea, there were furious tides, and in the sky, there were heavy black clouds, which didn't seem to symbolize anything good. In the Marshal's mansion, Shueishenqi said, "Tell everyone to be vigilant. This is not a good sign." The Star Turtle couldn't help but ask, "Are we going to war?" "I'm just temporarily replacing Han Fei. You know, I don't have the ability to fight a war," Shueishenqi said with an ugly expression, "since he handed this matter to you instead of me, do you think he is stupid? Or do you think I am stupid?" After Shueishenqi left, the Star Turtle heaved a sigh. "I've exposed too much. An excellent turtle is indeed coveted." In the vast sea, the black evil conch king was hiding somewhere near the wall of death, with a venerable. At this moment, the black evil conch king said, casually, 10 years ago, a sound echoed in the sky. We could hear it in the restricted areas. This time, it's similar. It seems that something else has happened in the human world. Someone said, King, the human race is in chaos. It's obvious. Those human venerables can't stay on the Scattered Stars Island all the time, right? The black evil conch king shook his head slightly. My true body is not here. Now, even if there are twice or even twice as many people, it's useless. Wait. In the level 3 fishery, on a dragon boat, in a small restaurant, a refined man and a black-robed man were drinking tea. Ah. All of a sudden, the elegant man trembled, and the teacup in his hand shattered into pieces and vanished. Opposite the elegant man, Black Robe shivered too and asked, tentatively, Emperor Sparrow? The elegant man nodded slightly. It seems that this is something we didn't expect. We thought that it was already a miracle that he had a twin yin yang. spirit-swallowing fish, but now it seems that, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow has completely exceeded my expectations. Blackrobe cursed in a low voice, son of AB*TCH, Han Guanqiu, isn't your son's talent and luck too good? An Emperor Sparrow. This doesn't belong to our world at all, right? This elegant man was Han Fei's father. At this moment, he didn't look very happy. He said, to be precise, it's not a creature that should appear in this era at all. Even in the 36 mystic worlds that extend hundreds of millions of miles, it's very difficult for this thing to appear. This black-robed figure was naturally patriarch thug, Li Daxian. He cursed, "Why are you being so mysterious? I hate this bad habit of yours the most. I know you just want to show off. What's wrong with your son being outstanding? Do you think he'll steal your thunder?" A teacup appeared in Han Guanqiu's hand again. He picked up the teapot and made himself another cup of tea. You only know its name, but you don't know. In the history of time, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow will bring about a storm of blood. Among the thousands of races in the world, it is regarded as a symbol of disaster. Blackrobe sneered. I don't know about disasters. I only know that your son is one of a kind. Hearing what Blackrobe said, Han Guanqiu couldn't help but grin. That's true. It's an Emperor Sparrow, but so what? He's my son after all. Han Fei's thinking seemed to have experienced a long time, or maybe only an extremely short time. Obviously, he couldn't distinguish it himself. Han Fei didn't come back to himself until he felt hungry. At this moment, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that all the available energy fruits in Forge the Universe, as well as the various creatures he had painstakingly collected, had been consumed at the moment he became a venerable. The origin water could no longer provide any energy or soul. At this moment, he had already become a venerable. If it weren't for the massive amount of spiritual energy from Forge the Universe still entering his body, Han Fei would have forgotten that he was breaking through to be a venerable. Phew. Seeing that the surrounding seal had been broken, Han Fei knew that the fire origin power in this secret realm was providing energy to his cultivation. And the power of the origin water seemed to have been exhausted. At this moment, he couldn't feel it at all. At this moment, although he had already entered the venerable realm, the breakthrough wasn't over yet. Han Fei sat cross-legged and continued to absorb the fire origin energy. Fortunately, he had enough resources. If an ordinary person entered the venerable realm, the resources he had would probably be enough for them to enter the venerable realm 5 or 8 times. The momentum around Han Fei was also rapidly increasing. After a full hour, when Han Fei felt that it was difficult for spiritual energy to promote his strength, he frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Huh? The effect of spiritual energy is so low. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei seemed to forget what he had done in his dizziness. In fact, when he swallowed the origin water last time, he was in a coma for a long time. Han Fei estimated that the situation this time should be the same as last time. When he advanced to the venerable realm, Han Fei was so concentrated that he didn't look at his information. After all, the result was the same no matter when he checked it. In any case, he had already become a venerable. When he first heard about the venerable realm, he was still in the heavenly water village. At that time, to him, the venerable realm was still an extremely mysterious realm. Han Fei felt that the use of spiritual energy had slowed down, and the fluctuations of his own strength were very restrained. All this showed that he had entered a new realm. In fact, Han Fei had woken up because the spiritual energy in his body, even after being liquefied, was not enough to advance his strength. All this time, the human body would become hungry if it lacked spiritual energy. It was common sense even for fishers. At this moment, Han Fei certainly sensed it too. However, in the venerable realm, the improvement of spiritual energy on the body was minimal. If it was useful now, it would definitely be chaotic qi. However, this was what Han Fei lacked now. At this time, Han Fei didn't stop cultivating but tried to disassemble the spiritual energy. After all, the disassembling degree of 70% of the venerable realm was not a joke. Of course, Han Fei was also very confident. After all, he was going to become a king. At this moment, Han Fei's body seemed to be burning. He was using the scorching power in this small world to quickly and deconstruct a large amount of spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy was disassembled to 50%, Han Fei discovered that some power began to escape from the spiritual energy. This was not the power revealed by the spiritual energy itself, but the power of the great Tao contained in the spiritual energy. When Han Fei's spiritual energy disassembled to 72%, his cultivation efficiency doubled. However, Han Fei was still unsatisfied, because the method of slowly improving the soul, strength, and physique through disassembling spiritual energy was still too slow. Han Fei could roughly feel that if he cultivated with enough effort, spiritual spring and energy storage, the efficiency and physical strength of a whole day might not even be 1/10,000th of his current strength. It could be said that it was far from enough. In other words, if he wanted to double his strength with spiritual energy again, then even the fastest would probably take 30 years. Hiss. Bang. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy and energy vortex around Han Fei were shattered by Han Fei. This speed was too slow. However, if his strength was doubled, it would only be from level 80 to level 81, or level 82. He couldn't even reach the peak of the junior venerable realm, yet it would take him 30 years? Who could possibly endure this? Even if he used Forge the Universe to accelerate, it would still take him 15 years. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Right, could the time in Forge the universe change correspondingly as he became venerable? Thinking about that, Han Fei closed his eyes and looked at the gray mist in the demon purification pot. As he looked around, he saw the number 2/128 under the time chain in the void. It meant that time in Forge the Universe was twice as slow as outside. However, what really excited Han Fei was that there was a word upgradable behind the time chain. Oh. Han Fei clicked on the word, only to receive a reply immediately. The message said that to upgrade the time chain, one needed a wisp of chaotic qi. When he saw the news, Han Fei was stunned for a moment. *CK, it wasn't easy for him to accumulate a massive amount of spiritual spring and spiritual fruits, but once he became a venerable, he found that spiritual energy was no longer useful. However, could a wisp of chaotic qi upgrade the time chain? Han Fei certainly couldn't miss such a good thing. Although Han Fei didn't know how precious the chaotic qi was, it was nothing compared to the total amount of chaotic qi needed for the entire venerable realm. Once the effect of the time chain increased a little bit, even if it doubled or tripled, it would save him a lot of time. It was equivalent to reducing the task that he had to complete for 30 years to 10 years. This sounded crazy enough. Besides, Little White could produce chaotic chi now. Besides, she could produce one wisp at a time. God help me. Hanfei was overjoyed and summoned Little Black and Little White. He immediately hugged Little White and kissed her hard. Daughter, give Daddy a wisp of chaotic chi. Hanfei knew that this would probably scare the old turtle. However, he had no choice. After all, he needed to use chaotic chi. Even if he didn't let the old turtle know now, he would probably know it in the future. But to Hanfei's surprise, the old turtle didn't ask anything. Hanfei got curious and asked, Old Yuan, what are you doing? Nothing happened. When I became a venerable, right? The old turtle almost burst into tears, but he managed to hold himself back. And said, well, you do your own thing first. I have something to think about. Although Hanfei was puzzled, why did the old turtle suddenly change his attitude? However, at this moment, he was too busy thinking about the time chain to consider so many things. In Hanfei's sea of consciousness, the old turtle's body was trembling slightly. If Hanfei came over to take a look, he would find that the old turtle seemed to be very scared. The old turtle's eyes flickered, and he muttered in his heart, is that an emperor sparrow? An emperor sparrow. Is my life destined to be so rough? An emperor sparrow. I fell on a random person, and he just awakened an emperor sparrow? This question seemed to have troubled the old turtle for a long time. One thing he was sure of now was that he couldn't run for the time being. It couldn't help but think of Han Guangchu's suggestion. Hanfei should be a person with great luck, right? Although having double spiritual beasts was quite magical, there were still some people like this in this world. However, there was really no one in history who had awakened an emperor sparrow as his spiritual beast. The old turtle wondered if he should build a long-term friendship with Han Fei. At least, after following Han Fei for so many years, he found that Han Fei was not a heartless person. He was just a bit cruel to his enemy. But he was quite nice to his own people. At this moment, Han Fei had already summoned Little Black and Little White. Little White seemed to have inherited something. When Han Fei said that, she knew what the chaotic chi was. Little White's body suddenly glittered. Then, Han Fei saw a gray mist that looked like a hair slowly spewing out of Little White's mouth. It was only about 3 inches long. Seeing this scene, the old turtle's heart trembled. What kind of F***king spiritual beast is this? How strong is it to be able to give birth to chaotic chi? What if this thing grows up? However, the old turtle still didn't say anything. He was already wondering how to get along with Han Fei in the future. Han Fei was already dumbfounded. Was this the chaos chi? All this time, Han Fei had been trying to collect spiritual energy. Although he had a lot of spiritual energy, it was accumulated through hard work. However, he had obtained a wisp of chaotic chi so easily. For some reason, Han Fei felt like swallowing this thing. It seemed to be very beneficial to his cultivation. In fact, Han Fei knew that this thing was definitely an extremely top-notch energy. Even the old turtle, who had been accumulating it for such a long time, had only accumulated a few wisps. And Little White had easily spat out a wisp. Dad. I'm so tired. So hungry. Han Fei came back to his senses, only to see that Little Black and Little White began to circle each other. This was something they would do when they were going to sleep. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This chaotic chi must not be simple. Even if little White could produce it, it wouldn't be easy. Immediately, with a thought, a river appeared and forged the universe, which was full of spiritual springs. Little Black and Little White went straight in. In an instant, the two little fish started to circle, forming a yin-yang diagram. And a massive amount of spiritual energy was drilling into their bodies. Although Han Fei still had something to ask Little White. However, Han Fei could feel that Little White and Little Black seemed to be exhausted and paralyzed. Suppressing his desire for chaotic chi, Han Fei triggered a thought and upgraded the time chain. On the demon purification pot, a vine suddenly extended out and gently picked up the wisp of chaotic chi under Han Fei's greedy stare. Han Fei swallowed. After this new kind of energy came out, he offered it to the demon purification pot before he tried it. This made his heart itch. When Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot again, he found that the time chain didn't change immediately, but the word upgrading appeared. After staring at it for several minutes, Han Fei saw no change in the message. Therefore, Han Fei naturally and curiously diverted his attention and then looked at his new personal data. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 80, Venerable. Spiritual Energy, 420,000/420,000, Convertible. Chaos Energy, Untransformed. Spiritual Power, greater than 55,666/79,999, Damaged. Perception Range, 12,000 kilometers. Strength, 3,000 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 70. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 1. Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, Level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level. Divine Quality. At first glance, Han Fei saw the whole picture. His eyes fell on the words convertible, behind the spiritual energy. Suddenly, his heart trembled. He immediately looked down. F***CK. Emperor Sparrow? What's that? When did I have one more spiritual beast? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. At this moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why did he suddenly have one more spiritual beast? Why did he get one more spiritual beast when he became a venerable? It had to be said that countless people had forgotten the experience of obtaining their spiritual beasts. It seemed that as long as a person went through his spirit awakening, he could have a spiritual beast. As for what he could obtain, it all depended on chance. In fact, this kind of forgetting was two-way. Perhaps it was because only when the spiritual beasts forgot this memory could they better trust humans. Han Fei felt that this spiritual beast's name was so strange. Was it a bird? How could a fish be called an emperor sparrow? Discovering such a huge change, Han Fei immediately summoned the emperor sparrow. Swish. With a flash of black light, Han Fei saw a palm-sized black raven in front of him. The bird was tilting its head and looking at him, looking quite proud and cold. It looked like a raven, but it held its head high like an eagle. A raven? Han Fei felt that he had seen this bird somewhere before, but he didn't remember it. Ah. 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 Han Fei saw that the little thing was yelling at him. The voice sounded as if it had been stabbed 3 times. You're the one who's fierce, but why do you scream as if someone bullied you? In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name Emperor Sparrow. Introduction: This is a mysterious ancient creature. All races regard it as ominous. The Emperor Sparrow is born to be an emperor, looking down upon everything. Among the ancient ferocious beasts, the Emperor Sparrow ranks first. Level 1. Quality: primordial fierce beast. Spiritual energy, greater than 10,000 points. Food: it depends on his mood. Battle technique: eyes of disaster. Remarks: follow the will of the emperor, or disaster will happen. Remarks 2: rumor has it that whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow dies. Hiss. When Han Fei saw the message, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. What the hell was this thing? F***ck, he's only level 1, but he's already the emperor? Are you kidding me? If a real emperor saw it, he would definitely kill this bird. Also, follow his will, or disaster would happen? Seriously? I can pinch him too. Death with one finger now. Looking at the Emperor Sparrow, who was staring at him with his head tilted, Han Fei was relieved. Fortunately, this thing was only level 1 now. If he were at the same level as Little Black and Little White, he might not be able to beat him. Little Crow, what do you want to eat? Daddy will make it for you. Hiss. The old turtle immediately took a breath. F***ck, isn't this courting death? Sure enough, as soon as the Emperor Sparrow heard this, he immediately let out a cry as if he had been stabbed by someone. The old turtle hurriedly shouted, Han Fei, are you looking for death? This is an Emperor Sparrow. Don't piss him off. How can you call him a crow? Hurry up. Apologize. Han Fei? Han Fei was about to ask, how do you know the Emperor Sparrow? However, all of a sudden, the space in the secret realm where Han Fei was in fluctuated, and fire origin energy erupted. Although Han Fei had unconsciously absorbed a large amount of fire origin energy, it was difficult for Han Fei to quickly swallow all the fire origin energy in this secret realm alone. There was no telling if the secret realm was useless after the origin's water was swallowed. At this moment, the energy in the secret realm seemed to be rushing out frantically. With a crack, the seal was broken. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw a big eyeball suddenly appear in this secret realm. In the eyeball, magma-like fire was flowing like blood, and it stared at Han Fei. The old turtle hurriedly shouted, Brat, quickly take back the Emperor Sparrow. There are some things that I can tell you slowly. Now, try not to provoke the heavenly Tao Dharma eye. Han Fei glanced at the little raven and recalled it. Why do you look at me like that? I'm your master. Please show me some respect. Dumb. 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 The heavenly Tao Dharma eye seemed to be expanding and contracting. This was something Han Fei had never seen before. When he was fighting before, this thing had no reaction at all. Now, he just became a venerable. Did this? I have to be so excited? Could it be that the Emperor Sparrow had really activated the heavenly Tao Dharma eye? Was the big eye about to attack him? Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, Han Fei heard an ethereal rhythm ring in this secret realm. When this voice sounded, Han Fei's mind was slightly blurred. He felt that something seemed to appear in the infinite fire origin. Han Fei, wake up. Han Fei suddenly shivered, realizing that he had encountered a great enemy. Han Fei focused his eyes and saw that some fiery figures wrapped in fire origin energy had appeared around him at some point in time. For some reason, Han Fei felt that these figures seemed a little familiar. When Han Fei saw a figure in the fire with a sword, he took a breath. This Was Sun Mu? There were too many people around, and the old turtle shouted, "Sky Fiend, all Sky Fiends! I told you not to piss off the Emperor Sparrow. Is there something wrong with your head?" Han Fei said with a black face, "Old Yuan, watch what you say. I can control my own spiritual beast however I want. However, tell me what Sky Fiend is first." The old turtle said, "Sky Fiends are the demonic shadows created by the heavenly Tao from a person's memory or great Tao when it wants to punish or kill that person. These are only the most basic Sky Fiends. Kill them first and see if there's any follow-up." Han Fei grew bolder at the mention of fighting. He had just seen his information. His strength had increased by more than 1,000 waves. How long had it been? This improvement was simply terrifying. If he guessed right, his pure strength could definitely kill the junior venerables he had seen. When he was still a peak-level explorer, Han Fei knew that his strength was already comparable to that of a venerable. According to Shueishenqi, the old turtle, and the others, in terms of strength alone, a venerable who had just entered the venerable realm wouldn't have more than 1,500 waves of strength. Later, the battles he joined in had proven it. Even the strength of a junior peak-level venerable generally didn't exceed 2,000 waves. This was why Han Fei could kill a venerable when he was still an explorer. After all, strength was everything. Even if your realm was higher, if your strength was weaker than mine, I could still kill you. However, the premise was that you had a chance. In the venerable realm, it was extremely difficult to use secret techniques. It was almost impossible to find a secret technique without side effects. At least, there shouldn't be any in the Yin-Yang world. Even Han Fei's Beast King technique had lost its effect after he became a half-venerable. Its improvement was extremely limited, and Han Fei's current natural strength had almost exceeded this limit. Therefore, the secret technique was naturally useless. Now, Han Fei had just become a venerable and his strength had reached 3,000 waves. Some ordinary heavenly talents, even if they were lucky enough to survive and reach the peak of the intermediate venerable, only had about 3,000 waves of strength. This meant that in the past, Han Fei needed to use the power of the Great Tao to fight an intermediate venerable. However, he still couldn't kill him. Only when he reached the half-venerable realm did Han Fei have the confidence to fight an intermediate venerable. Now, if he were to use the Great Tao, it would be easy for him to kill an intermediate venerable. Boom! Han Fei made a fist mark with his hand, and the fist light penetrated the fire origin, creating a flame serpent, which went straight at the heavenly Tao. Dharma Eye. This blow was not meant to blow up the big eyeball. However, Han Fei wanted to test how powerful the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye was. Since Ren Tianfei, Patriarch Thug, and Old Han could come in several times, it meant that the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye was not invincible. If he really couldn't beat this big eye, it shouldn't be a problem for him to forcefully kill his way out of the Yin-Yang Immortal Palace with the power of the Great Tao. The moment Han Fei attacked, a bunch of so-called Sky Fiends had already pounced at him. The old turtle said, "These most basic and ordinary Sky Fiends should be created based on your realm. I estimate that they have the strength of junior venerables. F*CK, so strong?" These were no longer the puppets from before. They were venerables. Previously, when the Black Evil Conch King used its projections to fight, Han Fei felt a headache. But now, the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye was even more unreasonable. It directly created sky fiends of the same realm. He couldn't remember how many opponents he had killed. Anyway, there were at least dozens of sky fiends. They weren't easy to fight. Bang! 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 Fortunately, Han Fei was much stronger than his peers. As he punched out, the golden fist mark shattered these so-called sky fiends. However, after these sky fiends were shattered, they could still recombine as if they had been reborn. This was very difficult for Han Fei. No matter how weak they were still junior venerables. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, is there any way to completely destroy these sky fiends?" The old turtle said, "I'm thinking about it. You don't have any chaotic chi now. You haven't even stabilized yourself as a junior venerable yet, and you want to kill the sky fiends? Why don't you hide in the little calabash world first? If you leave, they will naturally dissipate." Han Fei was speechless. "Is this the answer you gave me? I know the answer even if you don't tell me." Bang! At this moment, Han Fei's sacrificing punch penetrated the layers of fire origin and almost hit the big eyeball. However, the big eyeball spewed out a red light, and his sacrificing punch was crushed by the light. Han Fei gritted his teeth. This couldn't go on. Not only could he not kill the so-called sky fiends, but he would also waste his time and strength. It wasn't worth it. Twin Divine Technique. Han Fei had planned to use this technique to create time for himself to enter, forge the universe. However, under the gaze of the heavenly Tao Dharma the Twin God technique was useless and didn't work at all. Having no choice, Han Fei could only fight and set up arrays. After half an hour and investing hundreds of millions of points of spiritual energy, he managed to buy himself 3 seconds and hide and forge the universe. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Huff. Han Fei panted hard and forged the universe for a while and sat on the ground. Little Black and Little White returned to the spiritual spring pool and began to swallow the spiritual spring. There was no telling if it was because Little White had just spewed out the chaotic chi that the Twin God technique only lasted less than 100 seconds before it almost collapsed. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief and immediately came back to his senses. "Old Yuan, what's going on here? Did you see the Emperor Sparrow? How did it get here?" Han Fei was full of doubts. That thing really didn't look like a good bird. It brought him a disaster just because of a few words of his. Who could stand it? The old turtle said leisurely, "There are secrets about you that I couldn't see at the time. I didn't see the Emperor Sparrow until it appeared. Isn't it your second spiritual beast?" Han Fei thought of something. "Don't you think it's strange that I have a second spiritual beast?" The old turtle said, "What's so strange about that? In ancient times, when someone cultivated their strength to the limit, they would also try their best to get a second spiritual beast. Among them, the simplest way is to create a reincarnation body. Because of the power of the original body, the possibility of the reincarnation body awakening a powerful spiritual beast is extremely high." When the old turtle said this, Han Fei first thought of Tengu. Tengu had awakened a legend spiritual beast, the dragon feather lobster. Logically speaking, in a small place like the heavenly water village, it was impossible. It wasn't until Tang Yen appeared that Han Fei discovered the secret. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei didn't ask any more. However, his Situation was different. He looked at his information. At this moment, his second spiritual heritage showed unknown. However, it was unawakened. This meant that his second spiritual heritage had already awakened. It must have awakened when he was sleeping after taking the Origin's water. Like the first spiritual heritage, it was also an unknown one. This showed that the level of the second spiritual heritage wasn't ordinary either. Combined with the fact that all the energy fruits in Forge the Universe had disappeared, it could be imagined how much energy he had swallowed while he was sleeping. Even in the secret realm just now, when he woke up, he found that the fire origin power and fire temperature in the secret realm had dropped a lot. This should also be related to the awakening of his second spiritual heritage. Hanfei really wanted to feel his second spiritual heritage, but it seemed to be hidden and he didn't find it. There were still many questions, but Hanfei didn't dwell on the matter of spiritual heritage. Instead, he asked, "Old Yuan, do you know the Emperor Sparrow? What kind of species is it? Shouldn't human beings spiritual beasts all be marine creatures? Why did I awaken a bird?" The old turtle chuckled. There are tens of thousands of races in the world. And any race can become a spiritual beast. I don't know why. After all, only you humans have spiritual beasts, which are different from our companion spirits. Well, if you see someone become a companion spirit of a fish someday, it's not surprising. Hanfei rolled his eyes. Not surprising? If this is not surprising, then what is surprising? The old turtle continued, as for the Emperor Sparrow, it only exists in legends. And in my era, there was a story about the Emperor Sparrow. It was a true powerhouse, an existence comparable to a god. Hiss. Hanfei's eyes widened. Is he so powerful? The old turtle snorted. Do you think that's it? The Emperor Sparrow usually only exists in legends. For example, it's said that the Emperor Sparrow in my era was quite terrifying. Rumor has it that there was once an Emperor Sparrow that led the ferocious beasts of the primordial age to wage a war for 3,000 years with many creatures known as godly creator beasts. Hiss. Hanfei asked quickly, and then? The old turtle said leisurely, those are all legends, and I don't know much about them. However, later on, in this world, primordial fierce beasts and godly creator beasts still seem to exist, but they are extremely rare and rarely appear. Hanfei couldn't help but wonder, wait a moment. Old Yuan, are primordial fierce beasts or godly creator beasts more powerful? Also, how do these creatures rank? What level are ancient mutants at? The old turtle thought that since Hanfei had awakened an Emperor Sparrow, he would probably be extraordinary in the future. Now it was better to answer his questions. The old turtle said, actually, it's not complicated. There are differences in levels. Ordinary creatures, rare creatures, and exotic creatures are the most common creatures in the world. Legendary creatures only mean that this kind of creature is very powerful and has a lot of room for growth, while legend creatures are extremely rare. Legend creatures and ancient mutants are of the same quality, mostly descendants of ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Their growth space is very large, and it's extremely rare for ordinary people to see them. However, in this vast sea, there are actually many of them, but ordinary people can't see them. Therefore, they think they only exist in legends. Then the old turtle continued, above that, it's the primordial fierce beasts and godly creator beasts. At this level, we can no longer judge them by quality. Most of these creatures are classified by era. As for the mysterious creatures, I don't know much about them. They are indeed mysterious. By era? The old turtle nodded. Just like the Age of Doom you mentioned, it's different from the current era. The primordial era is different from the prehistoric continent, and the prehistoric continent is different from the chaotic world at the very beginning of the world. Powerful creatures appear in every era. You can't say for sure that the creatures of this era are stronger than those of that era. You won't know it until you fight them. After listening to the old turtle's explanation, Han Fei finally had a complete understanding of the classification of these creatures. So, the Emperor Sparrow was the representative of the primordial fierce beasts? After all, in its introduction, there was a saying, among all the primordial fierce beasts, the Emperor Sparrow ranks first. In short, the Emperor Sparrow's status was very high. Of course, the only thing that made Han Fei a little depressed was that this thing was a symbol of disaster. Didn't it mean that he would become the enemy of the world if he were discovered to have an Emperor Sparrow? But now, Han Fei was not in the mood to care about this. What the old turtle said today touched on too many secrets. Han Fei asked tentatively, "Old Yuan, which era do you belong to?" The old turtle was silent for a while, and then said leisurely, "I was born in the Age of Gods." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Well, damn it, I know. Those creatures fought each other and were all killed in the end. The giant king once said that the gods died. Then you are about 130,000 years away from this era? However, as soon as Han Fei calculated this number, he heard the old turtle say, "The Age of Gods. This is a legendary era." It said that it took 60 million years to go from the rise of this era to the end. Puff. Han Fei almost vomited blood. F*ck, what the F*ck are you talking about? It's only been 130,000 years since the Age of Doom. And you're saying that the Age of Gods has a history of 60 million years? Seeing that Han Fei was upset, the old turtle realized that he had said too much. Therefore, the old turtle slowly said, "Well, this is just a rumor. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Or maybe it's 6 million years." However, Han Fei didn't trust the old turtle anymore. 60 million years and 6 million years? That was 10 times a difference. Also, even if the Age of Gods only had 6 million years of history, was the time short? Seeing that Han Fei was still surprised, the old turtle said, Hey. You're already a venerable, and you're still making a fuss? The period I mentioned is just the Age of Gods in the long river of history. I don't know how many vicissitudes of change had happened during this period of time. Han Fei asked leisurely, "Old Yuan, which period of time were you born in the Age of Gods?" Old Yuan said, "Well, I was born in the last million years. It's the end of the Age of Gods." Han Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief, fearing that the old man would say that he had been through the entire Age of Gods. Then he would have to find a way to kill him immediately. Han Fei asked, "What about before the Age of Gods? Is it the primordial age?" Old Yuan chuckled. "I didn't experience it, so how would I know? However, I heard that there are still a few eras. However, as for what they are, who knows? Find a god who has traveled through different eras and ask him." Han Fei was embarrassed and didn't talk about it anymore. Although this was a big secret, it was meaningless to him. With a history of 60 million years, he wasn't even 100 years old in 2 lifetimes. Why would he bother to research the history tens of millions of years ago? Han Fei glanced at the energy in Forge the Universe, which had been used up. Outside, there were heavenly Tao Dharma eyes watching. His strength hadn't stabilized yet. At this moment, it was really a troubled time. At this moment, Han Fei glanced at his information again and was immediately attracted by the option of convertible in the column of spiritual energy. What could spiritual energy be transformed into? Seeing the words unrefined following the chaotic chi, Han Fei had some ideas. Could spiritual energy be transformed into chaotic chi? If so, would there be a limit to his chaotic chi? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Transform. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. After Han Fei became an explorer, he felt more and more that spiritual energy was a bit useless. Considering there was an upper limit of his capacity for spiritual energy, it was even more useless. In fact, the amount of spiritual energy a human body could accommodate was always limited. Even a venerable couldn't force a massive amount of spiritual energy into his body. Even if he could, it was the result of compression. Fortunately, he had the demon purification pot, which allowed him to use infinite spiritual energy. After he became a venerable, the utilization of spiritual energy became even more slow. It wasn't an overstatement to say that Han Fei felt that he was like a person who was used to driving a supercar forced to drive an ox cart. To be honest, he didn't feel that the utilization of spiritual energy was slow before. Why did it slow down after he became a venerable? Therefore, a new energy was required. He needed a new kind of energy to replace spiritual energy. However, even so, the effect of spiritual energy couldn't be denied. After all, among the venerables that Han Fei had fought, they all seemed to use spiritual energy. Which venerable didn't fill their body with spiritual energy in combat? Most venerables did this. They used spiritual energy in combat too. Why was this happening? The reason was probably because it wasn't easy to get the chaotic chi. They couldn't absorb the chaotic chi from the void as easily as they could absorb spiritual energy. Otherwise, the battle of venerables wouldn't have been like what he saw. From this, it could be seen that although spiritual energy wasn't enough for cultivation in the venerable realm, it was most suitable in combat. Venerables could exert the power of spiritual energy more, which was also related to the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. Han Fei immediately figured out the key to it, which was why people had to learn how to disassemble spiritual energy. If you didn't do so, the spiritual energy would be utilized even more slowly. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy in his body was transforming. A large amount of spiritual energy began to automatically disassemble. The spiritual energy flowing in his spiritual heritage slowly decreased, and a thread-like gray fog was forming. The old turtle asked in surprise, "Are you transforming spiritual energy into chaotic chi?" Han Fei said, "Yes." "What's wrong?" Pondering for a moment, the old turtle said, "For streams of chaotic chi have appeared. Your upper limit of spiritual energy has exceeded 400,000 points." Han Fei thought to himself, when I became a venerable, my upper limit of spiritual energy didn't increase at the same time. The efficiency of his spiritual energy must be declining, so the demon purification pot no longer showed his upper limit of spiritual energy. Hearing the old turtle's tone, it seemed that something was wrong. Han Fei immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is this transformation bad?" The old turtle said, "No, it's just a bit too fast. Usually, when you become a venerable, at the moment you become a venerable, you obtain the chaos chi contained in the heavenly Tao law. However, it takes several years to slowly transform it. However, you've just become a venerable, and you're already beginning to transform it? It's really a little incredible. Because all of this happened in his body, just like his naturally endowed ability. Therefore, the old turtle didn't know that this was also one of the abilities of the demon purification pot. Hanfei certainly wouldn't explain. However, he was attracted by the information revealed by the old turtle. The old turtle said that this chaotic chi was produced by the heavenly Tao law at the moment he entered the venerable realm, and it needed spiritual energy to slowly transform. Hanfei was shocked. "Old Yuan, do you mean that the transformation of spiritual energy into chaotic chi can only happen once?" "Of course. Otherwise, do you think you can transform spiritual energy into chaotic chi unlimitedly?" Hanfei was stunned. Just now, he was very happy, thinking as long as he wanted, the spiritual energy in his body could be almost infinite. In this way, he could continuously obtain chaotic chi. But now it seemed that he was still too naive. Since the chaotic chi was so rare, how could he easily obtain it? Hanfei could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly consuming around the wisps of chaotic chi. This process was not very fast. The old turtle said that it would take others several years to complete this transformation, but it only took him 2 hours. Hanfei thought that even without the Forge the Universe, this process would only take him 4 hours in the outside world. In other words, it only took the demon purification pot 4 hours to help him complete the process of stabilizing his foundation. When the 4 wisps of chaotic chi appeared in his body, Hanfei could feel that they were swimming freely in his body as if they were inspecting his body. Hanfei thought to himself, if I only have 4 wisps of chaotic chi, how should I use this thing? I can't just use it casually. Shall I keep it as a trump card? But I haven't seen the power of the chaotic chi. Hanfei felt that the feeling of the chaotic chi swimming in his body was not much different from spiritual energy. It was just smoother. As he let his will drive the chaotic chi and push it, Hanfei tried to gather the chaotic chi into a punch. However, the old turtle quickly shouted, "Hanfei, are you experimenting with chaotic chi?" Hanfei said, "Yes. If I don't try it, how can I know what it's for?" The old turtle said, "I don't mind you experimenting, but aren't you in the heavenly palace? A wisp of chaotic chi can provide you with high-intensity combat power for hours. Are you sure you want to waste it here?" Hearing what the old turtle said, Hanfei hesitated for a moment and asked in confusion, "A wisp of chaos energy can make me persist in high-intensity combat for an hour?" The old turtle said, "More or less. However, it depends on how much power you can exert. If you keep making big moves, even a wisp of chaotic chi won't be enough for you to use several times." Hearing this, Hanfei smiled. Therefore, this wisp of chaotic chi locked the power in itself. In this way, at a critical moment, this kind of power could be used instead of in the form of spiritual energy. This was equivalent to creating a trump card for him. Although Hanfei knew better about the chaotic chi now, he still didn't know the specific combat effect. In fact, Hanfei didn't mind wasting a wisp first, but not now. Buzz. While Hanfei was thinking about the chaotic chi, Forge the Universe trembled. Slightly. Then, Hanfei saw more faint blue lines appearing outside the boundary of Forge the Universe. Hanfei quickly looked at the demon purification pot and saw the number changed to 4/128. Behind it, the word upgradable still hung. Opening it, Hanfei saw that 10 wisps of chaotic chi had been consumed. Han Fei felt his teeth ache as if he had returned to the realm of a fisher. In order to get some spiritual energy, he had tried every possible means. Wasn't he in dire need of chaotic chi now? But now, fortunately, he had little white. Although 10 wisps of chaotic chi were a lot, it must be worth it. Hanfei couldn't be sure of the law of the time chain yet. However, 4 times faster could shorten his time a lot. Similarly, if he wanted to double his strength in the venerable realm even with his speed, he would need 30 years of cultivation in seclusion if he cultivated normally. If it were an ordinary person, it would take him at least 50 years. Hanfei felt that this was also why most venerables' strength grew extremely slowly. The doubling of strength sounded scary, but the venerable realm was different. Perhaps his strength had already doubled before his realm changed? And Hanfei could at least shorten the time to more than 7 years. This was already a miracle. Of course, based on Hanfei's personality, even a year was a long time. He had already become a venerable from the law enforcer realm in 7 years. How could he have the time to cultivate in seclusion? Hanfei sat quietly for half an hour, clearing his mind. As for the Emperor Sparrow, he should find a way to get along with it. He had already become a venerable. His strength had doubled, and his real combat power probably made even advanced venerables flinch. However, that power didn't last long because it couldn't be tested. Therefore, he wouldn't consider these matters until he left the heavenly palace. The heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, this weird great Tao Eye, seemed to be targeting him. God knew why this thing had been targeting him the moment he became a venerable. Was it because of the Emperor Sparrow? Now, Hanfei knew that he could actually continue to cultivate. He had the power of will. Hanfei had thought that he could easily reach the peak of the junior venerable with the massive resources he had stored. However, it seemed that the gap was too great. What Hanfei needed now was strength, which was why he came to the heavenly palace. But if he wanted strength, he needed to cleanse his body and continue to become stronger. Just outside of Forge the Universe, the infinite fire origin was the inexhaustible energy. If it weren't for this energy, the improvement of his strength would have been impossible. Hanfei pondered for a long time and left Forge the Universe to continue to fight meaningless battles with the so-called Sky Fiends. If he didn't leave, he couldn't improve himself. Therefore, he had to come out in the end. However, after leaving the demon purification pot, Hanfei found that his realm and strength were still not strong enough. It was impossible for him to suppress Thousand Star City. Even if he temporarily obtained unparalleled strength, it was only temporary and didn't last long. Therefore, after repeated deliberation, Hanfei concluded 2 roads. One was to return to the central holy city, seek opportunities, and come back. The other was the palace in the heavenly palace. Since it existed, there must be a way to enter it. As long as he could enter it, he could set up an array through the barrier to absorb energy, which would be enough for him to cultivate. 1 day passed. Little Black and Little White finally recovered from their exhaustion. Han Fei finally knew the output of the chaotic qi from Little White. She could spit out a wisp every month. The first wisp was transformed from the power of her own breakthrough. This production frequency could basically be maintained from now on. Han Fei pondered. 12 wisps of chaotic qi in a year. It didn't seem to be much, and he could only deduce a certain great technique. However, forge the universe was 4 times faster than the outside now. In other words, as long as there was enough spiritual energy and demonic energy, Little White could give birth to at least 48 wisps of chaotic qi a year. With Han Fei's understanding of the old turtle and his christening of the chaotic qi, he could roughly tell that this was a considerable number. In order to increase his trump cards, in order to become stronger, in order to make this trip to the heavenly palace worthwhile and not to be driven away like a stray dog by the heavenly Tao Dharma, Han Fei decided to leave Forge the Universe. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Swish. Han Fei stepped out of Forge the Universe, and fire origin filled the entire secret realm. Oh, no, to be precise, this secret realm had been broken through by the heavenly Tao Dharma. How was it broken through? Han Fei didn't know. At this moment, the big eye seemed to have penetrated through countless spaces and hung directly above his head. But it seemed that the big eye was not looking at him. The sky fiends that were chasing Han Fei earlier had disappeared because they lost track of Han Fei. Even the heavenly Tao Dharma I couldn't see how Han Fei disappeared. Or rather, the heavenly Tao Dharma I was like a robot at this moment. Once the enemy was gone, the danger would naturally be resolved. It wouldn't pursue. The question of whether the enemy was dead or not, where had he escaped to, etc. Even if the enemy appeared again, it didn't immediately look at him. It seemed that it had forgotten what happened just now. Or maybe, it just ignored an enemy like Han Fei. After all, Han Fei was only a venerable now and wasn't worthy of its attention. Even so, the sky fiends were still gathering. Just because it didn't look at Han Fei didn't mean it wouldn't attack Han Fei. Han Fei was relieved to see that the heavenly Tao Dharma I wasn't watching him. His eyes glittered. At this moment, Han Fei performed star teleportation and arrived in front of the huge corpse of the Azure Dragon. Collect. At this moment, Han Fei's Forge the Universe had been expanded, and it was already big enough to accommodate an ancient dragon corpse. Fortunately, this was just a corpse and had no signs of life. Otherwise, if he wanted to put such a thing into Forge the Universe, he would probably have to use up all his resources. Han Fei's speed was extremely fast. It only took him 3 seconds to collect the Azure Dragon's bones. During this period, in front of Han Fei, the so-called Sky Fiends reappeared. This time, Han Fei used the near-at-hand technique and tried to rush out of the entrance of this secret realm. However, since the Sky Fiends were born, they had no concept of retreat. Countless fists smashed at Han Fei. Boom boom. Han Fei also punched out angrily, punching the sky. In this gray secret realm, a hole was blasted out, leading to the outside world. Swish. When Han Fei appeared outside, the other sky fiends appeared one after another. In the outside world, the heavenly Tao Dharma I was flowing with magma that resembled tears. Soon after the magma fell, it evaporated into infinite fire. Origins that seemed to be able to burn the entire sky. Han Fei noticed the change of the heavenly Tao Dharma I and was a little surprised. Isn't this the same one as the one I saw in the secret realm? Why? Is it different? Hiss. Han Fei patted his head and suddenly realized that the heavenly Tao Dharma eye could see every place in this world, but he saw it through different environments. Therefore, it was normal that it looked different. Therefore, what he saw was still the same. Swish. 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 When a force swept over, Han Fei didn't fight back but escaped with his speed and talent. The most important reason was that this kind of battle was not in the void but above the heavenly palace. After all, this yin-yang world would be his home. How could he destroy his home just to fight some things that didn't even exist? How could he even do this? Thanks to his strength, which was far above the realm he showed, Han Fei easily shook off the group of sky fiends and was already looking for the entrance to the heavenly palace. Mom, I've got the origin water. Why don't you open the door? While fighting, Han Fei tried to open the seal. He had thought that he could enter after fusing with the origin water, but it turned out that he couldn't. Han Fei was puzzled. If this heavenly palace wasn't left for him, who was it left for? Old Han? His sister? After only 100 seconds, Han Fei had blown up dozens of sky fiends. Fortunately, these sky fiends were the lowest level sky fiends that the old turtle mentioned. They could only use brute force. If these sky fiends could use spiritual power, Han Fei wouldn't dare to fight so many of them alone. The old turtle said, "It seems that the heavenly Tao Dharma eye doesn't take you seriously." Han Fei sneered. "It's just that my realm is too low to make it feel threatened. If it were a half-king, I'm afraid it would have to fight me personally." After walking hundreds of circles around the palace, Han Fei suddenly had an idea. Yes, this palace was circular in appearance. It was normal, but this shape really made Han Fei's imagination run wild. Yin-yang world, yin-yang world. F***ck, is my guess right? With a thought from Han Fei, the supreme yin-yang diagram appeared. The moment the supreme yin-yang diagram appeared and rotated, a yin-yang door appeared out of nowhere in front of Han Fei. Pa! Han Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. What a dumbass. This place is called yin-yang world. The switch here must be related to yin-yang. If either of the two missed, he wouldn't be able to enter it. At this moment, as soon as the supreme yin-yang diagram appeared, Han Fei immediately drilled through the door. The moment Han Fei entered the palace, the entire world seemed to quieten down. Outside the seal, the violent energy and spiritual energy couldn't penetrate the seal at all. And in this seal, the spiritual energy was full, and the energy was no weaker, even richer than outside the seal. Han Fei was not in a rush to cultivate. Since he had come in, he had to take a walk. If he guessed right, this should be his home. Entering the seal, Han Fei clearly saw what was inside. Although the pavilions and buildings didn't look like the ancient buildings he knew, they looked very quaint. Similar to the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, there was land, trees, and rocks in this seal. It looked more like a courtyard than a palace. As for the layout of the courtyard, the small bridge, the river, the flowers, trees, and the quietly standing pavilions all complemented each other. This scene made Han Fei feel the beauty of nature. Among them, what attracted his attention the most was the palace-like pavilion he saw from outside just now. This building didn't occupy a large area, like a large villa erected in a nature paradise. The structure and decorations of the building were mixed with Some style elements from the Age of Doom. It looked more elegant. Following the clear ivory gravel road, Han Fei soon came to the center of the courtyard. The door of the little building was completely open, as if it didn't care who went in. Seeing that nobody was around, Han Fei walked into the building naturally. The building was divided into 2 floors. Han Fei saw some ornaments below, some papers on a table, 2 ancient books, and a fish skin map scattered on a corner. Han Fei strode over and flipped open the fish skin. On it was a complicated array pestle. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the seal outside the courtyard. Is this array pestle used to control this seal? Han Fei put down the fish skin map, picked up the 2 books, and flipped them through casually, only to find that they were just some anecdotes from before the Age of Doom. Besides, it was obvious that they were not written by his mother. They seemed to be from the human world, about some heroes in the Age of Doom and how people fought against the Sea Clan. Leaving the 2 books behind, Han Fei walked to the table to see what his mother had written. However, what he saw was not words at all, but 2 small fish, 1 black and 1 white. Han Fei stared at it for a while, and the yin-yang fish on it seemed to be moving, attracting Han Fei's attention. This is the yin-yang fish painting, also known as the nature painting. With this painting, you can visualize it every day and cultivate spiritual power. Han Fei was looking at the painting in a daze, when he suddenly heard a soft voice slowly ring beside him. Huh. Han Fei tilted his head and saw a beautiful woman in white, with her hair loose, looking at him with a gentle look. The old turtle exclaimed, "I didn't feel anyone approaching." The beautiful woman seemed to be able to see through Han Fei. She pointed her finger, and the old turtle's voice disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, he was sealed again. Anyone who could see the old turtle was basically capable of killing it, but it was unnecessary. Han Fei knew what the beautiful woman had done, but he still asked blankly, "Mo, mother?" The beautiful woman smiled. "Do I look old?" Han Fei shook his head quickly. "Of course not. You're not old at all. You look like a little girl." Puff. The beautiful woman said, "You should be able to guess that I'm just a projection now, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Of course. If her true body was here, she would have appeared long ago." Before Han Fei asked anything, she looked at the yin-yang fish diagram and said, "If there is yang, there is yin. Humans also have 2 sides, 1 yin and 1 yang. Yin-yang is also called liang-yi. Yin-yang is the origin of all things. This is the origin of the yin-yang world." Han Fei couldn't help but reach out and scratch his head. "And then?" Han Fei's mother said, "The 10,000 original Daos are all the Tao of Yin and Yang. Whether it's the heavenly Tao, the Tao of the earth, or the Tao of man, there are 2 sides to everything, and there's a certain connection between them. The Tao of Yin and Yang manifests itself among these 10,000 Daos." Han Fei was confused. However, Han Fei's mother just said a few words and then said, "The 36 mystic worlds actually represent the 36 great Daos that reach the sky. Everyone thinks they are the strongest. From the beginning of convergence, to the later division, they fight separately. This is the reason why the various heavenly palaces are in ruins." Han Fei asked, "What's the yin-yang great Dao's ranking?" His mother smiled. "There's no such thing as a ranking. I think it's ranked first, but people say it's ranked 9th. It's hard to decide. So, you don't have to care about what others think." What you need to do is to leave the Yang world as soon as possible and integrate the 36 mystic worlds. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. He hadn't figured out the Yang world yet, nor had he solved the problem of the Sea clan yet. Now, his mother wanted him to integrate the 36 mystic worlds? Wasn't this a little too much? Seeing that Han Fei was stunned, his mother said, "Just do your best. Even if you can't integrate them, you have to have the power to protect yourself and your own world." Back then, someone traveled east to find the paradise for humans, someone defended it and created the 36 mystic worlds. However, with the erosion of time, the 36 mystic worlds are no longer what they used to be. If you don't want to die, you can only try to survive. Clearly, this mother's projection existed here to tell him about the 36 mystic worlds. Perhaps she had some feelings for him, but she wasn't a real person after all. She probably couldn't be as intelligent as a real person. Han Fei suddenly asked, "Where are you?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei asked quickly. He felt that there must be a big secret behind this. His mother and old Han had paid such a huge price to steal time, causing conflicts with the heavenly Tao, and finally created him. How could there be no secrets behind this? It seemed that since the heavenly desolate city, his life track had been slightly deviated. He would go to other places in the 36 heavenly palaces. After all, since old Han and his mother were not around, only he could pick up his sister. Han Fei's mother looked at Han Fei quietly. "This is not something you can. No. This matter is complicated to talk about. I can only say that I am not in your era now. I am temporarily trapped in a place. How to go back is something your father should consider. You have your own things to do." Han Fei frowned. "Am I still a chess piece?" His mother shook her head. "You're never a chess piece. However, fate has destined you to embark on a path. As for the scenery on this path, neither I nor your father know. The moment you leave the Yang world, this is your path alone." Han Fei shrugged. "It's said that fate is fickle, but my fate seems to be destined." However, he didn't mind. Compared to him, old Han and his mother must have paid an unimaginable price. Otherwise, the Yang world wouldn't have ended up like this. What made Han Fei smile was that his mother felt that the Yang Great Tao was the strongest among the 36 heavenly palaces. He had 3 great Taos and could change the left and right great Taos at will. However, he hadn't decided on the one in the middle yet, and he was even planning to keep delaying it. As long as he didn't fix the great Tao in the middle, then he would have countless great Taos. In Han Fei's view, this ability was extraordinary and couldn't be compared to 1 or 2 great Taos at all. Now that he had talked about the 36 mystic worlds with his mother, Han Fei thought to himself, "That's too long ago. I should push my strength to the peak first." Han Fei said, "Mom, I have a few questions. I missed the golden page in the Ideal Palace's reincarnation soul realm. What should I do?" His mother shook her head. "There's no information about this in my projection." Han Fei was lost for words. "Mom, may I ask why I saw with the sea quelling painting that old Han attacked you and the baby in your belly? Did my eyes deceive me?" His mother said, "There are many things you don't understand because you haven't grown strong enough. Indeed, your eyes deceived you. Then explain to me. His mother said, it involves a big secret. It's not that I don't want to tell you now, but I can't tell you now. The heavenly Tao Dharma Eye is watching. It's extremely sensitive to certain words. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Then, can you at least tell me your name? After a pause, his mother said, my surname is Jiang, and my name is Jiang Lin Xian. If you meet anyone with this surname in the future, be careful. Han Fei nodded. The name doesn't sound special. However, it's just a code. Jiang? Is my mother from a big family too? Soon, Han Fei finished asking his questions. Han Fei asked again, how is your relationship with the Palace Lord of Water? Wood World? However, his mother said that the Palace Lord of the Waterwood World had actually already died, but no one knew it. Therefore, Han Fei immediately understood. This made sense. He felt that Queen Life seemed to know the Yin-Yang world better. She and his mother weren't born in the same era at all, and their time to become a king was different. Therefore, Queen Life only thought highly of him because of the past glory of the Yin-Yang world. Exploring the library in the small building, Han Fei saw a large number of top techniques and combat skills. Han Fei immediately asked, Mom, do you know how to get the true spirit fishing art above the 7th level? Jiang Linxian was briefly stunned. Do you practice this ancient technique? Ancient technique? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, does my mother know the true spirit fishing art? Jiang Linxian said, I don't know when this technique was created. At least, it was already incomplete in my era. Even if it's passed down, its effect must have been greatly reduced. Therefore, at least from the Age of Doom, the true spirit fishing art you mentioned is no longer a good technique. Han Fei thought to himself, yes, when I was reincarnated, this true spirit fishing art was one of the weakest techniques. However, his mother continued, but I heard that there are secrets behind this technique. Therefore, the latter half of the technique is very rarely circulated. If you want to find it, you can go to the Supreme Mystic World of the 36 Mystic Worlds to take a look. The Supreme Mystic World is famous for collecting all techniques in the world. It's the only heavenly palace in the 36 heavenly palaces that is not involved in earthly matters. Supreme Mystic World? Han Fei remembered the name. At least, he had a direction now. Han Fei was really afraid that he couldn't get the latter half of the true spirit fishing art. The 7th level corresponded to the King Realm. Although he was still a long way from the King Realm, this meant that in theory, he had to become a king before he could deduce the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art. But Han Fei had already made up his mind to deduce the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art at the right time. He was already used to the lightning strikes. A moment later, Han Fei's mother showed him around the courtyard and said, the heavenly palace's array has long been destroyed in the war. Although the seal protecting the courtyard is not weak, it's impossible for you to live here. Therefore, it's time for you to clear the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. Han Fei's eyes widened. Wait. I still don't understand the mechanism of that big eye. How can I clean it up? Jiang Linxian said, the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye is a manifestation of the rules of the heavenly Tao. I violated the rules, which attracted its attention. It's not difficult to remove the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. As long as you move the things it's paying attention to away, it will follow them to leave. Huh? Han Fei asked in surprise, do you mean that I have to move the heavenly palace away from the Yin-Yang world? Only then will it leave with me? It's the ideal palace. Jiang Linxian said, what the heavenly Tao Dharma eye is looking at is always the ideal palace. It's just that the heavenly Tao doesn't see any living beings, so it appears in the heavenly palace. Shifting the ideal palace is one way. Another way is to find your sister and bring her back. As long as she enters the cycle of reincarnation too and fuses with her old body, everything will be restored. The heavenly Tao Dharma eye will also dissipate. Han Fei realized that neither of the two methods was simple. Shifting the heavenly palace? Easy for you to say. Where to? Waterwood World. Or the Wall of Death? The huge floating island couldn't pass the narrow channel in the Waterwood World at all. How much resources were needed to send such a huge floating island over? Besides, if you moved over, would Queen Life be happy? As for the Wall of Death, the black evil conch king had already become a king, but he hadn't even been able to come over. Although he didn't know if the black evil conch king didn't dare to come over or couldn't come over, at least it was very difficult for him to send someone over. To send a huge floating island over? It didn't sound reliable at all. Besides, even if he sent it over, how dangerous was it in the Wall of Death? What if the floating island he sent over with great difficulty was destroyed in a couple of days? The other way was to find Einar back. However, Einar was still in a corner that he didn't know of in the glazed glass world. Up to now, he only knew of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood World. Well, at most, he also knew the name of the Golden Crow world. Of course, it wasn't difficult to find them with the vast ocean navigator. However, the premise was that he had to leave the Yin-Yang world. This road might take a long time. Then how could he become a king? Han Fei said, is it true that I can't become a king as long as the heavenly Tao Dharma eye is around? Jiang Linxian nodded slightly. Yes. However, it shouldn't be troublesome to go to the glazed glass world. Don't underestimate your speed, and don't pay too much attention to distance. When you can become a king, these are all trivial matters. Han Fei was helpless. What else could he do? He could just continue to cultivate. Anyway, it would take time to cultivate to the level of a half king. During this period, he could clean up the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei asked, what about the dragon? I have his dragon corpse. I don't think I need to return it to him, right? Jiang Linxian smiled and said with light gait, in history, the human race once fought against the dragon race. However, this hostile relationship is only temporary. In the endless time, any race can fight against another race. The dragon's corpse is actually not very useful to you. Why don't you return it to him? He'll owe you a favor after all. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, he might not think so. Jiang Linxian smiled and said, it's not up to him. Back then, this dragon swam through the void and picked up treasures in the void. As it happened, he encountered the heavenly Tao Dharma eye and was almost killed. If it weren't for me, he would have died long ago. However, this dragon has guarded the heavenly palace for tens of thousands of years and has already repaid the debt. Han Fei continued, so, if I return his dragon corpse to him and let him revive, will he owe me a favor? Jiang Linxian smiled. That's right. Han Fei thought to himself, so that's it. The dragon probably doesn't know that he owes me a favor. Now he owes me too. Han Fei also made up his mind. The dragon corpse didn't matter. He didn't really lack materials for divine weapons, and this azure dragon's corpse might not be able to refine a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. He might as well return it to him. However, when would he return it? Haha, it depended on his mood. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Out of Han Fei's expectation, his mother's projection stayed in the palace for more than an hour. Although the two of them chatted about secrets like the 36 mystic worlds, they finally found a little bit of kinship. Han Fei had two questions in his heart, wondering if he should ask them. Jiang Linxian said, I don't have much time left. This projection will disappear in a moment. Han Fei took a deep breath and triggered a thought, and a small vine appeared in his palm. He didn't let the demon purification pot appear completely, because the demon purification pot was too mysterious, so mysterious that he'd better keep it a secret. This was why Han Fei had been considering how to deal with the old turtle. Seeing the vine, Jiang Linxian was stunned for a moment. It's familiar. However, I didn't leave any information about it in this projection. Since it's not left, it means that this thing is important and should be kept a secret. Keep this thing for yourself. If you can't subdue the turtle in your body, kill it. When she said the last sentence, Jiang Linxian deliberately removed the seal, so that the old turtle could hear her hiss. The old turtle trembled in fright. Why could she see him too? The old turtle said, Han Fei, the turtle clan is the race that can best keep secrets. Han Fei said, what are you afraid of? Let's talk later. His mother didn't recognize the demon purification pot, and he didn't intend to show it. However, Han Fei asked, well, which of the twin yin-yang spirits swallowing fish and the emperor sparrow is stronger? Jiang Linxian's pupils were constricted slightly. After a long time, she said, it turns out that the origin water awakened an emperor sparrow. Your luck is much more complicated than I imagined. You need to verify this yourself. No one in the world knows who is stronger. However, they have one thing in common. Keep it secret. Han Fei asked, is there an enemy? Jiang Linxian nodded. When you go to the other places in the 36 mystic worlds, don't trust anyone. Time has passed, and people's hearts change. What you need to pay special attention to is the Supreme Clearness Palace, Infinity Palace, and God Refining Palace. Never trust them. Han Fei looked solemn. This meant that these heavenly palaces were very likely enemies. Jiang Linxian's body was starting to fade, and she took Han Fei to a training field in the courtyard. It was a weird object placed on the ground that looked like a huge device. Its shape was arranged according to the yin-yang fish diagram. However, inside and outside the yin-yang fish diagram, there were countless layers of arrays. Jiang Linxian explained, this is the heaven and earth array of the yin-yang heavenly palace. It's an exquisite array based on the trends of the Tai Chu yin-yang, the 4 images, and the 8 trigrams. On the table, there is an array pestle. After I leave, you can enter the array and feel the infinite changes in this array. If the heavenly Tao Dharma I disappears in the future, you can fully activate this array and its power can stop a king. Han Fei was shocked. A king had come? What situation would it be? Han Fei replied, okay. Jiang Linxian smiled. One last thing. You can change the sea god statue now. If you want to enter the other worlds in the 36 mystic worlds, you can't be weak. You should have the entire yin-yang world behind you. Jiang Linxian left. Han Fei guessed that this might be the last time she appeared in the Yinyang world. If they wanted to meet again, she had to at least have the ability to cross the river of time. As far as Han Fei knew, even an emperor wouldn't dare say that he could easily cross the river of time. However, he was different. He had 3 great daos. Why couldn't he take the great Tao of time? After his mother disappeared, Han Fei was amazed by the heaven and earth array. It was so *king exquisite that it was as weird as the infinite stairs of the monument of gods. Taking a long breath in relief, Han Fei immediately went to fetch the array pestle. According to his mother, Han Fei could use it at will. Of course, the premise was that he had to fully digest it. When Han Fei walked to the center of the heaven and earth array, he felt that his body was spinning. According to the rules of the heaven and earth array, he would sit on the axis in the middle. This array was meant to absorb energy and spiritual energy, and was formed by countless exquisite arrays. If what his mother said was true, that the heaven and earth array could resist a king, then he could just sit cross-legged in it and cultivate. This was because the yin-yang array would automatically absorb the power of the outside world, which was comparable to the attack power of a king. He had nothing to worry about. Han Fei did as he was told. After all, Han Fei was too unsatisfied with his realm. He had thought that his reserve resources were enough for him to reach the peak of a junior venerable. However, he ran out of energy fruits first, and then his spiritual energy ran out. Fortunately, he had saved a large amount of power of will earlier, but he had to use all his hard-earned savings for this cultivation. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the power of will began to permeate his body. In the array, a huge amount of fire origin energy began to gather. Outside the palace, in the sky of the yin-yang world, a huge flame vortex with a diameter of 2,000 meters suddenly formed. A massive amount of energy was drilling into a certain point in the palace's seal. However, the infinite fire energy didn't fill the yin-yang array, but disappeared into a strange place, which was undoubtedly Forge the Universe. Forge the Universe absorbed the power of the outside world, which depended on Han Fei's will. At the same time, it also depended on the place. What was there to absorb? Generally speaking, Han Fei kept all the good stuff in Forge the Universe. Therefore, whether it was spiritual energy or energy in it, it was much higher than the outside world. But now, the energy was gone. It had to absorb it from the outside. Buzz. Han Fei felt that his mind was refreshed, and his flesh and blood were strengthening. In his body, the 4 wisps of chaotic energy were swimming quickly, and the tide of spiritual energy didn't stop either. This was a cultivation in seclusion in a true sense. He didn't expect that he would cultivate in this form in the yin-yang world. Days passed. Because the time inside and outside was different, after the fire origin energy poured into Forge the Universe, Han Fei had enough time to use them. About a month later, Han Fei finally made a small breakthrough. 3 months later, Han Fei made another small breakthrough and gathered 3 wisps of chaotic qi. At the same time, 6 months later, Han Fei finally reached level 83. In the 7th month, when the power of will was exhausted, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. He knew that he had reached his limit. Without the power of will, he couldn't do anything with pure energy and spiritual energy. However, at this time, Han Fei had accumulated as many as 11 wisps of chaotic qi. However, this wasn't enough. Although Little White had been working very hard to produce the chaotic qi, She couldn't be completely reduced to this kind of production tool. Once he left the Inyang Heavenly Palace, he would need Little Black and Little White to maintain a good state. 1 year later. Han Fei had been cultivating for 5 months with energy and spiritual energy. Mostly because he wanted to save some of the chaos energy before he left. 1 year in Forge the Universe, about 3 months passed in the outside world. Plus the 2 months he spent in the Monument of Gods. It had been almost half a year since he left the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei glanced at his message. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 83, Venerable. Chaotic Chi, 16 wisps. Spiritual Power, 58,601/79,999, damaged. Perception Range, 15,000 kilometers. Strength, 3,688 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Inyang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 70. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 1. Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable level. Divine Quality. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all when he saw the data. Compared to before, the benefits he gained after the breakthrough were much less. But Han Fei didn't care. The advancement in the beginning was fast, but the improvement was not enough. The shortcomings could be made up and the foundation could be polished. However, he had to improve his realm first. As for the loss of spiritual energy, Han Fei was not surprised at all. Although spiritual energy was still used, in fact, in some sense, it was already useless to him. Swish. With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the heaven and earth array. The old turtle said, "Why? Are you cultivating again? I told you that in this way, your realm will improve faster, but your foundation won't be polished. Enough. You'll have to be stuck at the peak of the Junior Venerable for a while." Han Fei grinned. No, there is another way to accelerate the improvement of strength. The old turtle asked, "Are you going to fight?" Combat was the best way to polish one's foundation. Han Fei's combat was particularly different. He could absorb the vitality and soul power of others. The benefits were all round. In fact, at Han Fei's level, if he wanted to gain enough benefits in battle, the hunting target he chose would probably be in the Venerable realm. The old turtle wondered, "Do you want to attack the 1,000-star city now?" "No, you're not strong enough." "Huh? Are you going to attack the sea demon venerables who had fled?" Han Fei smiled. "What do you think of my idea?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Not so good. As long as they form a team, how can you, a junior venerable who hasn't reached the peak of the venerable realm, kill 5 or 6 of them? Don't forget, a projection of the black evil. Conch King hasn't died." Han Fei grinned. "So, I need to do some preparations." In terms of strength, without the push of the power of faith, his progress was very slow. Han Fei even regretted that when he swept the Zhang family's treasure house, he should have also robbed all the other 5 floors. In this way, he could get a massive amount of resources. As the saying went, if you want to do a good job, you have to sharpen your tools first. Han Fei closed his eyes and scanned the techniques he had learned. Now he had to deduce all of them to the extreme. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei recalled his experiences during this period of time. When his body and physique became extremely strong, he didn't even like to use the draw technique. What he liked most was to solve problems with his fists. Such a combat technique was relatively monotonous. However, the fundamental reason was that at this level, all weapons were the same. Therefore, it was better to use fists. Therefore, the current Saber Sutra needed to be deduced. And this time in the Heavenly Palace, Han Fei found that things like puppets were not easy to fight with fists alone. Therefore, he needed to make a breakthrough with the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Fortunately, Han Fei already knew that the next level of the 100-beast soul-quelling roar was the 100-beast soul-devouring. It must be a really great technique that could take the initiative to attack. Then what Han Fei needed to improve was the 108 desolate god body. The cultivation of the indestructible overlord body was very difficult, but he had already embarked on this path. However, Han Fei's soul power had been overly consumed and was now in a half-damaged state. For a short period of time, Han Fei was in a state of near hunger. At this time, if he cultivated a body-refining technique at the same time, the effect might be better. Soon, Han Fei found the technique he needed to deduce. They were respectively the Saber Sutra, the 10,000 knives in one, the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, the 108 desolate god body, and finally, the deceit technique. He needed the deceit technique because he wanted to be absolutely safe when he pretended to be someone else. However, the cost would be huge. At least more than 2 billion points of spiritual energy were required. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. Fortunately, spiritual energy and demonic energy were of the same level. Otherwise, the resources he had accumulated would have been used up. A moment later, the old turtle saw that billions of spiritual energy and demonic qi were absorbed by the demon purification pot in Han Fei's Forge the Universe. 3. Wisps of chaotic qi were even absorbed by the vine. This scene stunned him. What kind of deal did Han Fei make? Why did he need so much chaotic qi? It seemed that Han Fei had great plans this time. Such a huge consumption of spiritual energy was enough for a venerable to cross a realm, but Han Fei didn't seem to do anything. After a full half an hour, in Han Fei's mind, many great techniques had appeared. Hinayana Saber, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Remarks, a collection of knife techniques of the 100 races. It contains the comprehensive cultivation of knife intent, knife realm, and man and knife in one. The great Tao of the knife can transform anything into a knife. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. Special note, there is only one move in the whole book. Draw the knife. This was the advanced version of the Saber Sutra. This time, Han Fei deduced it to the venerable level and divine quality in one go. He didn't need to worry about saving money at all. In the future, none of the enemies he would face were simple. If he didn't have some powerful techniques, he wouldn't feel at ease. Besides, he could still rob his enemies. During the deduction, Han Fei also consumed a little bit of chaotic qi. This Hinayana saber inherited the characteristics of the Saber Sutra and only had one move. However, he had to try it when he had the chance. Naturally, there were other techniques. Blade Inferno, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Remarks, this is a knife control technique. When billions of knife lights shoot out at the same time, it draws all things into a knife, and when the momentum reaches its peak, it forms an inferno. Everything in this inferno can become a knife. As long as the spiritual will doesn't stop, the knife won't stop. Shortcoming, It requires a lot of weapons and extremely high spiritual power. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. This technique was different from the Hinayana saber. If the Hinayana saber was a powerful killing technique, then this Blade Inferno was a domain-type killing technique. As long as his spiritual power was strong enough, this Blade Inferno could even fly thousands of kilometers away. The Hinayana saber and Blade Inferno were offensive techniques that could greatly increase his combat range and individual combat ability. And Han Fei was very satisfied with the soul attack. 100 Beast Soul Devouring, Venerable Level, High Quality. Introduction. This is a technique created by tens of thousands of beasts. By learning the roars and demonic sounds of the beasts, you can mimic the demonic sounds and devour their souls. This technique is a soul-slaying technique, a secret technique of the beasts. Deduction technique, 10,000 beast diagram. Deduction cost, 1 wisp of chaos energy. This 100 beast soul devouring technique had the same effect as the 100 beast soul quelling roar. Their difference was that one relied on sound to intimidate the soul, and the other was to make the sound transform into a beast in the enemy's mind, like a 100 beasts tearing the soul directly in the enemy's mind. Therefore, this was the significance of the 100 beasts soul eating. The reason why he didn't further deduce it was because Han Fei had only stayed in the Beast King Valley for a short time. He might be familiar with 100 beasts, but he really didn't see 10,000 beasts. Therefore, he planned to save some of his chaotic chi. Now he had an offensive technique too. Although the Grand Desolate Body appeared, Han Fei didn't continue to deduce it. Han Fei's lips curled slightly. Grand Desolate Body, Venerable Level, Mid-Quality. Remarks. This is an ancient technique that was passed down from the primordial age. It combines all major acupoints into one and can swallow demonic chi, murderous aura, and poisonous barriers, and transform them into a power that nurtures the body. Rumor has it that those who master this technique are immune to all poisons. Shortcoming: if you fight into a frenzy, you may go crazy. Deduction technique, unknown. Completion, 1 wisp of chaotic chi. Body tempering was different from other combat skills. One had to lay a solid foundation step by step in body tempering. If one cultivated not step by step, not only would it be difficult to cultivate without a solid foundation, but it would also be a waste of time. Finally, it was the deceit technique. Divine Deceit Technique, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Introduction. This is based on the deceit technique and permeates the soul into the face, voice, and aura. After being enchanted by the divine deceit technique, the other party will have his vigilance drop greatly and completely. Trust you. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. Remarks. The divine deceit technique can bewilder the opponent's mind and he will believe every single word you say. Practicing this technique also wasted a wisp of chaos energy on Han Fei. Although the deceit technique was already good enough, the group he was in contact with now was different. Even the old turtle, as an emperor, had nowhere to hide in the eyes of old Han and the others. Who knew how keen the eyes of a half-king were? Han Fei had consumed about 3.8 billion points of spiritual energy and 3 wisps of chaotic chi in total. And these great techniques would also pave the way for Han Fei's future growth. His purpose in coming to the heavenly palace had been achieved. He had obtained the other half a drop of origin water, which helped him awaken his second spiritual heritage and second spiritual beast, although Han Fei hadn't noticed his second spiritual heritage. Although there was still a huge amount of energy and an annoying eye above the heavenly palace. However, he probably didn't have the ability to get rid of the heavenly Tao Dharma eye for the time being. If old Han and the others could kill it, they wouldn't have kept it for now. Since the heavenly Tao Dharma eye was still there, the heavenly palace was not as good as he imagined. What was funny was that the strong masters of the big clan still wanted to enter the heavenly palace and obtain the chance to become a king. If they knew that once they entered the heavenly palace, they would be closer to the heavenly Tao Dharma eye, and then not only would it be impossible for them to become a king, but it might also attract the attention of the heavenly Tao Dharma eye, causing sky fiends to descend. How they would feel? Another month passed. Han Fei browsed through the books in the palace. Han Fei didn't need books on techniques and combat skills. Although there were king-level techniques in the heavenly palace, it was a king's business. There were a few books that he couldn't obtain at the moment, which required a certain amount of strength. The rest were mostly history events that happened before and after the establishment of the 36 mystic worlds in the Age of Doom. These books were easy to obtain and didn't need Han Fei to do anything. In these books, Han Fei saw that in the era when Yu City was still around, the 36 mystic worlds were actually not only fighting against the Sea clan, but also against each other. It turned out that before Shiman Linglan and the others, someone from the 36 mystic worlds had discovered the floating stones. However, this news circulated among the strong but had been kept secret so as to not attract the attention of the Sea clan. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. So, at the moment when the City of Justice was about to collapse, the secret of the floating stone had been completely exposed. Otherwise, how could the sea demons have set up an ambush in advance? He read the books one by one. They were all stories about how to save the people of the world in the Age of Doom. On this day, Han Fei was fighting the sky fiends outside the palace. After fighting for more than an hour and studying the newly deduced techniques, Han Fei re-entered the seal. Han Fei smiled. Old Yuan, it's time for us to leave. Han Fei strolled through the courtyard-like palace one last time, thinking to himself, the next time I come here, it will be when I reach the top. Unfortunately, he couldn't take away the massive amount of energy and resources in the heavenly palace. He had only swallowed 1% of the power of fire origin in the outside world. It was too early to move the Yang palace away. Han Fei grabbed the pestle of the heaven and earth array, wondering if he should take it away or keep it. While he was stunned, Han Fei suddenly felt that some lines on the array pestle seemed quite familiar. Huh? Han Fei was suddenly alarmed. On the golden pages he obtained from the ideal palace, there were words that he couldn't recognize at all. However, on the array pestle, Han Fei saw a few similar symbols or words. To be precise, there were 3 of them. These words seemed to be on every golden page, but now they appeared on the array pestle? Huh? What's the secret behind this? Han Fei immediately grabbed the array pestle and ran into the heaven and earth array. This time, Han Fei didn't know if he could understand the meaning of it. However, he still had to try. Han Fei activated his Dao seed and 7 golden pages appeared in front of him. And among the 7 golden pages, one glittered with dim black light, which was created by Han Fei out of thin air. Han Fei extended his finger and slowly wrote the 3 words on the array pestle on the dim page. Buzz. The 7 golden pages suddenly closed. Then, with a bang, the dim golden page shattered. Clearly, the power of his great Tao was limited. But at the next moment, what surprised Han Fei was that although the golden book was broken, it didn't dissipate but sank into his body again without splitting the page. A message popped up in Han Fei's head. All things 3, unrated, incomplete. Remarks, it can completely separate a person into 3 people and create 2 clones. The cultivator can make the clones cultivate from childhood. Furthermore, the clones can be disconnected from the main body's soul. Shortcoming, if the user chooses to disconnect the clones from the main body's soul, the clones can easily give birth to their own wills. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. Note, according to the difference in the bloodline and potential of the user, the clones can ignore realm obstacles and heavenly tribulations to a certain extent. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. All things 3? Hiss. When Han Fei was still at the Empyrean waterfall, he had heard Granny Yin talk about 2 legendary techniques. One was the Great Dream Heavenly Book, and the other was the All Things 3. Now, the Great Dream Heavenly Book had been cultivated by his father. And on the trip to the Ideal Palace, he had actually obtained the All Things 3. In the past, Han Fei couldn't find a way to create clones. However, after he went to the Waterwood world, the Water Immortal created a clone for him. Now, he could create 2 more clones? However, even if he wanted to, his soul power didn't seem to be enough. Huh? Wait. Han Fei suddenly remembered that if he made his clones cultivate from young, wouldn't they be the same as his reincarnation bodies? If the clones created with the All Things 3 were the same as his reincarnation body, this technique shouldn't be much worse than the Great Dream Heavenly Book, right? Indeed, if his clones really started cultivating from the scratch, his soul power wouldn't consume much. Looking at the words in the note, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat again. The clones created with the All Things 3 could ignore the realm barrier and heavenly tribulations? Did this mean that as long as his main body kept growing, they wouldn't have any obstacles? After his main body transcended the tribulation, his clones didn't need to transcend the tribulation? Han Fei browsed through it and then noticed that the host's bloodline, luck, and potential would imperceptibly affect the bloodline, luck, and potential of the clones. Unfortunately, there were still many things that he couldn't read, because the All Things 3 was incomplete. To read the complete version, he needed to deduce it, which would cost him 10 wisps of chaos chi. Han Fei hesitated for a long time, but the All Things 3 was useless now. According to the book, the higher his realm was, the stronger his bloodline was, and the greater his potential would be, which would affect his clones. Then, he shouldn't nurture his clones in the venerable realm. He should at least wait until he became a king. It had to be said that the All Things 3 was definitely a heaven-shaking technique. Tang Yan, for example, had done countless things in secret to create himself a reincarnation body. Even so, he still couldn't become a king. But what was the All Things 3 for? It was to create his clones, which could carry his own luck and potential. Then why would he put them in the sea area of the Yin-Yang world? The outside world was huge. If it was limited to the Yin-Yang world, even if he had great luck, there weren't so many opportunities for him to take. He had come this far because of the efforts of many people. Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind to keep the All Things 3 for now. Although it was an amazing technique, it depended on when and under what circumstances it would be used. Instead of deducing the All Things 3, Han Fei, called old Yuan. Get ready. To go. Buzz. In the end, Han Fei still carried the array pestle of the heaven and earth. Array. If he didn't come, no one could enter the heaven and earth array. When Han Fei appeared outside the palace, the Sky Fiend shadows all appeared. With a swish and began to surround and hunt Han Fei. Han Fei extended his hand and pinched the air, and a flame blade was drawn out of the void. Boom! The flame saber beam shot out horizontally and slashed all the attacks. Han Fei smiled and activated the star teleportation technique. His speed was so fast that the Sky Fiends couldn't keep up at all. Buzz! The teleportation array flashed, and when Han Fei appeared again, he was already on the 3rd floor of the central holy city's temple. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he saw Ren Tianfei sitting cross-legged, not far away, still cultivating. Seeing Han Fei suddenly appear, Ren Tianfei couldn't help saying, "So fast?" "It's been 7 months. Fast?" Ren Tianfei said, "It's just 7 months. It's just enough for a nap. How is it going? Did Heavenly Tao Dharma I do anything to you?" As he spoke, Ren Tianfei checked Han Fei's strength and frowned slightly. "A junior peak level venerable? How did your strength increase so quickly?" Ren Tianfei felt terrible. Once a cultivator reached the venerable realm, it could be said that every step was extremely difficult. Every improvement required a large amount of time. In an instant, Ren Tianfei already knew the key reason for the soaring of Han Fei's strength. He said, "Although the power of faith can help you improve at an incredible speed, you have to polish your foundation." Han Fei chuckled. "Got it. I'm not stupid. I won't just pursue my realm." Seeing that Han Fei was calm, Ren Tianfei was relieved. He couldn't help asking, "So, do you have a way to solve the Heavenly Tao Dharma I? How to make this thing disappear?" Han Fei curled his lips and said, "There's a way, but it requires time and strength." Ren Tianfei sighed. "The stronger you are, the less likely you are to be its opponent. The Heavenly Tao Dharma I is best at creating Sky Fiends. The higher your realm is, the more powerful the Sky Fiends are. Have you experienced it?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I've only encountered the most ordinary Sky Fiends. It must be because my realm is not high enough. Therefore, it just casually created several Sky Fiends to play with me." Han Fei said, "When I become strong enough in the future, I will naturally experience the real strength of the Sky Fiends. Now I just want to know, do I have to go back the way I came to go to the 1,000-star city?" If he could only go back the way he came, there was no doubt that someone would be ambushing him. After all, Old Han, Ren Tianfei, and Patriarch Thug all seemed to be enemies of the big clans. And his own relationship with them was even worse. Ren Tianfei said, "Well, of course not. There is only one way in. However, no matter how you get out, the central holy city is only so big. You will still be ambushed." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Do you mean that I can leave from anywhere?" Ren Tianfei said proudly, "Of course. It may not be easy to enter, but it's very easy to leave. If you want to leave, I'll accompany you. I haven't been to the 1,000-star city for a long time." Han Fei hurriedly said, "Don't. It's not time to completely fall out with the 1,000-star city yet. As for when to clean up the big clans, wait for my news. Now, in terms of speed, they shouldn't be able to catch me." Ren Tianfei said in surprise, so confident? Do you know that, although you can go out from any corner, you definitely can't escape the perception of a venerable. There will even be a half-king watching, from time to time. Are you sure you can escape the tracking of a half-king? Han Fei grinned. No matter how strong a half-king is, he is not a king. With that, Han Fei sat on the ground, took out a bunch of fish skin maps, and began to draw arrays. One day passed. Outside the central holy city, in the monument of gods, many old pedants were searching for the entrance to the 5th level. Someone said, no. There's no trace at all. That Han Fei actually has a way to remove the mark here. Someone sighed. Unfortunately, I don't know how many floors the monument of gods has. Now, at least the first 5 floors have been confirmed. If these old guys knew that the monument of gods had more than 200 floors, how would they react? Outside the monument of gods. Indeed, many venerables secretly covered the entire area of the central holy city with their perceptions. Since Han Fei dared to walk straight in, he must know the way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Therefore, even a fool knew they could ambush Han Fei. When he came out, a venerable asked, can't we pressure the Scattered Stars Island? Someone shook his head. Now, Han Fei's prestige on the Scattered Stars Island is too high. The Scattered Stars Island is rapidly developing, so it doesn't matter if there is Han Fei or not. A venerable said with an ugly expression, I hate Han Guanchu and the other old guys for being so elusive. Someone shook his head. They have their concerns. If they really want to take action, they will appear. These guys are not easy to deal with. If we leave the 1,000-star city, it will make the 1,000-star city empty. Isn't that what they want? At this moment, old Demon Chu was sitting in the void. Behind him, Chu Menwang said, Patriarch, since Han Fei is not on the Scattered Stars Island, why don't we take the opportunity to destroy his camp? Old Demon Chu snorted. Do you think you can destroy the Scattered Stars Island as you please? Even if you cooperate with the Black Evil Conch King, that place can't be destroyed. It's not just because of Han Guanchu and Tang Yan, but also because of some hidden experts. Do you really think they don't care about that place? Chu Menwang said, Patriarch, you're right. Then we have to catch Han Fei here. No matter how long we have to wait. Old Demon Chu said, yes. This time, we must be absolutely sure. Buzz. Suddenly, old Demon Chu disappeared into the void. Chu Menwang followed closely and shouted, attack. Old Demon Chu and Chu Menwang didn't expect Han Fei to come out so quickly. Why did he only stay there for a few months? However, when Han Fei suddenly emerged from the central holy city, the power of the great Tao, the heavenly void divine movement, the agility of wind, and the speed array were all activated, which directly raised Han Fei's speed to the extreme. A strong master from the Yi family shouted, this guy is already a venerable. His speed is extremely fast. Old Demon Chu shouted, and a long map appeared in the sky, sealing the void. In Forge the Universe, the vast ocean navigator was spinning. Han Fei suddenly roared, and then struck. This terrifying strike was comparable to a peak-level strike of an advanced venerable. Old Demon Chu was surprised. How is it possible? Many people were dumbfounded. Could it be that Han Fei borrowed someone's power again to launch a peak-level strike of an advanced venerable? That was not all. Han Fei flashed in the void and escaped from the space confinement. Old Demon Chu frowned. How did Han Fei know where the array was? Han Fei sneered in his heart. Since it's an array, there must be an array. Unless you use your own great Tao to seal it, if you use an array to trap me. Humph, I have the vast ocean navigator, so what am I afraid of? Seeing that Han Fei was about to disappear into the void, a cold voice sounded, time freeze. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei saw a dense blue light that seemed to be covering half of the sky. When Han Fei heard the sound of time freeze, his heart skipped a beat. Han Fei quickly looked at the time ring in his hand, which was shining. Heh! The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and with a swish, he pierced through the space where time stopped. Originally, Han Fei had a deep understanding of the great Tao of time and space. The acceleration and deceleration of time were very terrifying. And the great Tao of space was also unpredictable. Chu Menwang was horrified. Han Fei could actually ignore his great Tao of time? The other venerables were also surprised. How long had it been since the full scale war on the Scattered Stars Island? It hadn't even been a year. Not only had Han Fei become a venerable, but his strength was also not like that of a new venerable. And he could even block Chu Menwang's time great Tao. If Han Fei was given a little more time, didn't it mean that no one in the entire Thousand-Star City could suppress him? Needless to say, Han Fei knew that the entrance to the lower world from the Thousand-Star City must have been blocked. At this moment, he certainly couldn't run to the entrance, so he could only stay in the Thousand-Star City. Bam! 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 Ordinary people had no idea that in the void above their heads, many venerables had stepped into the void. Their figures flashed like light in the void. Among them, the fastest, were the 2 or 3 people. One was old Demon Chu, who was a half-king, one was Chu Menwang, who was at the peak of the venerable realm, and the other was Han Fei. Although the Yi family venerable was fast, the strongest person in the Yi family was killed by old Han when the faceless men attacked the Thousand-Star City last time. The strong had died, and the latecomers hadn't grown up yet. Of course, they were far behind these 3 people. Han Fei's heart stirred. It seemed that the one who was really determined to deal with him was the Chu sect. The other big clans didn't have the ability to attack him without the Chu sect's support. In that case, Han Fei thought of 2 places. One was the Chu sect, and the other was the Chao family. He could go to these 2 places. If he went to the Chao family, it usually kept a low profile, and he might not be able to exert his full strength. Besides, although Chao Tianji went to the Scattered Stars Island to see Tang Yen, Chao Shuang killed a sea demon venerable. In other words, although the Chao family took action, it didn't have much effect. They had done a good deed and a bad one. Their attitude was unknown. So he'd better not offend them now. Han Fei immediately made up his mind. You want to kill me? Fine. If you have what it takes, kill everyone in the Chu sect first. The Chu sect and the Chao family were the 2 biggest families who owned independent islands in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei waved his hand and a few fish skin maps opened. These arrays certainly couldn't stop old Demon Chu. However, Han Fei didn't need to stop him at all. When the fish skin maps opened, the void was enshrouded in mist that stretched for dozens of kilometers. And Han Fei had already used the Twin Divine technique. However, back in the Monument of Gods, after old Demon Chu was tricked by Han Fei, he knew that Han Fei could use a clone technique. Therefore, the old man was very careful and just slapped the mist. Boom. Crack. As if feeling something being crushed by him, Chu Menwang was delighted. Pfft. Just when Chu Menwang felt that he had succeeded, Han Fei's figure quickly left the mist. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went all the way south. As old Demon Chu waved his long sleeve, the void mist completely disappeared. His perception swept across every grain of dust in the void. Even so, old Chu was still worried. Everyone, be careful. This child has the ability of cloning. Be careful when exploring the void. After using the twin divine technique, Han Fei's white mist body was significantly weakened. However, even so, he was still as fast as an advanced venerable. But at this moment, someone was blocking his way? Han Fei roared and punched out with all his strength. Boom! Everyone who saw Han Fei's punch, including old Demon Chu, was certain that this was Han Fei's real body. If it weren't, how could he exert such powerful strength? The venerable who intercepted Han Fei was only an intermediate venerable. He was blasted thousands of kilometers away by the sacrificing punch. In the sky, above the thousand-star city, explosions kept echoing. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky as if they wanted to see what had happened. But how could they see the battle of the venerables with their mortal eyes? It was this attack that really attracted old Demon Chu over. He grabbed the air with both hands, about to catch Han Fei. At this moment, old Demon Chu's expression suddenly changed drastically. Menwang. Old Demon Chu was horrified. Just now, he had clearly investigated the mist, so it was impossible that someone still existed without being discovered by him. But just now, a black fog appeared out of nowhere. Although Chu Menwang was fast enough, a teleportation array had already appeared in front of Han Fei's black mist body. Swish! At the moment Chu Menwang arrived, the teleportation array had already collapsed. How could he still find the black fog? At this moment, old Chu grabbed Han Fei's white mist body. However, Han Fei sneered. Old Demon Chu, let's play big today, okay? As soon as he said this, Han Fei's body shattered. At this moment, the perceptions of the venerables swept across the entire thousand-star city. However, there were billions of people in the thousand-star city, and all kinds of things were happening all the time. How could they sweep through all these people one by one? Airwaves spread out from old Demon Chu's body. Han Fei, you brat, if this happens again, you won't be able to escape. It was impossible for old Demon Chu to guess that he had indeed killed Han Fei just now. However, he only killed half of Han Fei. Just now, Han Fei's black mist body died, and his white mist body escaped. Now, the white mist body was crushed and the black mist body escaped. At that moment, Han Fei had no time to enter Forge the Universe at all. Fortunately, the characteristics of Little Black and Little White were still there. If one party didn't die, the other wouldn't die. The white mist body was blasted into dust, so it naturally couldn't be found. And Han Fei also deeply realized that old Demon Chu's strength was enough to crush an advanced venerable with a slap. Just now, this old B***** almost killed him. The Chu sect occupied the entire Cold Moon Island. The vast ocean navigator stopped in front of an ordinary house. No one saw that a shadow that was invisible to the naked eye quietly entered the courtyard. Get lost. Boom. In the yard, there was an angry roar and the sound of porcelain being knocked over. Immediately afterward, a woman's timid voice said, "Young master, the doctor says that if you use medicine every day, it's possible to restore your spiritual heritage. That's bulls asterisk it. How many times have they seen me over the years? They have completely forgotten about me, Chu Xiao. It's laughable that I, a heavenly talent, am reduced into this point. Young master. Go. Although my spiritual heritage has been greatly damaged, I'm not a waste. Yet. I don't need anyone to serve me. Young master. A moment later, Han Fei saw an ordinary girl run out sobbing. However, the girl didn't leave but just ran into her room to cry. Chu Xiao, Han Fei was looking for him. Han Fei didn't know many people in the Chu sect. He couldn't go to Chu Qingyan, could he? Chu Xiao was crippled by him with the sun true flame and his spiritual heritage was destroyed by him. It would be difficult for him to make any progress in this life. If he wanted to change his spiritual heritage, he would have to change his fate. Even venerables couldn't do it easily. Therefore, even if a venerable wanted to repair Chu Xiao's spiritual heritage, it would be extremely difficult. At this moment, Chu Xiao was sitting on the bed with a pale face. He wanted to cultivate, but every time spiritual energy gathered, he would start to cough. Cough, cough, cough. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Xiao saw some shadows of plants. He thought it was his illusion. So he closed his eyes and opened them again, only to find that he was in an ancient forest. In front of him was a person he had dreamed of countless times. Chu Xiao gnashed his teeth and said, Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. You're not dreaming. Yes, it's me. I'm surprised that you still remember me after so many years. Chu Xiao clenched his fists. I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. That being said, Chu Xiao didn't dare to move. Why did Han Fei find him? This was the Chu sect. How could Han Fei be on the Cold Moon Island? Chu Xiao asked warily, what do you want to do? Han Fei didn't answer, but smiled. It seems that no one in the Chu sect can help you repair your damaged spiritual heritage. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes. He certainly knew how powerful Han Fei was now. He never missed any news about Han Fei. Especially a year ago, Han Fei had already become the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, leading 1,000,000 soldiers to fight against sea demons. This made Chu Xiao lose the mood to take revenge. After all, the two of them were not at the same level at all. He had long admitted that Han Fei was indeed a peerless genius, not someone he could compare to. Chu Xiao said coldly, repairing the spiritual heritage is impossible even for venerables. All of this is because of you. Han Fei shrugged. Yes, but you said it's impossible for venerables? That's a lie. It will just take them some time. Also, if you have ultra-quality spiritual fruits and eat dozens or hundreds of them, you can recover at least 30% or 50% of your spiritual heritage. Then, you can cut your spiritual heritage and regrow it with the help of venerables. When Chu Xiao heard hundreds of ultra-quality spiritual fruits, he snorted. Hundreds of ultra-quality spiritual fruits? I couldn't even get one at my peak. Hundreds? That's completely impossible. Han Fei smiled and said, look, there are many ways to save you. It's just that those people from the Chu sect think you are useless and refuse to save you. Chu Xiao asked coldly, what do you want? Han Fei put on a wicked smile. Well, nothing. I'm just chatting with you. By the way, can I borrow your body? Of course, if you're obedient, I can help you. Repair your spiritual heritage. Chu Xiao was refreshed. Why are you so kind-hearted? Han Fei spread his hands. Of course I don't have good intentions, but the Chu sect is not kind to you either. How can the Chu sect not know my identity? Back then, they asked you to stop me. Do you think it was a coincidence? Don't be used by others without knowing it. How sad. Chu Xiao's heart trembled. He had long been thinking about this matter. Han Fei caused a commotion in the Thousand-Star City for a long time. Who stopped him? As early as back then, he had guessed that he had been used. However, at that time, he was a heavenly talent with a high heart and wanted to make some contributions. Therefore, when the Chu sect was hostile to Han Fei, he also saw Han Fei as an enemy. Now Chu Xiao's life had declined to this point. Therefore, his hatred for Han Fei had long turned into hatred for the Chu sect. Chu Xiao asked, "What do you want?" Han Fei said, "Let me check your soul first." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei didn't intend to disguise as Chu Xiao. After all, Chu Xiao was already a useless person. Not to mention the upper echelons of the Chu sect, he couldn't even touch the middle level of the Chu sect now. His strength had dropped from the law enforcer realm to the peak level hanging fisher realm. He didn't even have the face to go out and wander in the Chu sect. And Han Fei was looking for this guy. Although Han Fei trusted the divine deceit technique very much, no top treasure technique was as practical as a real person. After checking Chu Xiao's soul, Han Fei had a general understanding of the layout of the entire Chu sect. As for the relationship among people, Han Fei only made a simple understanding. Han Fei pinched his fingers and calculated, and then let Chu Xiao out. In front of Chu Xiao, Han Fei turned into a black fog and quietly returned to forge the universe. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, I'll leave this, Chu Xiao, to you. I'm going to the Soul Sea." The old turtle was lost for words. Han Fei's luck was unparalleled. He certainly knew why Han Fei went to the Soul Sea. A wisp of black gas slowly drilled into Chu Xiao's body, and the old turtle sighed inwardly. Han Fei is so bad and has even awakened an emperor sparrow as his spiritual beast. It shouldn't be easy for him to die. Unconsciously, the old turtle had already gotten used to it. He didn't argue with Han Fei anymore. Now, he just felt a little sad for the Chu sect. He thought to himself, "Why did you have to provoke this little devil? Great, I guarantee that your spiritual beasts will suffer heavy casualties this time." In Forge the Universe, a complicated mysterious pattern appeared. It had been a long time since Han Fei entered the Soul Sea. When he explored the Blood Sea Divinewood City in the Waterwood world, he went there once. Upgraded Little Black and Little White by 2 levels, and then came out. He didn't often go to the Soul Sea because the conditions were not ready. Han Fei already knew a lot of secrets about the Soul Sea. Only by swallowing the spiritual beasts with masters would he not trigger the unknown horror and be kicked out of the Soul Sea. This was an extremely important rule of the Soul Sea. Buzz. Han Fei's consciousness suddenly descended into another world and appeared directly on Little Black. However, before Han Fei had the time to look at the Soul Sea world, he heard a cry above his head. The cry sounded as if it had been stabbed. Who else could it belong to if not the Emperor Sparrow? Han Fei's fish eyes turned up, only to see that the Emperor Sparrow was arrogantly looking at him with her head lowered. The Emperor Sparrow is standing on Little Black? Han Fei was a little puzzled. However, it made sense. He had two spiritual beasts. They couldn't be separated, right? Since they appeared together, it was normal for them to be together. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to offend the Emperor Sparrow. Again. He said telepathically, "Emperor Sparrow, let's go eat and drink. Something good." In fact, Han Fei's goal was the spiritual beasts above level 70. Such spiritual beasts were definitely very rare. Killing one of them would be a huge loss to Chu sect and would be best for Little Black and Little White to grow up. Little Black and Little White happened to be level 70 at this moment and could be considered explorers. With Little Black's teeth, there was nothing that he couldn't eat. Even spiritual beasts above level 80 could be eaten by him. Swish. At this moment, Little White completely understood what Han Fei meant. The two of them had cooperated more than once. Only Emperor Sparrow was looking at Han Fei and Little White curiously, waiting with interest to see what they wanted to do. In the outside world, Old Demon Chu and the others were having a meeting in the void. Old Demon Chu said, "This guy is cunning and has the ability of cloning. Furthermore, his other clone is pure black, which can avoid perception and vision. We need to use the surrounding space to judge its existence. Everyone has already seen his strength. If we let the tiger return to the mountain this time, I wonder how much stronger this guy will grow in the future. With his temperament, those he wants to take revenge on are definitely not our Chu sect alone. The other clans were helpless too. Someone said, Elder Chu, you attacked him in person but still failed to subdue him. What else can we do now? Old Demon Chu said, since Han Fei has appeared, he will definitely return to the Scattered Stars Island. Otherwise, if he stays in the Thousand Star City, how can he grow up? The Thousand Star City doesn't have an environment for a venerable to grow rapidly. Therefore, he must leave. What you need to do is to guard all the checkpoints. I don't believe that he won't appear. While Old Demon Chu was outside holding a meeting with a group of venerables, Han Fei had been lingering in the Soul Sea for a long time. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't take action, but that he was looking for an appropriate place to take action. The big clans were hierarchical. The strong had their own residences, which not everyone could peep at. Therefore, after Little White avoided dozens of independent and powerful spiritual beasts, she kept swimming towards a valley in the Soul Sea. Half an hour later, Han Fei saw a 100-meter-long python covered in black scales. Han Fei knew that he had reached his destination. Soon, Han Fei saw a gigantic bronze turtle, an octopus with tentacles as long as 100 meters, a large shell with many colors engraved on it, a purple silver fish floating vertically in the water, a huge conch extending countless tentacles, looking like anemone. There were many of these creatures. Almost half of them were explorers, and the other half were level 69. It could be said that next level up, they would be explorers. There were as many as 1,000 of these spiritual beasts. This didn't mean that the Chu sect alone had 1,000 explorers. Han Fei didn't believe that. The Chu sect had more than 1,000 explorers. It should be said that the masters of these spiritual beasts were also stuck at level 69. When the masters had no progress in cultivation, they often chose to nurture their spiritual beasts. After all, if their spiritual beasts became stronger, it was equivalent to them becoming stronger. Therefore, many of the thousands of spiritual beasts were stuck at level 69. Their master's strength limited their growth. The Chusek's cultivation tower. This was a cultivation tower specially built for the outstanding children of the Chu sect. Each floor's different rooms represented different levels. Chu Luo was cultivating in seclusion. He was trying to break through to the half-venerable realm. As long as he broke through to this realm with the help of his spiritual beast, he could even act as a sparring partner for beginner venerables. Suddenly, Chu Luo was refreshed and felt that there seemed to be a voice crying in his soul. However, he, who was immersed in cultivation at this moment, thought that he might enter the half-venerable realm and was a little excited. In the Soul Sea, Han Fei turned into a big black fish, his body expanded 5 or 6 times, and he was biting crazily. In an instant, a big fish was gnawed into a sieve by Han Fei. Ah! The Emperor Sparrow's cry no longer sounded as if he had been stabbed, but was very aggressive. He was a little curious, and went up to bite the fish too. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Be careful. These creatures are very high-leveled. You may not be able to withstand them. I'll take you to eat some lower-leveled ones later." Ah! The Emperor Sparrow shouted at Han Fei in dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, "Do you look down upon me? I, an Emperor Sparrow, can't even take my food?" The Emperor Sparrow was pecking and eating behind Little Black. Soon, he drank a lot of blood. And Han Fei saw that the body of the Emperor Sparrow flickered with brilliance. After a while, it flickered, after a while, it flickered again. After just one meal, the level of the Emperor Sparrow rose from 1 to 9. It seemed that he was a little full. The Emperor Sparrow flew to Little White's forehead, showing signs of a breakthrough. Han Fei thought to himself, "I told you not to eat too much. Now look, although your strength is improving fast, is it stable?" However, Han Fei was also very surprised. A level 1 creature could actually swallow the energy of an explorer? If it were an ordinary creature, they would definitely die. For example, if he caught a dying explorer-level creature and threw it into a mass of marching sea leeches, would the marching sea leeches or the explorer-level creature die? The result might be that the marching sea leeches were all wiped out, but the explorer-level creature would survive. After all, the marching sea leeches couldn't carry the enormous energy of advanced creatures at all. However, the Emperor Sparrow was different. He kept drinking blood and eating meat and upgrading to level 9. After he was full, he ran to Little White's head and closed his eyes to rest. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to him. Since he had found the place, they had to make the best use of the time to eat. Not all the explorers were fools. Perhaps one person didn't find anything unusual, but not everyone would be like this. Once these people summoned their spiritual beasts out, they wouldn't be able to eat them anymore. Therefore, Han Fei bit a flood dragon. Who cares who it is? Eat it first. In the cultivation tower of the Chu sect. Soon, someone noticed that something was wrong. While Han Fei was eating, someone sensed that his spiritual beast was voluntarily coming out. When the person summoned his spiritual beast, he saw a complete fish head. The fish body was completely gone, without even bones. Hiss! The man was horrified. What happened? He had never encountered such a situation in his entire life. In fact, he shouldn't have summoned his spiritual beast at this moment. If he summoned it now, his spiritual beast could only die. If he didn't, with the characteristics of the soul sea, it would eventually become a level 1 spiritual beast. The moment the person's spiritual beast disappeared, Han Fei knew that this matter was exposed. However, he didn't care. He would just let his spiritual beasts eat as much as they could. The Chu sect was so big and had so many people. He didn't believe there was no food for his spiritual beasts anymore. Gulp. Gulp. Finally, there was a commotion in the Chu sect's cultivation tower. For a moment, everyone panicked. Someone shouted, "Attention, everyone! Summon your spiritual beasts. Hurry up." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At this moment, many people in the Chu sect's cultivation tower were woken up. After the accident, they immediately shouted for reinforcements. However, cultivation was usually conducted by one person in absolute silence. Some people even put a seal on their residence to ensure the effect of their cultivation. After a while, 30 or 40 people gathered under the cultivation tower, all of whom looked solemn. Someone asked in panic, "How is it? How is your spiritual beast?" Someone shouted angrily, "Damn it, my spiritual beast has become level 1. Someone frowned. "When I summoned it, I found that it died." Someone's face flushed with anger. "Half of my spiritual beast has been bitten, and it's dying. However, I dare not withdraw it." Buzz. A venerable suddenly appeared. Someone had gone to report him. The moment he arrived, he shouted, "What happened? Master Feng, our spiritual beasts are all in trouble." Which son of a bi *ch? Before the person finished speaking, an explorer carried a big turtle and jumped off from the cultivation tower. The state of the big turtle stunned everyone. Half of the turtle's neck had been bitten, and blood was flowing out of its shell. Only one of its limbs was left, and its shell was almost empty. It was dead for sure. Hiss. Immediately, Chu Feng thought of something. A few years ago, in the Sky Meditation Garden, many young disciples' spiritual beasts had all become level 1 spiritual beasts. As a venerable, he naturally knew more than these peak-level law enforcers or explorers. He had heard of the guess about the soul sea. His face changed drastically, and a terrifying pressure descended on the cultivation tower. Bang! 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 A large number of seals were directly broken. Many people who were fine thought that something big had happened. They walked out of the cultivation tower one after another, only to see that many people had gathered below. They were all dumbfounded. Someone wondered, what happened? Master Feng? Chu Feng shouted, "Everyone, summon your spiritual beasts immediately." Many people were confused. Suddenly, someone's expression changed. He hurriedly summoned his spiritual beast, only to see a shark that had been bitten into a beehive fall to the ground. Its body had almost been hollowed out. The man looked at this scene blankly and couldn't believe his eyes. *CK, is this a dream? Seeing this, the others also hurriedly summoned their spiritual beasts. For a moment, all kinds of spiritual beasts filled the outer square of the Chu sect's cultivation tower. All kinds of exclamations rose and fell. Especially the peak-level law enforcers, dozens of their spiritual beasts had already become level 1 pets. This was a serious problem. The group of people looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. In the Soul Sea, when Han Fei found that all the surrounding spiritual beasts were gone, he felt terrible. These are all great tonics. In this short period of time, Little Black and Little White had stabilized their realm of level 70 and directly reached level 71. After the breakthrough, Han Fei had eaten nearly 30 spiritual beasts. Han Fei felt that if he were given another half an hour, Little Black and Little White could upgrade again. However, at the moment those creatures went out, the rest were particularly dazzling. At this moment, Han Fei saw a hollow nether fish. The hollow nether fish was a fish that could be invisible and had extremely strong spiritual power. If it were other spiritual beasts, they might not be able to see it. However, Little Black and Little White's eyes could penetrate the void. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Hollow Nether Fish, Chu Feng's spiritual beast. Introduction: an extremely lazy fish. When it remains still for a long time, it will enter a state of invisibility. The spiritual power of the hollow nether fish is extremely strong. It can easily pierce through the enemy's mind and kill creatures at the same level as it can swallow a small amount of the enemy's soul. Level greater than 81. Quality: exotic, ultra quality. The hollow nether fish had obviously seen Little White and Emperor Sparrow. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow was no longer level 9, but level 16, because he had digested his food again. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh at his speed of digestion and growth. Without any hesitation, Han Fei rushed up and opened his mouth wide. However, the hollow nether fish seemed to feel threatened and immediately launched a soul explosion. However, it underestimated Little Black's level. As soon as this soul explosion was launched, Han Fei controlled Little Black to bite the hollow nether fish's head. In the outside world, Chu Feng was transmitting the news to Chu Menwang when his face suddenly changed. In the next moment, his hollow nether fish appeared. However, what made his scalp tingle was that half of his spiritual beast's head had been bitten off. At this moment, as soon as the hollow nether fish left the soul sea, its head began to regrow. After all, it was a creature in the venerable realm. Ordinary venerables could be reborn from a drop of blood, so could their spiritual beasts. Chu Feng said with an ugly expression, "This time, I must ask the family head about the soul sea. If it's not in the soul sea, why are so many people, including me, having our spiritual beasts attacked?" Chu Feng even felt that in the world of spiritual beasts, there was something maliciously slaughtering the spiritual beasts of the Chu family. In the Soul Sea, the Emperor Sparrow flew to Han Fei's head again, and his beak went straight into Han Fei's big mouth. Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm still eating, okay?" Anyway, Little Black had eaten a lot, so he didn't mind this mouthful of food. Han Fei spat out the fish head that he bit off. The Emperor Sparrow picked up an eyeball from the bloody mist, and swallowed it. Wang. This eyeball alone got the Emperor Sparrow to level up. Han Fei was speechless. Why not take advantage of this period of time to improve the level of the Emperor Sparrow? Later, he could still feed it with spirit awakening fluid. Anyway, he had plenty of these resources. 10,000 kilometers away, old Demon Chu and Chu Menwang were still looking for Han Fei, trying to find out where he had gone. Suddenly, Chu Feng said, "Patriarch, family head, something happened at home." Chu Feng's words made old Demon Chu and Chu Menwang look at each other. Both of them realized a problem. Han Fei went to the Chu sect. They had never expected that. After entering the Chu sect, wouldn't Han Fei be dead for sure? Was his brain damaged? Old Demon Chu shouted, "All the strong masters of Chu sect, go home." Swish swish swish. After a while, when old Demon Chu saw a group of level 1 spiritual beasts appear, his expression turned extremely ugly. Old Demon Chu said, "As I expected, it was that boy who did that." Chu Menwang narrowed his eyes and shouted, "All disciples of the Chu sect, immediately summon your spiritual beasts and activate the Chu sect's grand array. Everyone in the Chu sect, from now on, is not to leave the Chu sect without permission. Whoever violates this order shall die." Chu Menwang's sound resounded throughout the entire Chu sect via voice transmission. The noise was deafening. The Chu sect occupied the entire Cold Moon Island with a population of billions. Of course, there were also some factions under the Chu sect. The Chu sect alone occupied 1/3 of the Cold Moon Island. After the order was issued, countless people summoned their spiritual beasts and waited to be screened in Chu Zhao's yard. After the maidservant heard the voice transmission, she hurriedly ran to Chu Zhao's room, holding a red octopus in her hand. "Young master, something happened. Quickly summon your spiritual beast." Chu Zhao frowned. "I heard it. Didn't I ask you to leave?" "Young master, I'm not leaving." "Summon it now." Buzz. A purple lobster appeared in the room. Chu Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "Ling, go to your room. Something must have happened in the clan. The perceptions of the strong will sweep over soon. Don't stay here." "Young master, are you really okay?" the little girl asked with concern, holding the big octopus. Chu Zhao shook his head. "There are many strong masters in the clan. You don't have to worry about anything." After driving this little girl away, Chu Zhao was shocked. What did Han Fei do to make the family head issue this order? Why did he ask everyone to summon their spiritual beasts? However, at this moment, Han Fei had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Zhao was also puzzled. What the hell have I done? Just as Chu Zhao was struggling in his heart, a voice sounded in Chu Zhao's mind. "There's no problem with your choice. On the path of cultivation, of course you do everything for your own good. The Chu sect abandoned you, so what do you owe the Chu sect? From now on, don't speak or mention Han Fei's name. No matter what happens, just pretend to cultivate. Otherwise, you will die." Chu Zhao was about to ask a question, when the voice said, "If you have any questions, just ask me in your heart." Chu Zhao asked, "Are you Han Fei?" The old turtle chuckled. "I am an emperor." Who knew what story the old turtle told Chu Zhao? At this moment, Han Fei was depressed. Chu Menwang was very decisive. Now he could only eat any spiritual beasts he met, and when he met a spiritual beast left behind, he just directly swallowed it. After all, there were so many people in Chu sect. There would always be a few people who were stupid and couldn't respond to the call in time to summon their spiritual beasts. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Chu Zhao was controlled by the old turtle. As for him, he would just stay here. If the Chu sect has the ability, they'd better carry their spiritual beasts every day. Otherwise, I'll definitely eat them. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Chu sect was very powerful. Just the population of the main branch added up to hundreds of thousands. At this moment, they were all in a mess. Everyone had brought their spiritual beasts with them. When these people met each other, they were all dumbfounded. There was nothing else Chu Menwang could do. He didn't know what method Han Fei had used to slaughter the Chu sect's high-end spiritual beasts. Although the Chu sect had many people, they couldn't withstand a venerable level powerhouse who could easily slaughter spiritual beasts in a place that was very likely to be the legendary Soul Sea. In fact, Chu Menwang had long known that Han Fei would retaliate and the Chu sect would inevitably be damaged. However, he didn't expect that there was a problem with the Soul Sea. After this matter, the Chu sect's prestige would definitely be damaged. However, as the head of the family, he had to be decisive and minimize the losses. The prestige was damaged? As long as he killed the enemy, he could take it back. At this moment, the Chu sect's array had been activated. Chu Menwang was certain that Han Fei had no reason to escape. What Chu Menwang didn't expect was that, since Han Fei was here, he had no intention of escaping at all. Han Fei thought to himself, your Chu sect is too overbearing. Do you really think I don't know how to cause trouble? At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Logically speaking, the Chu sect should be investigating the people in the clan at this moment. They would even tentatively let some weaklings put their spiritual beasts into the Soul Sea. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He was going to wait and see how it worked. Unfortunately, this Soul Sea couldn't be connected to the outside world. Otherwise, with him inside and the old turtle outside, they would definitely be able to mess around with Chu sect. Of course, Han Fei also sensed the existence of stronger spiritual beasts. Little White told Han Fei that those spiritual beasts were beyond his abilities. Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. Those who still dare to blatantly put their spiritual beasts in the Soul Sea must be very confident in their spiritual beasts. Han Fei knew that he couldn't hunt advanced venerable level spiritual beasts for the time being. Such creatures could be revived with a drop of blood and couldn't be killed. After all, Little Black and Little White's current strength was limited. Wait. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It wasn't entirely impossible. In fact, he could give it a try. The Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel could cut everything. What if he cut one of them to death? Of course, Han Fei didn't attack blindly. When he swallowed some powerful spiritual beasts and made a breakthrough to level 72, he would hunt them. Then even if he couldn't kill them, he could still run away anyway. As for the other party's spiritual beast attacking him, this didn't happen. Han Fei had always suspected that there were rules in the Soul Sea that he didn't know of. For example, when he first entered the Soul Sea, it was on a boat in the level 2 fishery. He saw an iron hook squid in the Soul Sea, whose first reaction when it saw Little White was to rush over and attack him. Because of this, Han Fei immediately guessed that spiritual beasts would also fight each other in the Soul Sea. After all, primitive spiritual beasts would also fight each other. However, Han Fei never sensed that other people's spiritual beasts were hunting Little Black and Little White. He used to think that Little Black was very fierce. When those creatures met him, they would feel lucky not being bitten to death. Who would dare to come up to bite Little White? But today, Han Fei discovered that he had already started a massacre, but those spiritual beasts were a little stunned. They seemed to only know how to fight back, but wouldn't directly attack Little White. This meant that they didn't have a target to attack. However, why didn't they attack when Little White was around? This made Han Fei ponder about the question again. When he first entered the Soul Sea, someone attacked him while he was unconscious. At that time, it was because that person was preparing to kill him. Therefore, his spiritual beast would have a clear consciousness to attack. Little White. Han Fei suddenly realized something. Could it be that when two people were fighting in reality, a battle was very likely to erupt between their spiritual beasts in the soul sea at the same time? However, most people would fuse with their spiritual beasts in combat. However, even so, there should be strange incidents of spiritual beasts suddenly dying or inexplicably becoming level 1. He had never paid attention to such cases. When he returned, he would investigate it carefully. According to Han Fei's current conclusion, the attitudes of both sides in reality might very well decide the attitude of their spiritual beasts in the soul sea. Therefore, the connection between the master and the spiritual beast might be more intimate than everyone thought. It was so intimate that their souls, minds, and consciousnesses were extremely synchronized. Understanding this, Little Black rolled his eyes a few times and swam towards an extremely dangerous spiritual beast. Ah! The Emperor Sparrow cried, no longer sounding as if he had been stabbed, but rather excited, as if he was urging Han Fei to attack quickly. This guy seemed to be adding oil to the fire. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to offend this guy at all. He was doing something big. If he pissed off this lord, he would be in big trouble. In the Chu sect's official hall, Chu Menwang had quickly issued an announcement. Chu Menwang shouted at a group of core members in the Explorer realm and the peak of the Law Enforcer realm, what happened to your spiritual beasts? Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about the most important thing first. You should all know that Han Fei has sneaked into our Chu sect. Now I suspect that he has a way to enter the soul sea and is focused on hunting the spiritual beasts of our strong masters. Hiss. Many people gasped, and someone exclaimed, the soul sea really exists? Someone was shocked. How do we find him? Someone was horrified. I heard that this guy has already become a venerable. He can actually sneak into Chu sect in front of the family head. This. Chu Menwang didn't care about the various voice transmissions below. He shouted, I need you to check every member of the clan. If I know anyone who isn't attentive, don't blame me for being ruthless. After a while, Chu Menwang issued some more inspection methods and emphasized Han Fei's abilities, and then sent all these people away. When all the people below the Venerable Realm left, 6 people, including Old Demon Chu, appeared with a swish. Including Chu Menwang, there were 7 of them. This was the Chu sect's current strength. Old Demon Chu said, Chu Feng, tell me about what you saw just now. Chu Feng stood out. Patriarch, just now under the cultivation tower, there were indeed many people whose spiritual beasts were not on. Some have become level 1 spiritual beasts. Therefore, I have several guesses about the soul sea. Old Demon Chu said lightly, speak. Chu Feng said, I noticed that those spiritual beasts that were not out still had a trace of vitality when they came out. However, the vitality was quickly gone. This means that when they were attacked and seriously injured, they were not dead but only dying. Therefore, when those creatures were summoned, they were being attacked. Old Demon Chu nodded slightly. Continue. Chu Feng said, it's very strange that a spiritual beast becomes level 1. If Han Fei made his spiritual beast eat and kill other people's spiritual beasts, why did they become level 1 after being not on? I suspect that when a spiritual beast dies in the soul sea, they won't really die but keep their original form. Those who died were all summoned out. Old Chu's eyes lit up. Yes, continue. Being praised by the patriarch, Chu Feng continued, I'm wondering why Han Fei barged into our Chu sect when he knew that our Chu sect was unfathomable. Although he can attack the spiritual beasts of some strong masters, with his strength alone, he can't do anything to shake the foundation of our Chu sect. Then why did he come? Chu Menwang said leisurely, perhaps, if he wants to hunt the spiritual beasts of our Chu sect strong masters, he has to get close to Chu sect first? Chu Feng immediately said, exactly, the closer we are in reality, the closer our spiritual beasts will be in the Soul Sea. Old Demon Chu said, these analyses are very insightful. Feng'er is not bad. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Thank you for your praise, Patriarch. However, what I don't know is why spiritual beasts can't describe the Soul Sea and what happens in it? Old Demon Chu said, the Soul Sea is very mysterious, and no one in this world has really seen it. It seems that Han Fei has indeed mastered some secrets that we don't know at all. Therefore, once we catch Han Fei, we can find the answer to everything. Old Demon Chu's expression was slightly cold. Our sect is only so big. I want you to find him personally. This guy is the greatest danger to our Chu sect. His danger level is comparable to the Chao families. When Old Demon Chu said this, everyone, including Chu Menwang, looked at him in surprise. Comparable to the Chao family? Wasn't he overestimating Han Fei? Old Demon Chu snorted coldly. Don't underestimate this person. This person has escaped from me 3 times. 8 years ago, he had something to rely on. And Han Guanchu helped him. Now, he can already deal with me by himself. Do you still think he is simple? Old Demon Chu gave Han Fei a high evaluation. He firmly believed that Han Fei had obtained too many opportunities in the heavenly palace recorded in history. A half-venerable was almost at the peak of the junior venerable in less than a year. The strongest combat power he could exert was comparable to that of an advanced peak venerable. How could he keep such a terrifying figure? And just when Old Demon Chu ordered the search for Han Fei, the face of one of the subordinates suddenly changed drastically. Come out. In front of everyone, half of a wind thunder flood dragon appeared in the Chu sect's meeting hall. Uncle Jun, what's wrong? Chu Jun said with an awful expression, Han Fei, this be asterisk starred, how dare he hunt my wind thunder flood dragon? What should I do? Translator asterisk Kenyi Translations Editor asterisk Kenyi Translations. It wasn't easy to kill a venerable level spiritual beast, so Han Fei was already fast enough. He had entered the mouth of the wind thunder flood dragon himself and then used the supreme yin-yang wheel in its body. In an instant, the wind thunder flood dragon was cut into 7 or 8 pieces. All this happened only 1 second before the wind thunder flood dragon was pulled out of the Soul Sea. Around the wind thunder flood dragon, the other venerable level spiritual beasts became vigilant and entered combat mode. This was the difference between a venerable level spiritual beast and ordinary spiritual beasts. However, what shocked Han Fei was not the strength of these spiritual beasts, but their number. Plus the spiritual beast he killed, there were a total of 7 venerable level spiritual beasts here. The growth of spiritual beasts was based on the upper limit of their masters' growth. This meant that there were 7 venerables in Chu sect. However, although the wind thunder flood dragon of the venerable named Chu Jun ran away, only part of its body escaped. The rest were all eaten by Han Fei. Ah! The Emperor Sparrow followed him and hummed as he ate. It had to be said that the effect of a high-level spiritual beast was really different. The Emperor Sparrow had leveled up again. Although Little Black and Little White hadn't upgraded yet, Han Fei had already sensed that they were not far from upgrading. 3 days later. In the small house where Chu Xiao was, someone knocked on the door and shouted, "Chu Xiao, open the door, Chu Xiao." A moment later, Linger opened the door and asked, "What do you want?" "My young master is cultivating." Someone sneered. Cultivate? From a law enforcer to a hanging fisher? If he continues to cultivate, won't he become a dangling fisher? Little Linger said angrily, "Our young master will definitely restore his strength." Boom. These people were not interested in wasting their time arguing with a little girl. The airwave shook, and the little girl flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Beside these people, their spiritual beasts followed them, big crabs, jellyfish, anti-heaven blade, soul-eating shrimp. All of them brandished their claws and rushed into the yard. "Chu Liang, what do you want? Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement hall will punish you for attacking a clansman for no reason?" The guy called Chu Liang laughed. "Punish me? Chu Xiao, I'm afraid you don't understand the situation? You need to know your own status. Do you think the law enforcement hall will pay attention to a peak-level hanging fisher?" Chu Xiao's face flushed red. Of course he knew why these people kept picking on him. The strong, especially the heavenly talents, had always been arrogant. He had once been in the limelight and was one of the most shining stars of the Chu sect. In the past, he had bullied others and enjoyed the flattery of these people. This Chu Liang and the people around him were the useless people who had flattered him, and he didn't even bother to take a look at them. Now, Chu Liang had reached the law enforcer realm. Therefore, he wanted to bully him back. This was not the first time he had come to provoke him. In the past, Chu Xiao's strength hadn't dropped much, and Chu Liang hadn't become a law enforcer, so he didn't dare to do anything rash. But now, when he completely fell to the realm of a hidden fisher, Chu Liang became bolder. Little Linger hurriedly got up and looked at Chu Xiao worriedly. "Young master." Chu Xiao held back the fury in his heart and said in a low voice, "Chu Liang, what do you want?" Chu Liang sneered and swaggered into the courtyard, saying lazily, "A strong master broke into the Chu sect. As the strongest heavenly talent in this area, I certainly have to be vigilant. But your small courtyard is closed all year round. Is that thief in your courtyard?" Chu Xiao sneered. "Heh. How can a strong master who can break into the Chu sect be in my small courtyard? Do you believe this?" Before Chu Xiao could speak, another person said, "That's hard to say. What if you have already been possessed and are no longer the original Chu Xiao?" Ha ha ha. After that person finished speaking, Chu Liang and the others all laughed. In fact, those who were possessed usually became stronger crazily, but his strength kept declining. Chu Liang said quickly, "Yes, that makes sense. I suspect that you may be possessed. So, I want to test your strength with my own hands." "No. You are obviously bullying my young master." Little Linger stood in front of Chu Xiao. "You are already a law enforcer. But my young master is only a peak-level hanging fisher. You did it on purpose." Chu Liang slapped her and Little Ling was sent flying again. Chu Liang cursed, "What an eyesore. Since when does a little girl dare to be impudent in front of me?" Chu Xiao stared at Chu Liang and gritted his teeth. "Okay. Then let's have a fight. Young master, no. You can't fight. Chu Xiao turned around and scolded, shut up. I'd like to see how capable you are, Chu Liang. Ka ka ka. A purple lobster quickly crawled out of the house. Chu Liang and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the purple lobster. Before, they didn't dare to provoke Chu Xiao because of the purple gold lobster. However, the purple gold lobster was only level 55 and only an intermediate hidden fisher. Even if it was threatening, it wasn't enough. Chu Liang chuckled. Let our spiritual beasts solve this battle. Then, a group of spiritual beasts surrounded the purple gold lobster. What would happen next could be imagined. Begging for mercy was impossible. As a former heavenly talent, Chu Xiao wouldn't allow himself to beg for mercy. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 The purple gold lobster was besieged and battered. Fortunately, the purple gold lobster had a strong defense power. Although it was only an intermediate hidden fisher, its defense power was comparable to that of an ordinary peak level hidden fisher. However, while the purple gold lobster could bear it, Chu Xiao couldn't. At this moment, he was already lying on the ground. In just 20 seconds, he had been beaten hundreds of times, and his body was covered with injuries. Clank. Chu Liang poked a spear on the ground, stuck it to Chu Xiao's neck, and stepped on Chu Xiao's back with one foot. He sneered and said, Look, where is your arrogance from before? Why is it gone? Someone sneered. Brother Liang, he's already disabled. How can he still be arrogant? Someone sneered. Chu Xiao, who used to be insufferably arrogant, has now fallen to this point. As the saying goes, changeable in prosperity and decline, capricious in rise and fall. Chu Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill me if you have what it takes. Otherwise, I will kill you sooner or later. Seeing this, Chu Liang frowned. How dare you talk back? Keep beating him. Fighting and being beaten were completely different. For example, Chu Xiao was being beaten, not in a battle. He could only be beaten one-sidedly. At this moment, Chu Xiao was leaning on the bed sore all over, and Linger was crying. Young master, let's go find the elders of the law enforcement hall. Chu Xiao shook his head. No. How can I not know the Chu Sect's law enforcement hall? I've already lost power. The law enforcement hall won't help me. In the name of healing his wounds, Chu Xiao sent little Linger away. At this moment, in Chu Xiao's heart, the old turtle's voice sounded leisurely. Look, the rules of this world have always been set by the strong. Now, they are only here to bully you. If these people grow up for a period of time, it's almost impossible for you to survive in the Chu sect. How could Chu Xiao not know this? Otherwise, he would have long reported about Han Fei's whereabouts. Chu Xiao asked, Will you really help me recover my spiritual heritage? The old turtle said leisurely, No, not me, but Han Fei, as long as you can be useful to him. In the past 3 days, almost every morning, afternoon, and evening, people kept inspecting and interrogating around in the Chu sect. In the Chu sect's meeting hall, the members of the elder group were seated. Someone said, This can't go on. We searched for him for 3 days, but got no results. Did Han Fei escape when he attacked? Someone frowned and said, That's right. The protecting array consumes a lot every day. If this goes on, people will panic. Someone said, family head, should we let some people's spiritual beasts return to the Soul Sea? We can check if Han Fei is still there. The 7 venerables searched for 3 days, but didn't find anything. Even the pure black shadow that old demon Chu mentioned couldn't be found. At this time even Chu Menwang guessed that Han Fei had probably run away. Chu Menwang said, ask all the disciples below the hidden fisher realm to recall their spiritual beasts. In addition, arrange for 1,000 hidden fishers and 100 law enforcers to recall their spiritual beasts. Han Fei wandered in the Soul Sea for 3 days and casually ate some primitive soul beasts. He was not in a hurry anyway. It didn't matter if he was in the scattered Stars Island or not. Besides, Shueishanqi was still there. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that there were more and more spiritual beasts around him. Soon, they were everywhere. Little White, find the spiritual beasts above level 70. Huh? Very few? How many? 3 or 5? What about those above level 80? None? Han Fei sneered in his heart. Were they fishing for him? However, I won't fall for it. I don't know when I can enter the Soul Sea again. How can I retreat so easily? Another 3 days passed. The Chusek's inspection times decreased from 3 times a day to once a day. They really couldn't find Han Fei. 3 days later, more law enforcers and explorer spiritual beasts returned to the Soul Sea. However, oh, not good. My spiritual beast has already died. Hurry up, summon your spiritual beast. Han Fei is still here. Chu Menwang was furious. This guy is still in Chu sect? Where is he hiding? Chu Menwang, those above the law enforcer realm, summon your spiritual beasts. Old Demon Chu appeared in the meeting room with an ugly expression. Good move. As expected of Han Guanchu's son. In the Soul Sea, Han Fei hunted around, and Little Black and Little White successfully advanced to level 73. Then, those spiritual beasts went out again. When these spiritual beasts were summoned out for the second time, Han Fei didn't continue to wait but quickly hunted the primitive spiritual beasts. Finally, after half a day, Little Black and Little White failed to break through to level 74, as if they were stuck. At this time, that terrifying feeling came again, and Han Fei's consciousness returned and appeared in Forge the universe. When he came back to his senses, Han Fei still felt that his head hurt a little bit. After a minute, he gradually recovered. The old turtle said, your consciousness has been away from your body for too long. Don't mind it. Did you swallow a lot of spiritual beasts in the Soul Sea? Han Fei rose and said casually, not many. Only a few hundred of them in total. The old turtle really wanted to roll his eyes at Han Fei. The spiritual beasts that others have worked so hard to cultivate were eaten by you so easily? Hundreds? How many do you want to eat? Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, how is the situation outside? Is there anything wrong with Chu Xiao? The old turtle said, Chu Xiao has a deep hatred for the Chu sect. He has been persuaded by me to completely betray the Chu sect. You can use him to cause some trouble. Han Fei sneered. What can Chu Xiao do now? He's just a disabled person. He can't blend in with the law enforcement circle anymore. No one will take him seriously. Low-level groups are not my goal. What do you think he can do? The old turtle said, that's not true. Everyone has their own significance. It's normal for one's luck to fluctuate. You can easily repair his damaged spiritual heritage with heaven enlightenment divine technique. However, who knows what revenge he will take on the Chu sect? Han Fei froze for a moment and then thought for a moment. If his spiritual heritage is suddenly healed, people will suspect him, 1, they? The old turtle said leisurely, who do you think will care about a forgotten heavenly talent who has been abandoned for 7 or 8 years? There are many examples of a person who erupts from forbearance. As long as he doesn't cultivate for the time being, no one will find that he has recovered. Although his spiritual heritage is restored, his strength won't increase. Of course, it will improve very quickly. Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred, and he grinned. Old Yuan, I find that you are more wicked than me. The old turtle said leisurely, no, not as wicked as you. 2 days passed. This time, Chu Menwang asked the hidden fishers to release their spiritual beasts to test out and nothing happened. However, the strong masters would rather carry their spiritual beasts than release them into the Soul Sea. But these people had no idea that Han Fei had already come out of the Soul Sea. In the past 2 days, Chu Zhao's courtyard was not completely quiet. Chu Xiao asked little Linger to visit a few previous companions of his who were in the law enforcer realm. Those people were once weaker than him. Therefore, Chu Xiao planned to use a secret technique to buy some resources. However, on this day, Chu Zhao's courtyard was kicked open again. It was the same Chu Liang from 2 days ago, but this time he only brought 2 people with him. Chu Liang shouted coldly, where is Chu Xiao? Come out. Little Linger had already stood in front of Chu Xiao and said stubbornly, young master, don't come out. This bad guy is up to no good. Chu Liang sneered. Hey, little girl, don't get in my way. Don't worry. As long as your young master is sensible today, I can spare him. Creak. The door was opened, and Chu Xiao, pale-faced, laid a hand on little Linger's shoulder. Get out of the way. Young master. Chu Xiao pushed little Linger aside and walked straight to Chu Liang. His eyes were cold as if he were looking at a dead person. Speak. Chu Liang was dumbfounded. F***ck, you're already like this. Why are you still so arrogant? Chu Liang almost wanted to kick him to death. However, Chu Liang knew that Chu Xiao was arrogant. He came here with a purpose, not to fight. Chu Liang said with a smile, Chu Xiao, don't say that I don't give you a chance. Back then, you didn't treat anyone nicely. To put it bluntly, I'm taking revenge on you. If you want me to let you off, okay. I know you have a secret technique, wind spirit finger. Give it to me, and I won't look for trouble with you again. Xiaolinger was shocked. Young master, those people. Chu Xiao shouted in a low voice, shut up. Little Linger's face was pale. Those people were all members of her young master's team. But now, they had betrayed her young master. That was too much. Chu Xiao was silent for a long time. Chu Liang thought that Chu Xiao was being arrogant again, so he immediately said, Chu Xiao, a wise man, submits to circumstances. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Give it to me, and I won't have time to pick on you in the future. Chu Xiao raised his head slightly. Okay. A gleam flickered in Chu Liang's eyes. He didn't expect Chu Xiao to give in. Although he came with a mission, he must have a share in the wind spirit finger. Chu Xiao flipped his hand and handed a jade slip to Chu Liang. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. At this moment, Chu Liang was not in the mood to cause trouble. It was said that this secret technique was one of Chu Xiao's strongest secret techniques. He had to quickly go back and copy it. A moment later, after Chu Liang and the others left, Chu Xiao looked back at little Linger. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's just a secret technique. Even if I lose it, it doesn't matter. However, Linger still kept apologizing. In the end, Chu Xiao simply ignored her. After Chu Liang got the wind spirit finger, he sent his 2 lackeys away. Promised some benefits, and couldn't wait to return home. Chu Liang held the jade slip and smiled coldly. Chu Xiao, TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Heh, you think I can let you off, just for the sake of this wind spirit finger? You wish. When Chu Liang's perception swept over, he suddenly stiffened slightly. But then, he returned to normal. However, Chu Liang's expression was no longer that of excitement, but a weird smile. A law enforcer was considered a strong master in Chu sect. There were many places he could go. However, Chu Liang didn't give the jade slip to Chu Xiao's former teammates, because they had already fallen into the trap when little Linger found them. One of Han Fei's great Daos had turned into the soul-splitting path, a low-level great Dao, but a mature one. The day passed. However, communication between people was indispensable every day, especially for those investigators who investigated from door to door and came and went every day. Besides, Han Fei didn't even bother to attack the spiritual beasts of those below the law enforcer realm. Therefore, none of these people suffered any loss. Everyone had the same thought. Since that powerhouse had the strength to sneak into Chu sect, why would he bother to attack them? 2 days passed. 3 days passed. 7 days had passed. Ordinary people might not know, but the entire Chu sect had been turned over a dozen times by the 7 venerables. Even Chu Xiao, this disabled person, had been swept by the soul of a venerable no less than 20 times. Of course, the Chu sect had cleaned itself up this time. They didn't find Han Fei, but found hundreds of spies of the other big families, as well as hundreds of spies of the 7 major sects. These people were killed the moment they were discovered. And more than 20 people controlled by Han Fei's soul-splitting Dao had died. However, even old Demon Chu didn't know that these people were controlled by someone, only thinking that they were spies of sacrifice. Once they were discovered, their souls had already been destroyed. 7 days passed. Chu Menwang issued an order, saying that the crisis was over. However, people above the explorer realm would still carry their spiritual beasts with them. They didn't want to bet. However, after a day or two, no one reported that their spiritual beasts were killed. Only then did some explorers try to recall their spiritual beasts. In a day, they were summoned a dozen times, but all of them were fine. This test lasted for 3 days, before everyone confirmed that there was nothing abnormal in the Soul Sea. In the Chu sect's meeting hall, someone said, "We still need to observe for a period of time. If Han Fei doesn't take action again, it means that the crisis of the Soul Sea has been resolved. This shows that even if Han Fei can affect the Soul Sea, the time won't be long, only about 5 to 10 days." Someone said, "The Chu sect's array hasn't been loosened. We can't take it lightly. Han Fei is cunning. If we can't find him, it means that he must be planning something else." Someone shook his head. I think he might just be hiding. For example, transforming into someone. This guy's disguise technique is indeed impressive. Now, there must be something that we've neglected. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded throughout Chu sect. The venerables exchanged looks and disappeared from the meeting hall. Boom boom boom. Almost at the same time, terrifying explosions occurred in 100 places in the Chu sect. Demonic Chi. Old Chu and the others were surprised. The entire Chu sect was filled with demonic Chi, which was the aftershock of the explosion. Damn it. Did Han Fei cooperate with the sea demons? Chu Feng said coldly, no one survived from the explosions. Some people self-destructed at the same time. This must be done by Han Fei. At this moment, strong masters were flying above Chu sect. All the young disciples below the level of hidden fissures left the houses. The explosions covered an area of hundreds of kilometers, covering the entire Chu sect, resulting in countless casualties. Chu Jun gnashed his teeth and said, shoal, this child doesn't care about the casualties of ordinary disciples at all. He wants to wipe out our Chu sect. Suddenly, old demon Chu grabbed the cultivation tower with his sky-rending claws. There was a distortion, and billions of points of demonic energy spread out, causing the entire cultivation tower to collapse. Time freeze. Chu Menwang hurriedly blocked with his great Dao. Seeing this scene from afar, Han Fei was shocked. The power of a peak level venerable couldn't be underestimated. The self-destruction of 3 billion points of demonic energy was blocked by his great Dao. Old Demon Chu took the opportunity to reach out and pull out more than 300 strong masters in the cultivation tower. Almost at the same time, Chu Feng, Chu Jun, and the others took action, respectively, grabbing at these people who looked a little strange. Boom. 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 The 7 venerables crushed more than 50 people, but then more than 50 more explosions occurred around them. Han Fei's voice resounded in the void. Old Demon Chu, is this game fun? If you want to play, I'll continue to play with you. If you don't want to play, open the seal and let the million people leave Cold Moon Island. Otherwise, I'll play with your Chu sect until the end. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In this wave, Han Fei threw out a quarter of the ultra-quality demonic stones he had stored. The huge amount almost made Han Fei's nose bleed. The entire Chu sect seemed to have been gnawed by a dog. Except for the cultivation tower that didn't explode, almost all other places had exploded. Only the 7 venerables couldn't control all the explosions in the Chu sect. Of course, Han Fei still avoided the areas where most low-level cultivators lived. Otherwise, he would have caused too much killing. In the words of the old turtle, then the negative karma would be too strong. He could no longer tolerate Chu sect's repeated attacks. In the past, when he hadn't become a venerable, he really couldn't beat these big clans. Now, he had become a venerable and had many means. Why would he be afraid? If it weren't for the fact that the Chu sect had a half-king, Han Fei would definitely start a war against the 1,000-star city again and crush the prestige of the big clans. What Han Fei didn't know was that under this enveloping explosion that swept across the Chu sect, most people had no choice but to use their contractual spiritual beasts and spiritual beasts to resist it. It could be said that just this once, the Chu sect had lost more than 100,000 people, contractual spiritual beasts, and spiritual beasts. Except for a few places, almost all the Chu sect areas looked like being gnawed by dogs. After all, so many ultra-quality demonic stones had been used. How could it not have any effect? Old Demon Chu, Chu Menwang, and the other venerables all had ugly expressions. Han Fei was really crazy. Now, he was even beating the weak. Just as everyone was angry, Old Demon Chu suddenly attacked and grabbed at the Chu sect's treasury. This was because, at this moment, a black shadow had quietly drilled in. Seal. Soul-suppressing kill. When Han Fei entered the Chu sect's treasury, he knew that he had been tricked. F***ck, all the good stuff was gone, and all that was left was some useless stuff, probably to attract his attention. Almost at the same time, the other 6 venerables had all gathered in the treasure house. This was because the treasure house was an important place of Chu sect. Ordinary people were not allowed to come here unless they were allowed. Therefore, there were not many people here. Chu Menwang shouted, "Time spear!" Clang! Bells vibrated, ice froze, and a large number of attacks instantly covered the treasure house. Han Fei suddenly raised his head. "Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Explode. This time, Han Fei held 2 wisps of chaotic qi in each hand and his black mist body directly exploded. Chu Menwang and the venerables were shocked by Han Fei's ruthlessness. He even detonated himself? He was simply a lunatic. Old Chu opened his hand and instantly covered nearly 100 kilometers, trying to suppress Han Fei's terrifying blow. Rumble. Buzz, buzz. An earthquake erupted. On the cold moon island, the wind and clouds changed. And spiritual energy and energy were in a mess. A terrifying bombardment was teleported into the void and went straight to the 1,000-star city, with a radius of more than 2,000 kilometers. However, this power exploded in the void, so it didn't hurt the innocent. However, the sky was filled with void cracks for a moment. Pooh. 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 In Han Fei's terrifying self-destruction, Old Demon Chu's arm only had half a bone left. Within a 300-kilometer radius of the Chu sect's treasure house, everything was flattened and no grass grew. On the ground, a huge deep pit was blasted out. Even in many places outside the Chu sect on the cold moon island, buildings were collapsing. Under the horrified gaze of the others, Old Demon Chu's arm regrown at a visible speed. Han Fei is not dead. This is just one of his clones. A clone that has the strength of a venerable. Everyone was shocked. A clone of Han Fei was already so powerful? Chu Menwang frowned. Patriarch, this is our territory. Do we continue to hunt him? Old Demon Chu narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Do you dare?" All the venerables were speechless. They really didn't dare to continue to hunt Han Fei. In his own territory, Han Fei was already so arrogant. What if Han Fei was given a few more years to grow? Once Han Fei's strength improved again and he became an intermediate or advanced venerable, who knew how strong this guy would be? In Forge the Universe, Han Fei's face was pale. He was still too weak. If it weren't for Old Demon Chu and Chu Menwang, Han Fei felt that he could already kill his way out. Unfortunately, now he could only use the ultra-quality demonic stones and the chaotic qi to fight the Chu sect. The old turtle was lost for words. Boy, how many resources have you used? Even your lifespan has been shortened by 200 years. Han Fei took a few quick breaths. He had never tried detonating his black mist body before. Although he cancelled the twin god technique immediately, he was still seriously injured. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. When a pillar of light descended on Forge the Universe, after a full minute, Han Fei let out a long sigh and said, "Resources are taken from the world and used in the world. There's nothing to regret. However, I didn't expect old Demon Chu to be so powerful. He can resist such violent power with one hand?" The old turtle said, "If the Chu sect remains locked down, what will you do?" Han Fei's face turned dark. "Then let's do it again. And this time I'm going to flatten the Chu sect. All paths of becoming a king are paved with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I want to see if the Chu sect dares to bet. If they dare, I dare too." At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less about the negative karma. In the Age of Doom, the Grand Myriad Mountains, the War Giants, the Beast Race, the City of Justice, Heavenly Desolate City, they were all annihilated. It was just a Chu sect. Even if there were innocent people, they were all enemies. So what even if he killed them? At this moment, Han Fei was ferocious and full of murderous intent. A tyrant was also a king. Which king hadn't killed his enemies? In the outside world, Chu Zhao's courtyard had been flattened too, but Han Fei gave him a few fish skin maps. Therefore, at the critical moment, he blocked the pressure and protected his maidservant. At this moment, little Linger's face was pale. "Young master, is Han Fei? Is he a great devil? He actually wants to kill the million people of Chu sect." Chu Xiao thought to himself, "What do you know of a great devil?" In some people's eyes, the Chu sect is a great devil too. However, no matter how calm Chu Xiao was, he was still shocked. It was just a jade slip, but it had caused such horrible consequences? If little Linger knew that it was all caused by the jade slip she was holding, what would she think? However, Chu Xiao didn't feel anything because Han Fei had cured his spiritual heritage. If the devil kept his word, so what even if he made a deal with the devil? Chu Xiao was waiting for the opportunity to leave Chu sect. At that time, he would enter the Scattered Stars Island and travel around. On this day, the entire Thousand-Star City was looking at Chu sect. The students of the 7 major sects were still confused. However, all the elders knew what happened. These people were also shocked. What method did Han Fei use to make the Chu sect suffer like this? The big clans were also shocked. For example, the Sun family, Mo family, Zhang family, Li family, and Yang family. These big clan powerhouses were all silent at this moment. That was Chu sect's own territory, on the Cold Moon Island. If Han Fei could still escape, it meant that they couldn't control Han Fei anymore. And if Chu sect couldn't control him, basically, no one in the Thousand-Star City except the Chao family could suppress Han Fei. The enemies of Han Fei all looked at each other in bewilderment. The Li family. Li Hai said, "I think we can't go against that guy anymore." Li Baizhou nodded. "Yes. But even if we go against him, that guy can crush us with one finger now." The two brothers echoed each other and expressed their thoughts. Mo Fian, from the Mo family, hadn't appeared for a long time. At this moment, a beautiful woman beside her said, "Fian, if you have a chance to meet Han Fei again in the future, don't anger him. If you really meet him, with his strength, he won't bother to take revenge on you." Yang Diu from the Yang family scratched his head. "Son of AB*TCH, I've long told you that this person is very fierce. Sister Nanchi, do you think that Guy will come to beat us in the future? Yang Nanchi still had 2 ponytails. It's hard to say. Han Fei has the potential to become a king indeed. How can he be so much faster than me? Humph, I'll definitely catch up with him. Yang Diu was speechless. F***ck, you mean you have the potential to be a king? Too? Who gave you the confidence? In the Chao family, Chao Jiaran looked at the indifferent Chao Qiao and sighed. Slightly. Han Fei is indeed a mystery. Except for his father's help, in this 1,000-star city, only you can compete with him. Chao Qiao had grown taller and was no longer fat, but his personality had changed too. Hearing Chao Jiaran's words, he shook his head slightly. I can't beat him. Lose at one step, lose at every step. There's nothing to complain about. He becomes the king first, and I'll follow. Chu sect. Chu Menwang was in a dilemma. He knew that he couldn't let Han Fei go. However, if he trapped Han Fei here, he couldn't find him. After all, the Chu sect couldn't be sealed for a lifetime. Besides, what if Han Fei did this again? That would mean the death of more than 100,000 disciples of the clan. In the Chu sect's meeting hall, a few venerables watched a wisp of soul fire float over. Han Fei had nothing to lose this time. Anyway, his soul power had been damaged in the first place. This time, he used the soul-splitting Dao to control people and lost a lot of soul power, but he didn't care about this. The venerables of the Chu sect looked at the soul fire and heard Han Fei's voice floating out of the soul fire. In 3 days, let 1,000,000 people of the Chu sect leave Cold Moon Island. Otherwise, everyone will die. Old Demon Chu's voice was icy. Brat, are you threatening me? The fire soul trembled as a laugh sounded. Old B** starred, yes, I am. What can you do? If you have the guts, don't open the Chu sect's array in 3 days. Let's see if I can keep my word or not. Bang! After saying that, the soul fire exploded in midair and turned into a fist that raised a middle finger, showing his contempt to old Demon Chu and the others. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the Chu sect's meeting hall, the cold air was chilly. How could the venerables of the Chu sect not be angry at Han Fei's provocation? After quite a while, old Chu said in a hoarse voice, there's something wrong with this guy's great Dao. This soul technique has extremely powerful Dao runes. It should be a soul kind of great Dao. Chu Menwang, from what I knew of him, he didn't walk this great Dao. Did he change his great Dao after he became a venerable? Or did he walk many great Daos at the same time? However, it was useless to care about what great Dao Han Fei walked now. Since Han Fei dared to appear like this, it meant that he was confident that no one in Chu sect could find him. However, once all the disciples of the Chu sect left the Cold Moon Island, wouldn't Han Fei run away? Then it would be completely impossible for them to find him. Han Fei's current disguise technique had reached a realm that even a half-king couldn't discover. And hiding among the 1,000,000 people, he was even more elusive. Furthermore, what troubled these Chu sect venerables the most was not this, but his clone. Han Fei's black shadow clone was extremely elusive. If they weren't careful, he might not be discovered even if he ran under their eyes. However, if he didn't let the tiger return to the mountain, Han Fei would really do what he did today again. If he blew himself up in the residence of ordinary disciples, the consequences would be unimaginable. Could Han Fei do that? Almost at the same time, old Demon Chu and Chu Menwang both believed that there was nothing that this guy couldn't do. In terms of ruthlessness, Han Fei was even more ruthless than the big clans. Slaying a venerable of the human race in front of the million soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island was probably unprecedented in human history. Besides, none of the guys who could become the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island were soft-hearted. It was impossible for a soft-hearted person to become the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Every day, he had to face the death of countless soldiers. Year in year out, how could a weak person stand it? Release. In the end, old Demon Chu still made this decision. It wasn't that he wanted to let him go, but that he had to. Half a day later, Chu Menwang's voice echoed throughout the Chu sect. All the disciples in the clan are free to enter and leave the Cold Moon Island. Chu Menwang's words were to let these people do their own things. He didn't open the 1,000-star proving ground because he was worried that Han Fei would snatch the Chu sect's resources. Han Fei was full of disdain. I've already been to the Heavenly Palace. Why would I care about the secrets in your damn star beads? One day passed. After the Chu sect's seal was lifted, 1 million people from the Chu sect flew away from the Cold Moon Island. The other citizens on the Cold Moon Island panicked and also left. For a moment, the sky was full of flying boats like locusts, densely packed and overwhelming. On a fishing boat, Chu Xiao and Little Linger were sitting. Little Linger looked back at the Cold Moon Island. Young master, is Han Fei going to have a decisive battle with our patriarch? Chu Xiao said lightly, why do you care if the decisive battle is held or not? Which side do you want to win? Little Linger immediately said, Chu sect. Han Fei is so evil. I heard that. He killed more than 100,000 people. He's simply crazy. What a big devil. Han Fei, who was disguised as Chu Xiao, smiled and thought to himself, this little girl is really talking bulls. It. Do you know how many people have directly or indirectly died at the hands of Chu sect after Chu sect rose to prominence? Han Fei didn't care about Chu Xiao's life. Anyway, he was just making use of him. However, this little girl was not bad. Han Fei secretly moved a finger. And this little girl was refreshed and then fell asleep. At this moment, they had already left the Cold Moon Island. After the Chu sect people left, they scattered in all directions. Some went to the arena, some to the treasure pavilion, some to the sky meditation garden, and some to the ideal palace. However, even so, they didn't dare to discuss what had happened in the clan. This was because they knew that this wasn't something they could discuss. The family head had asked them to come out, probably to protect their lives. Passing through 3 islands in a row, Han Fei pinched his fingers and made sure that no one was paying attention to him. Only then did he let Chu Xiao out in an inconspicuous place. After Chu Xiao came out, the person in front of him was no longer Han Fei, but a bearded middle-aged man. He looked back and found that Little Linger was sleeping on the corner of the boat. He asked, what's wrong with her? Han Fei smiled. Maybe she had an epiphany. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment. Han Fei had already disappeared. Looking at the void, Chu Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. His life was such a drama. Half a day later. At this moment, Han Fei was not in a hurry to leave the 1,000-star city. Originally, he wanted to leave. However, after the matter with Chu sect, he didn't want to leave for the time being because he discovered that no one in the 1,000-star city could touch him anymore. The entire thousand-star city had a population of billions, and he could disguise himself as anyone. No matter how many strong enemies there were in the thousand-star city, who could find him? Pure Sun Island. Since the Thug Academy's matter, the Thug Academy's name had become a taboo on Pure Sun Island. Back then, the faceless men fought with the big clans. In the end, although Old Han and the others won, the Thug Academy was still in ruins. The big clans were still big clans, but the Thug Academy had already vanished. Then they settled scores with those supporting the Thug Academy. They vented their anger on the Sioux family. Even the residents of Pure Sun Island lost all their economic subsidies. Without permission, no one was allowed to leave Pure Sun Island. No one dared to fight in the arena. Most of the people from Pure Sun Island would be killed if they went to the arena. As a result, the Thug Academy became a bane in everyone's heart. The Sioux family had completely declined. The two explorers of the Sioux family had all died inexplicably. Before Patriarch Sioux died, he had warned Su Yang to survive no matter what. Now, the Sioux family had fewer than 100 people left. All their wealth had been looted. Under the leadership of the former Sioux family head, Su Yang, the Sioux family had become an ordinary family. The reason why Su Yang could survive was that the big clans didn't want to lose face. After all, Su Yang was originally a very famous person on Pure Sun Island. Furthermore, a peak-level law enforcer wouldn't have any chance of revenge in the future. However, even so, there were still people who secretly wanted to kill them. These people were not from the big clans, but from the small families. As those small families had long declined, they had very few resources. In their eyes, Su Yang definitely still had some resources of the Sioux family. At the very least, he definitely had many cultivation techniques and combat skills. Therefore, in the past 8 years, the Sioux family had almost lived a life worse than death, living in fear every day. On this day, on Pure Sun Island, Su Yang was leading some of his clan's disciples to practice combat skills. They could only absorb the spiritual energy from nature. Although it was slow, they no longer had any resources. Su Yang shouted, "Come on, don't slack off. The thousand-star city is filled with spiritual energy. Without resources, you can still grow. In the future, once you have the chance, think of a way to leave Pure Sun Island." Someone asked weakly, "Family head, will anyone really come to save us?" Su Yang nodded and said firmly, "Yes. Su Sanqian, Su Daiji. You all know them. They will definitely come back." Many of those youths had grown up. They wanted to say that the Thug Academy was already gone. Did Su Sanqian and Su Daiji die? Phew. You think you can leave Pure Sun Island? Your family caused the tragedy of Pure Sun Island. You all deserve to die. Giggle, giggle. Su Yang didn't even need to look to know who had come. This was not the first time, but many times. When they saw this person, the remaining 100 people of the Sioux family were all enraged. A middle-aged man shouted palely, "Zhao Bao Bao, what do you want? We were husband and wife, after all. Why do you have to force us so hard?" The person who came was the woman from the Zhao family who was kicked out of the Sioux family back then. Back then, her husband divorced her in front of Han, Fei, and the others. Who would have expected that the Sioux family's glory only lasted a few years before the Thug Academy was defeated and disappeared from the thousand-star city again? Even Su Yang was somewhat suspicious. Could they return? Zhao Baobao put her hands on her hips and pointed at the weak man angrily. Su Cheng, you should have thought of this outcome when you divorced me. Humph. That old fart Su Laocheng died too early. He's really lucky. That old guy should be cut into pieces. After a round of scolding, Zhao Baobao was satisfied and then said proudly, Now, as long as you hand over the Su family's cultivation techniques and combat skills, I will spare your life on account of our former affection. Su Yang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Zhao Baobao, do you dare to kill me? Ha ha ha. Even if I kill you, so what? Who do you think will care? Wait for Su Sanqian to come back to save you? If that kid learns that your Su family can't even protect his mother, do you think he will kill you or not? Ha ha ha. Shoal. Su Yang was infuriated and pointed a finger at Zhao Baobao. You be *tch, I should have divorced you earlier. Heaven sees what you're doing. Your Zhao family set us up first. You will receive your retribution in the end. Swish. However, a pillar of light struck, sending Su Yang flying thousands of meters away. Crack. Puff. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang vomited blood, and dozens of his bones were broken. His eyes widened. Explorer. Swish. An old man emerged from the void and looked at Su Yang coldly. Su Yang, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Your Su family doesn't have a future. Hand over the cultivation techniques and combat skills and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise. Heh. Just as Su Yang was about to fall into despair, he saw a figure appear in the distance, at the end of the road. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Han Fei looked at the old man from the Zhao family indifferently. Otherwise. What will you do? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Su Yang saw Han Fei, he was stunned. His body froze. He wondered why Han Fei still dared to come in such a situation. On the opposite side, the explorer of the Zhao family frowned slightly and looked at Han Fei coldly. Who are you? You're just a hidden fisher. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Han Fei disguised as an ordinary person and hid his strength. Ah. Zhao Baobao was horrified this time. How could this person appear on Pure Sun Island? This was impossible. After Zhao Baobao was divorced, she made a lot of fuss. However, she also knew who Han Fei was. This person was strong and domineering, and was a student of the Thug Academy that was rumored to have been destroyed. Later, various things proved that Han Fei was extremely terrifying. In front of venerables, he killed the big clan's heavenly talents and slaughtered explorers. He was so crazy that she couldn't believe it. Zhao Baobao hurriedly said, Uncle. Third uncle. He is Han Fei. The Zhao family explorer's eyelids twitched when he heard that, and he looked surprised. He couldn't help looking at Zhao Baobao. Are you sure? This third uncle looked at Han Fei up and down again, confirming that Han Fei was only an intermediate hidden fisher. With this strength, how could he be Han Fei? The hundreds of people from the Su family were also dumbfounded. However, their expressions were very strange. There was both hatred and hope in their eyes. They hated him because the Su family's decline had a direct relationship with the Thug Academy and this person. And they hoped that Han Fei could save them from their misery. Third uncle looked at Han Fei and asked tentatively, Han Fei? Han Fei smiled. Yes, it's me. Zhao family's third uncle was immediately refreshed. He looked into the void, as if looking for something. Han Fei smiled. There's no need to look. It's just me. Third uncle of the Zhao family thought to himself, Han Fei is the current supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Why would he appear as an intermediate hidden fisher? If this is Han Fei, why do the big clans not react? Instantly, third uncle of the Zhao family sneered, you think you can threaten me with your disguise? Tell me, who sent you here? Immediately, a suppressing pressure fell on Han Fei. The Zhao family's third uncle grabbed Han Fei with one hand, intending to take this person down first. In his opinion, this matter was impossible, illogical, and unreasonable. This person must be a fake Han Fei. However, Han Fei extended his hand and grabbed at the air, casually. With a swish, a sound rang as if a long knife was drawn out of its sheath. Including the Zhao family's third uncle, everyone heard the sound but didn't see any real knives. However, one of third uncle's arms flew into the air. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and this third uncle immediately knelt on the ground. Zhao Baobao and her subordinates all fell to the ground. Han Fei chuckled. You dare to attack me after hearing my name? You've got balls. Zhao family's third uncle was horrified. Damn, this doesn't make sense. However, he immediately begged in horror, I failed to recognize you. Marshal. Han, please spare me. Swish. 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 The void lines clutched the man. The man's vitality was gone, and his eyes were glassy. After a few breaths, he lay on the ground, unable to move. Third uncle. Zhao Baobao looked at this scene in horror. How could her third uncle, an intermediate explorer, die so easily? It must be her illusion. Han Fei casually waved his hand, and Zhao Baobao and the others were crushed by gravity, bleeding from their 7 orifices and vomiting blood. Her dantian was shattered, and her cultivation was gone. Han Fei looked at Su Yang and said leisurely, you can kill or torture these people as you please. Pack your things and follow me. Su Yang and the others were all shocked. This was Han Fei? An intermediate explorer couldn't even make Han Fei move his feet? How strong was Han Fei? Su Yang came back to his senses and immediately said, My lord, there's nothing we can pack. Su Qing, who was sickly, blushed and walked towards Zhao Baobao with a knife. Zhao Baobao was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Third uncle was gone. Her cultivation was gone, and she had nothing left. Seeing Su Qing coming over with a knife, she shouted in panic, Don't kill me. Ah Chung, don't. Su Qing gritted his teeth. You snatched my family's wealth and harmed my clansmen. You deserve to die. Puff. Su Qing killed all of them without any hesitation. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Qing suddenly laughed and cupped his hands. Thank you, my lord. Han Fei nodded slightly. Su Sanqian was this guy's son. He really needed to take care of him. A holy light chain descended. In an instant, everyone in the Su family felt warm. Their bodies were like dried rivers that welcomed a flood. Han Fei said indifferently, I'm very sorry about what happened to the Su family. It should be fine from now on. With that said, Han Fei extended his hand and swept away Su Yang and the hundreds of people In the next moment, this group of people appeared at the entrance of the former Su family. Now, this mansion had become the Zhao family's property. He scanned with his perception and found that there were more than 300 people in the residence. There were also more than 300 people who were cultivating in the Thug Academy. Su Yang and the others were horrified that they had crossed hundreds of kilometers at once. They had actually appeared at the entrance of their former home. While they were shocked, they all looked at Han Fei, wondering what he would do. Han Fei didn't even raise a hand, and a droplet of water flew up beside him. In an instant, the 10,000 knives ran around the residence, and in 2 seconds, the infinity water returned. Ah! All kinds of screams came from the residence. Instantly, blood and qi rose to the sky, leaving Su Yang and the others horrified. Su Yang's perception wasn't weak, so he naturally knew what had happened in the residence. At this moment, he could only gulp frantically. Han Fei extended his hand and grabbed, and the sign of the Zhao mansion was shattered. Han Fei casually waved his hand and a wooden sign appeared, burnt with spiritual fire. In an instant, a door sign was formed, with the words Su family written on it. At the bottom right corner of the sign, there were 3 words, written by Han Fei. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction, reached out, and threw a sea swallowing seashell to Su Yang. Hope this can make up for you and your family a little. At this moment, Han Fei looked up at the void and smiled in disdain. Even if they came, they didn't dare to show up? What could those incompetent venerables do to him? Su Yang and the others didn't know what to say. Han Fei said, in the future, this will be your Su family's residence. Who dares to snatch it? Even if you all die, I, Han Fei, will avenge you and wipe out their entire family. Su Yang burst into tears. He immediately bent and bowed, saying firmly, the Su family, thanks Mr. Han Fei. Since 8 years ago and to this day, we Su family has been standing on the side of the Thug Academy no matter in the past, at present or in the future. Han Fei nodded slightly. Are you interested in killing some people with me? Su Yang crossed his hands and said with a glowing face, it's my responsibility. Su Yang shouted, Su Qing, take everyone to the residence to clean it up. I'll go with Mr. Han Fei. Su Qing glanced at the young disciples and gave them a look. Then, the hundreds bowed to Han Fei. Thank you for avenging our Su family, my lord. Han Fei smiled and waved his hand, and 1,000 kilograms of spiritual spring floated in the air. It's my duty. With that said, Han Fei grabbed Su Yang's arm, and the void in front of him cracked as he stepped in. Thug Academy. This place was in ruins again, overgrown with weeds, and the river in the past became what it used to be. Inside, there were 2 or 3 small fish. However, there were green vines and countless flowers and plants here. Some people were still fighting the man-eating flowers in the yard. Han Fei smiled. From the looks of it, Luo Xiaobai should have protected the Thug Academy. However, Luo Xiaobai was alone in the 1,000-star city and facing so many big clans. She couldn't protect the face of the Thug Academy. Therefore, the Thug Academy became a place for everyone to trample on and cultivate in again. It wasn't Luo Xiaobai's fault. Someone hoped the Thug Academy became like this. They wanted to show the world how miserable the Thug Academy was. Han Fei remembered that he once said that the Thug Academy couldn't be trampled on. Su Yang said, Sir, the Zhao family has controlled Pure Sun Island and taken over the original site of the Thug Academy. Our Sioux family's 2 patriarchs have died. We're really powerless. Han Fei grunted casually. At this moment, Han Fei stepped into the air and shouted, "Thousand Star City. Big clans, venerables, and everyone else, listen to me. Whoever trespass on the Thug Academy shall die." In the Thug Academy, countless people looked up at the sky. Someone was speechless. Who is he? He's really arrogant. Someone was shocked. This person is very strong. Everyone, leave quickly. Walala. At that moment, a rain of knives fell from the sky. In the Thug Academy, all the disciples of the Zhao family were cut into pieces. In the blink of an eye. In just 3 seconds, no one survived. Han Fei's voice resounded throughout Pure Sun Island, and even further away. In the void, Han Fei grinned and said indifferently, "Does anyone from the big clans feel unsatisfied? If they are, I, Han Fei, am here now. You can come and talk to me." At that moment, Han Fei knew that many people were looking at him. There were people from the Chu sect, various big clans, and the 7 major sections. There were many venerables in these places. It was impossible for them not to know of the huge commotion on Pure Sun Island. Of course, they knew what happened on the Cold Moon Island too. Obviously, the Chu sect failed to take him down. Now that he had walked out, who dared to come to provoke him? They knew very well that once they couldn't kill him, the consequences would be immeasurable. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Being venerable and not being venerable were 2 completely different mentalities. Well, in other words, having strength and not having strength were 2 completely different mentalities. When he was an explorer, Han Fei didn't think he had strength, because he knew that his enemy was very strong. And now, he had become a venerable. Although he still couldn't beat the enemies he once thought to be unreachable, they could no longer kill him. This feeling was very good, giving Han Fei enough capital to walk openly on the land of the Thousand Star City. On Pure Sun Island. Han Fei's words fell on the ears of the residents on the island. When they first heard it, they found it absurd. However, when they walked out of home and felt the trembling sound in the sky, they all swallowed. Many people asked in surprise, "Who is this person? Have the people of the Thug Academy come back?" Someone shouted, "The Thug Academy still dares to come? Aren't they afraid of causing another war?" Someone patted his chest. "Damn it. Does the Thug Academy want us to die?" Pure Sun Island has been implicated by them for a long time. Now, it's extremely difficult to even enter and leave Pure Sun Island. Many people immediately thought of complaining. They were not familiar with the Thug Academy. They only knew that this school appeared briefly on Pure Sun Island. It appeared once decades ago, fought fiercely with the big clans, and lost in the end. It appeared again 7 or 8 years ago, and lost again. Yes, when these people saw the Thug Academy declining and abandoned, they thought they had lost. Han Fei stood at the gate of the Thug Academy, listening to all kinds of comments. Han Fei suddenly turned to look at Su Yang. "Pure Sun Island has been sealed?" Su Yang nodded. "Since the battle 8 years ago, Pure Sun Island has been regarded as an ominous place. Some people believe that it's the people of Pure Sun Island who accepted the existence of the Thug Academy. Therefore, they blamed the people on the island." A vicious gleam flickered in Han Fei's eyes. "Who thinks so?" Su Yang shook his head slightly. I don't know. But the Zhao family should be affiliated with that family. Han Fei asked, where is the Zhao family? Su Yang took a deep breath and said firmly, the drifting cloud island closest to Pure Sun Island. When Su Yang finished speaking, Han Fei said indifferently, the Su family can take a break for now. Help me take care of the Thug Academy and clean it up. The Su family can cultivate in it. Wait for the day I return again. Su Yang's heart trembled. So Han Fei still had to leave. However, this time was different from before. Han Fei's strength was terrifying. Even an intermediate explorer was crushed by him with a single finger. The big clans hadn't come to fight him yet. The situation seemed to be changing. With that said, Han Fei walked dozens of meters high in the sky, and then disappeared from Su Yang's sight. When he approached the main road of the island, Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he opened his arms. Above his head, a spiritual vortex covered nearly 100 meters, rolling the wind and clouds for dozens of kilometers. It looked like a vortex falling from the sky to the ground. And under this vortex, there seemed to be a rain of clouds gathering. As Han Fei walked by, countless people on the ground looked up at the sky. Many people were horrified and wanted to escape. This was too terrifying. Where did the super powerhouse come from? However, Han Fei's voice echoed above Pure Sunday, everyone on Pure Sun Island. Listen. My name is Han Fei, the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, the acting president of the Thug Academy. Upon hearing this, many people were stunned. They knew about the Thug Academy. And many people also knew that Han Fei was the acting president. This was because when Han Fei returned to rebuild the Thug Academy, it was quite a scene. Unfortunately, the school didn't last a year before it attracted a terrifying war. Then the Thug Academy was destroyed. Originally, from what they knew, they didn't have a good impression of the Thug Academy. This was because the current misery of Pure Sun Island was mostly due to the Thug Academy. However, Han Fei just mentioned that he was the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. That was amazing. The 1,000-star city was different from the 36 towns. The 36 towns had been closed to information, so it was impossible for them to know about the Scattered Stars Island. However, the 1,000-star city was different. The people of the 1,000-star city often went to the Scattered Stars Island, and in each rotation, millions of people would go in and out of the island. However, they had only heard about Shui Shenqi, Marshal Shui. Someone was surprised. The Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island has been changed? Someone said in surprise, President Han is now the Supreme Commander of the 1,000-star city? That's ridiculous. Some people who could leave Pure Sun Island had long heard the news. When they heard the people around them had doubts, they immediately replied, it is said that the Scattered Stars Island is no longer the Scattered Stars Island of the past. Human beings and the Sikh clan had a super battle. Millions of creatures died in that battle. Blood flowed like a river in the Scattered Stars Island. It is said that blood is still flowing in some places now. Han Fei walked at a low altitude step by step, his voice cold and firm. He said, in recent years, because of the Thug Academy, most of you have been blocked on Pure Sun Island and can't go out. This matter is indeed because of the Thug Academy. I rarely come back, but how can I allow this to happen again? Han Fei walked along the main road of Pure Sun Island, so along the way, countless people looked at Han Fei. Bada, bada. Walala. Suddenly, people saw that the sky Han Fei walked through began to rain heavy rain. Someone exclaimed, "It's spiritual energy. This is a spiritual spring, a man-made spiritual spring." Many adults dragged their children and ran out to the street. While running, they shouted, "Son, remember, in this spiritual energy tide, you must absorb the power of the spiritual spring." Han Fei's voice continued, announcing to the billions of people on Pure Sun Island, "Everyone, let me go to the checkpoint and kill them all." Han Fei traveled dozens of kilometers with each step. He was extremely fast. Above the sky, spiritual raindrops fell, and a rainbow was summoned. A child exclaimed, "Dad, look, a colorful divine light, that's a great path leading to the sea god." Roar! Roar! A group of children was chasing on the road, running wildly and screaming excitedly. Han Fei just walked for a short while. Of course, he couldn't walk throughout the entire Pure Sun Island at once. He could only let some people see it and just needed these people to take this matter as a topic of discussion and spread it among the crowd. At the checkpoint of Pure Sun Island, it was surrounded by people. This was because Han Fei had said that as long as he came, they would be able to immediately leave Pure Sun Island. Many people believed this. At the checkpoint, many law enforcers were about to sneak away. Even the big clans didn't know that Han Fei would take people away from Pure Sun Island to kill the guardians. Now, when they heard Han Fei's voice, it was already too late. Han Fei was almost there. At the checkpoint, many soldiers at the bottom level didn't know what was going on, but they saw many people rushing here. Toot! As roars rang, many strong masters appeared and shouted, "Retreat, all of you! Whoever trespass on the chain bridge shall die. Don't come over. Do you want to die?" Bang! While these people were shouting, they saw a spiritual vortex spinning in the sky and flying over. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky above this area. Han Fei's voice sounded. "The guardians must die." Swish! 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 Countless water blades cut through the sky. Many people thought that these blades could be blocked and tried to block them with all kinds of low-level weapons and even contractual spiritual beasts. Ah! Puff! The million knife art transformed from the infinity water swept in all directions like a dragon going to sea. Many venerables said via voice transmission, "All right, come back. There's no need to guard Pure Sun Island." Hearing the call of their powerhouses, many people immediately prepared to leave. However, it was already too late. All around them had become a sea of knife chi. Seeing the massive number of saber beams, some law enforcers' momentum was soaring. At this moment, the inferno of knives had already been initiated. Someone shouted, the wind is full of knife light. Activate your spiritual energy protective cover." Pooh. 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 However, how could that spiritual energy protective cover withstand the powerful attack of a venerable like Han Fei? In just a moment, many people were pierced by the knife light and died. Some people had an immortal seal protecting their bodies. That thing could protect them for a while. After all, venerables only had one pair of hands and one brain. This kind of wide-range attack wasn't very powerful. However, even if Han Fei didn't do anything, the inferno of blades he created had no sign of stopping at all. After a while, someone walked out of the void. Again, only surviving for a second before being completely strangled. Some explorers were guarding this place. When they found that something was Wrong, they tore the void and were about to escape. However, as soon as these people tore open the void crack, they saw that the void crack in front of them turned into the shape of a knife light. Puff. In less than 100 seconds, at the checkpoint of Pure Sun Island, thousands of guardians were killed by the blade ripples and the infinity water. Han Fei's leisurely voice continued to echo in the void. Everyone on Pure Sun Island, don't worry. In the future, you can go out freely. If I, Han Fei, find anyone dare to intercept you, I will definitely annihilate his entire family. He didn't plan to stay on Pure Sun Island for long. Han Fei had already seen many people from the Zhao family fleeing. He quickly tore the void and appeared above the Zhao family in less than a minute.